say thank you to the board members for taking time out on a Friday. I know it's never the thing you want to do is spend most of your day on a Friday here, but there's a lot of information we want to go over with the board, some challenges, some opportunities, things we want to talk to you about, so we appreciate that. Also appreciate all the staff being here. We've got a lot of staff that have been involved in getting ready for this event. Is also here, and they'll be doing some presentations. So I really want to thank the staff for coming and attending and being part of this. Some organizational items. If you need to use the restroom, don't use that door all the way in the corner. There's a door right here in the middle. If you'll go through that door in the middle, and I know you can't really see it, Melissa, because it's behind that column. There's a door in the middle that'll lead you out into a hallway. The restrooms are out in that hallway. That's easier to get to. If you go the other way, you got to go through security to actually get to the restroom. So just some organizational items. Also want to, Jason said this is informal. So while we have presentations for you, we want you to stop us if you have questions, if you have comments. We're looking for feedback. We're looking for some direction in some cases. There aren't a lot of items we want you to make official votes on. There may be a couple that we want you to give us some direction on, but this is really more informal. It's about you receiving information, giving us some feedback, because it's going to help us develop the budget for at least this upcoming fiscal year, and then how do we handle the 2026 fiscal year as well. So I'm going to turn it over to our Clayton. I guess we're going to talk about the financial update, and if you want to talk about that first, and I believe then Blake is going to go from there.
We're just going to have Blake come up and he'll start his presentation.
Very good. Blake, if you wouldn't mind coming up to the podium, I'd appreciate it, sir.
Morning, everybody, commissioners, county manager, staff. I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you this morning and share some information regarding a update to the general fund budget and revenue expenses. I know my phone works. Will this advance the slide?
Pointed at the laptop. See if that'll do it. All right.
How about I point to you and you hit it for me?
I can.
The joys of technology. Thank you.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, well, sorry.
All right, it'll be a team effort today. All right, there we go. One more. There we go. Okay. To begin with, before we get into the details of the expected county end-of-year projection through mid-year, I just want to step back and remind us of our current fund structure. What you'll see here is the fund structure we've had since FY 2020 through FY 24 adopted budget. Just a reminder of the bifurcation of the tax rate that we went back to in 2024. And you can see the structure of our tax rate in 23 existed in the general government fund, debt budgetary fund, and economic development fund. And then moving into 24, that was adjusted to go to a bifurcated rate to include also the education budgetary fund, education debt fund. So currently we have 5 funds within the county general fund. The view that we'll be looking at today, we're going to hone in on just the general government fund. So just the portion that corresponds to the 16.32 pennies of the county tax rate. Can you hit the slide for me? Thank you. All right. Okay, thank you. Before we get into the details, I want to give you a quick summary at the beginning, and we'll walk through step by step how I arrived at this expected result. The total revenues projected at this point is $213.5 million. Total expense projected is $212.8, which leaves us with an expected end of year balance in the general fund of just under $700,000. So that just to begin with the important part, we're looking at a pretty limited margin of revenue over expenses in this fiscal year, based on a couple of factors. The main one is sales tax, and I have several slides out here to talk through that scenario and understand why that's happening and what, as a county, we can do to mitigate that situation. Thank you. All right. To start with, I want to look at the revenues by category in the general fund. And again, this is just the county operating fund. But I want to start with ad valorem tax and fees. That's our largest revenue source but for the county. And you'll see at the top row at the far right box, you'll see the end of year projected amount and the change from budget to actual. And for ad valorem tax and fees, I'm projecting that that we would collect $64.6 million, and that's off of a budget of 64.1. So that's good news that it's looking today like we'll collect above budget on ad valorem growth. Right now I'm projecting 100.7%. Hopefully that may increase a little bit. So when the month ends for January and then going into February, when we receive the bulk of our ad valorem growth, hopefully we'll see that bump up a little bit, which will increase our situation, our position for revenues in the county. The next one is sales tax, and you'll see that the projection shows a negative $7.5 million, that we would collect about $7.5 million below the adopted budget in that category. Sales tax is our second largest revenue in the general fund, and you can see that whereas for ad valorem, I'm projecting to collect 100.7%. For sales tax, it's trending towards collections of only 86.7%. I have several slides to go through that in detail to talk more about that. But that's the main driver that is ending up with us being in a limited budget position of revenue over expenses as projected today. Hopefully, the situation can improve over the next several months. And this is data actuals through December. So this is a mid-year look forward. So this is 6 months of data. We've still got 6 months to go. And with sales tax, there's a 3-month lag between when a dollar is spent here in Union County and when the retailer submits that to the state. The state does their analysis and then sends us back our notification on what we can expect. And so this is including 5 months of data for sales tax. So again, there's 7 months to go, and we're hoping to see a bit of an upturn throughout the end of the year again, which would improve the situation or the position that we're in as of this projection. The next slide will show some more detail, but basically during COVID, the numbers went up significantly with all the stimulus money coming in. Also, at the same time, the state changed the laws that allowed the state to collect sales tax on online purchases, and that was happening at the same time when people were moving to doing more online purchases during lockdowns, during COVID, and so the influx of funds through the economy was more. If you look back at the situation in the economy now, where interest rates are much higher than they were 2 or 3 years ago, consumer debt is much higher than it was 2 or 3 years ago, and so I think people are kind of recovering from stimulus money. The economy is intentionally weakening to try and the Federal Reserve is increasing interest rates to try and pull money out of the economy to limit inflation and to over time affect that equilibrium. So I think it's a result of what's happening nationwide, and this is a situation that it's not just us; it's the state entirely is dealing with this situation too. So we were stable before COVID. We jumped way up, and we knew it was going to come down, and I think it came down quicker than I expected, and that'll be illustrated in 2 slides. I'll show you exactly what that was, and I'll show you the history of what we had been experiencing for 3 to 4 years, and then the moment that it changed, and how that corresponded with the moment that that the recommended budget was completed and the adopted budget was adopted. So I'll show you that in just another slide or two.
Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify something. We actually are collecting more in sales tax than we did last year. The issue is we thought we were just going to collect more than that. So this number is showing the difference in what we projected in terms of our budget. We're still collecting more in sales tax year over year. That percentage has just dropped quite a bit. So I just wanted to make sure you're aware. We're not losing revenue at this point. It's simply a budgetary difference.
That's a good point, and I appreciate you saying that, because I was gonna ask, what was this number at 5 months in a year ago?
Right.
So, I don't know if a next slide is gonna show us where we were this time last year.
I can show you. I can show you what I was projecting at this point last year.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Sure. Let's see. All right. Next slide. Okay. Thank you. This table shows the history going back to FY18 of the budgeted amount, the revised amount, the years that we revised it, actuals collected, and then to the far right, the percent annual increase year over year, actual to actual. So that's the far right column is what I'd like to look at right now, and just walk you through the recent history of sales tax in Union County. So if you go back to FY19, FY20, I think you can look at this in 3 chunks. One would be pre-COVID, one would be the COVID era, and one would be post-COVID. So if you look at FY19 and 20, we had growth rates of around 6%. Historically, if you go back 20 years, the historical range of expected sales tax collection is between 4 to 7%. That's kind of where you would expect to be year over year here in Union County. And you can see that in 19 and 20. In 21 is the first year when stimulus money was coming, when the change to collect sales tax on online purchases, and we saw growth more than double, up to 15.5%. And in 22, you see it jumped up to 18%, which is triple what it would have been in a good year. And then in 24 is where we're seeing the decrease. Commissioner Merrill, to respond to the question that you asked about what we were projecting at this point last year. At this point last year, I was projecting that we would finish the year around 74 million in collections. And so based on the trend that we had to that point, that was well within range of where we were headed. And in fact, at that time, the most recent data we had was the 18%, and the FY24 budget was based on what would have been about 8.5% growth on top of the projected amount that was projected at that time. And so that was well below where we had been in previous years from 15% and 18%. That was kind of what I considered the correction year as kind of having a slow arc into the normal range. Unfortunately, what's happened is instead of a slow arc back into the normal range of collections, it's a quick drop off. And so that's what we're having to adjust to get back into, to stabilize that as a revenue source.
And I do want to say this, if board members want more specific data that we don't have, just ask and we'll make sure we send that to you. We will not have it today, but certainly we can send that to you if you want more specific information.
Now, these figures here, when we look at the projected for fiscal year 2024 and what was actually collected in fiscal year 2023, those are nominal, those are actual numbers, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So adjusted for inflation, we're projecting a real decrease, correct? Assuming inflation 3.5%, 4%, the real collections would actually be lower.
I think you could make that argument based on historical inflation from 8 to 9% over the past few years, and leveling off now. It's happening at the same time.
Speaking more broadly in terms of the state and the country, is it fair to say that the consumer's experiencing pretty high levels of debt, credit card debt?
It is. What I've seen most recently is that the consumer debt levels are the highest they've ever been now, whereas when stimulus was happening, people made good decisions to pay down their debt. And over the past few years with inflation, with job change, people have been growing their debt out of necessity, it seems like. Yeah.
So a reasonable interpretation might be that the retail consumer's hitting a wall of sorts.
Probably.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, next slide. Thank you. This is the slide that I mentioned that would give you some more context as to the planning period as we were planning for the 2024 budget. And then the next slide will give you an even longer run back to FY20. If you look, this is FY 2023, month by month. This is FY24. The orange line is actuals as compared to budget, which is the blue line. And so what you can see is during FY23, as we're planning for the 2024 budget, each year we were experiencing collections well above budget. And this is the amount that our collections were above budget in the blue. When it turns to red, that means that's where the change happened and collections began coming in below budget. And the orange line is actuals up to this point when it turns from orange to red, and this is the projection through the end of the year, again at this point through 5 months. We're hopeful that we may see the gap or the area underneath the blue line, which is budget, and the orange line, which is collection, that it can close a little bit more through here, and that would minimize the expected loss and with the expected collection under budget, and we can squeeze that to improve the situation for the end of the year. And the next slide shows you a little bit more. Thank you. So this goes back through to FY20, which is when COVID began. And you can see that consistently through 20, 21, 22, and 23, we were consistently collecting above budget. So the orange line was above the blue line consistently through 1 fiscal year, 2 fiscal years, 3 fiscal years, and into 23. And the time period when the final decision was made to do the projection for the recommended budget, which you received in late May or early June of last year, happened right here. And that's the period when the decision was made to have the current budget, which again was expected to be an 8.5% increase above what my latest projection was as of this point. And unfortunately, what happened was the very next collection point or data point, there was a strong decrease. And since then, except for this small amount, we've been in the negative and projected to be in the negative ever since. So this is the situation that we're dealing with, we're experiencing, and that it's the challenge of FY24 and going into FY25. To get back to Clayton's comment, I want to be sure to mention that we are collecting more than, we are expecting to collect more than we collected last year, dollar for dollar. And right now, I'm expecting that we'd collect about a 1.5% above last year's actuals. So again, with inflation, that's a flat number with small growth. And I'm hoping that as we go into FY25 and we take all of these things into context and also look at information from the Department of Revenue, from the League of Municipalities, and other trusted sources, we can plan for a 2% increase in sales tax, something modest to kind of ease back into historical ranges of 3 to 6% over time, so we can begin to plan on a more stable revenue source. And keep in mind, sales tax is our most elastic revenue source when it can stretch big and it can retract and be condensed into smaller amounts too. So again, we're dealing with it. We recognize it, and we'll make accommodations for it.
And elastic meaning it's
Sure.
subject to the economic business cycle in a way that ad valorem taxes wouldn't be.
It is the most variable revenue source that we have. And to Blake's point, as part of the upcoming budget year, we're going to certainly be more conservative in our budgeting for this, because understanding that the economy has hit a bit of a downturn, interest rates have certainly affected that. So just that is part of our challenge, is using this on how do we project for the 2025 fiscal year.
Great. Can you go back 2 slides for me? I want to show one more thing. Back one more. Right here, yeah. And Brian's exactly right. I want to draw attention to one quick thing. In FY20, and when we're projecting revenues, we are obligated to make conservative projections. We always want to be conservative in the projections we make. And one thing that you can see here is in FY 2021, the budget for sales tax was actually lower than it was in FY20 because of all of the uncertainty around COVID, around thinking back to the Great Recession, I worked in Mecklenburg County at that time, and our sales tax fell through the floor, which was a big issue for us. And the same thing happened here. It resulted in laying off staff, and was just a very unfortunate situation. So we budgeted for less sales tax in 2021. What happened was sales tax skyrocketed because of stimulus funds and other things. And so we were able to amend the budget up from 46.5 to 52 million to acknowledge, hey, we're receiving quite a bit more, and let's make use of it for county residents. Then the same thing in 22, we had a conservative budget based on what the prior year actuals had been, and we were able to revise it up by a smaller amount to take advantage of some of that extra revenues coming in. And each year, tried to be conservative. And again, at this point, when the budget went from 55.6 to 67, the straight line projection here pointed towards an end of year amount of 70, 73, 74. And so the intention was to be conservative based on prior history and considering what the expected future was. So I wanted to point that out. Right there, thank you. We've talked about revenues. I want to look at expenses a little bit. The overarching story for expenses is we're within expected ranges at this point in the year. Keep in mind, this is through 6 months of actuals, and we'll have another end of year projection in 3 months, so through 9 months or through the third quarter, we'll have better information, better data that will inform greatly the recommended budget that you'll receive in May time period. We're expecting to underspend in employee compensation, somewhat in employee benefits. That's based on, is driven by the county vacancy rate. The vacancy rate in the past few years has been a little bit higher than it would have been normally, based on a competitive job market, based on wage increases across the community that are drawing people away from government service. And that's something that's kind of a lingering issue, is vacancy rates higher than we would like them to be. With that being said, I want to also point to this bullet point here and just make note of the fact that in beginning the FY24 budget process, the county manager required the county to decrease the operating budget by $700,000 as a beginning effort before we looked at any growth, to pull out any efficiencies that we could possibly find, to bring down county department budgets, to be as efficient as possible, and to try and slow the growth of government at the beginning of the process. And that's also the first step that we have in the FY25 process that we're working on now, is to have an initial reduction of the budget amount before we look at any growth going forward.
How are we looking in terms of our funding of OPEB, post-employee benefit?
Right now, OPEB is fully funded, and investment revenue has been quite generous. That also feeds into OPEB funding. And so I'm not aware of any issues other than OPEB is fully funded and is in good shape.
Right, for this year we beat our OPEB contribution.
Make sure you turn it on, yeah.
So we meet our OPEB contribution 2 ways. So we do a cash contribution, and we also fund our current retirees' health care out of our self-insured health and dental fund. So we get credit for that also. So in addition to the cash contributions, we get about $3.5 to $4 million a year on average in the retirees' health care claims that counts towards that required contribution also. I think later today you'll hear some information about OPEB and our separation allowance benefits that will dig probably further into that conversation then as well.
Great. So as far as expenses go, we're trending within normal ranges, and there's nothing that's come to my attention to be concerned about on the expense side. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is a view where we put both together, revenues and expenses, on the same slide. And you can see that generally for revenues, I'm expecting that we would collect 95.8% of general fund revenues. And on the expense side, that we would expend 95.5% of expenses. And that would leave us with a 0.3% buffer of revenue over expense, which is very lean. And that would result in just as I showed in the first slide, just under $700,000 of revenue over expenses. Generally, historically, we would expect to see this be closer to 3.5% to 4%. Again, driven by over collection in some revenue lines and then underspending mostly in compensation based on vacancies. And you know, this is my best projection through 6 months. We'll have another 3 months, and we'll have 3 more data points that'll be very beneficial in making a final projection, and then making any decisions that we would need to make sure that we end the year in a positive place. Next slide, please. Thank you. So takeaways from this presentation are that ad valorem revenue is steady and growing. Sales tax revenue is stabilizing after a volatile post-COVID period, and we're returning to a normal growth rate range, even though we're kind of starting on the lower end. We're hoping to kind of build back up slowly to an expected range. County expense is trending within normal historical ranges. The manager is considering some cost-saving strategies to limit general fund expense between now and the end of the year. And if implemented, that would improve our situation. I think there's some areas in the revenue categories that should grow also. That should help us buffer that finishing number 2. So current projections indicate a small margin of revenue over expense at year end again, just under $700,000, and projection will be updated with each additional month of actual data. And that's all I have. I'd be happy to take any questions or comments you have.
So the fortunate situation we've been in the past few fiscal years, where we've had a pretty ample unallocated fund balance that we've used to meet primarily some pressing capital needs. That's pretty much over. We're not going to have an ample unallocated fund balance to do the kind of things that we've done the past few fiscal years, correct?
That's this would indicate that we would not be adding much to fund balance for the next year. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Great.
Thank you. Thank you, Blake.
Thank you.
All right. Well, for this next section, we're going to be covering several topics. The primary focus of this is going to be a compensation study that we've been undertaking for almost a year now. And we know that many people in this room, as well as our employees, are especially very interested in this topic. And we've been waiting to share some information. I do want to point out that the study is not finalized at this point, but we did feel it was important to share information with the board as soon as possible about what we plan to do based on the preliminary results and get input from the board on this plan. So I'm going to start off with an overview of the study and just give some recent history leading up to the need for this study and why we felt it was needed. And then I'll go over sort of a timeline of events over the course of the study, the methodology that was used, and some very high-level preliminary results. Again, we do plan to come back to the board at some point and give more detailed information, but part of this we wanted to give you some information so that you have some context about what we plan to do. After that, I'm going to turn it over to our deputy county manager, who's going to discuss some of the phases of the implementation and some benefit options too. We know that recruitment and retention of employees doesn't just hinge on pay. There are obviously other factors and things that we can do to attract and retain employees. So we're going to talk about a few of those. Okay. So the last full compensation study that was conducted for Union County was pre-COVID in 2018. Let's see. And so at that time, what was done was some implementation was done, and that was based on there was some adjustments to market. It was based on the employee's new assignment to their pay grade as well as years of experience. And so the board was involved in making and approving that, and that was implemented at that time. And the next study was more of an in-house benchmark study that was conducted in 2021. I believe there was a series of implementations that were done. Employees were brought up to the minimum, and then there was some merit pay that was involved, and then employees were paid relative to market, capped at 100%. So I think one of the important things about that is the market philosophy. We have the board and the staff have kind of stuck to this market philosophy about pay. So we look at the market in terms of what people, the job that they do, and what is the market paying for that. And that's how we benchmark ourselves, and that's how we adjust our pay plan. So we've sort of stuck with that. But some things happened. So starting in April 2021, and Commissioner Williams kind of alluded to this, things went a little haywire after COVID. So our average inflation rate over this time period from April 2021 to January 2023, the average inflation rate was 7%. And pre-April 2021, that was very low, around 1% or less. And wage growth before that was around 3%. So getting into this time period, our average wage growth, this is national data, so was around 5.5%. And during this time, and what we've been steadily budgeting is a merit pay for employees that's 3% of payroll. That doesn't mean that every employee gets 3%, but that's just a general 3%. And so when you start adding all of this together, the price of goods and services for employees and just people in general, wage growth is kind of increasing, and we're sort of at this steady state. And so you can see that's going to start compounding. And so what we wanted to do with this study is really address some changes in any county operation or staffing since the last study, as well as try to address some of these economic impacts to wages over the past 3 years. So going into the study, these were our goals and objectives. Obviously, we want to attract and retain highly qualified and motivated employees. We want to ensure that, again, compensation is competitive in the market. We want to be able to distinguish where there are promotional opportunities within the pay plan, provide compensation growth, something that's recognizable, and also maintain competitive salaries and benefits with other government entities as well as private employers. So this is a very high-level timeline of where we've been. In October of 2022, we issued an RFP for a compensation classification study. In February of last year, the board approved a contract with the consultant, McGrath Consulting, to conduct the study. And then they began working with our HR to implement all the elements of the study. And I'm going to go through that methodology quickly here in a minute. And then the county manager received some preliminary results in December of 2023. And over the last couple months, we've been meeting with departments, we've been meeting with the sheriff's office to kind of refine those results further, and we're close to the end, but again, we're not completely finished yet. So again, a high-level overview of the methodology. The consultant met with our management team and departments, and they reviewed our current compensation system, our current philosophy based on market, as I mentioned, our policies. Then they evaluated a number of job classifications, identified the benchmark positions that we would go out to market and benchmark against. We conducted a survey of our comparable public sector organizations. I'm going to show a slide on what those organizations were, who they were. And then those survey results were compared with job market data that the consultant already had collected. And so we felt we got representation from the private sector from that job market data. And then
they developed a preliminary adjusted pay plan, and they've calculated some cost options for implementation. And so you're going to see some of that information. They're going to be estimates, again, because we're still refining the results. These are the organizations that we benchmarked against. We did meet with the Sheriff's Office kind of throughout this study. They brought to us their own, some of their own data and some of their own findings. They brought to us some other municipalities that they compete with. That wasn't necessarily part of the study, but we did look at that and asked the consultant to look at that as they built the new pay plan, and so we did take that into consideration as well. So again, these are preliminary results, very high level. This is based on that analysis of those benchmark positions that we studied. So when we talk about an average market rate, when we talk about market rate, that's our midpoint. So in a pay range, you have minimum where it starts, you have a midpoint in that range, and then a maximum. So that's what we're talking about in terms of that average market rate. Where is our midpoint compared to the market? We did look at minimums, where they were. And we found that 72% of the benchmark positions were actually below the average market minimum. When we looked at the midpoints, again, that market rate, 76% were below the average market rate. And then when we looked at actual salaries, a little bit better, around 68% were below the average market rate. So you can see, that's a good number of benchmark positions that are below that market rate. So you can make an inference that, our pay ranges need some significant adjustment. And the difference you can see in the actual salaries, why that number is a little bit lower is because we've had merit pay. So that's helped offset whatever pay range adjustments we would normally need, but not very much. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Patrick, and he's going to talk through implementation phases.
So I just want to say a little something before Patrick starts. So the takeaway here is that inflation, growth in salaries around the country, coupled with our merit pay at only 3% of payroll, has really caused us to be far behind the market when it comes to salaries. That's really what's pushed this issue. And we're not unique. This is going to be similar in other counties, other jurisdictions. School system probably has the same issues they're dealing with. So it's not unique. But unfortunately, we are in a situation where our employees' buying power is much, much more limited based on the fact that, our merit pay hasn't really been able to keep up. So that's the takeaway from what we're dealing with.
If we implemented something along the lines of cost of living raises as opposed to merit raises, would that not help keep that more in line with what the market is?
It would certainly. So the philosophy that the board had in past years was that, merit was our way of stepping employees up till they got to the midpoint or the market or above. Obviously, conditions change over time. If you had a cost of living adjustment that all employees receive, that would help, obviously. And then you could have a merit on top of that, which may also have those employees that excel get a little bit more. So that's always a benefit, but that's a cost with it. When you implement a cost of living adjustment, that means everyone's getting that adjustment, and your budget has to adjust for that. So it is a good thing, but it requires budgetary changes for that. Yes, ma'am.
Roughly how many employees do we have right now?
It's a little over 1,600. Now, of course, that could include the seasonal employees. So if you looked at full-time employees, it's between 1,300 and 1,400, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm sorry, say that again?
If it's full-time employees, I believe that's under 1,400, if I'm not mistaken. We can give you the exact numbers. That's just off the top of my head. Go ahead, Patrick. Sorry about that.
So as part of the budget process last year, we knew we were going through this process and we knew our salary ranges were probably lower than they should be. So we did put some funding in this year's current budget to address salaries mid-year. So I want to talk a little bit about the implementation strategy for phase one. We don't have enough money to fully implement what the salary study is going to say, but we do have some money to start to address it. Several years ago, Union County Sheriff's Office went through a multi-year increase. I think it was 3 or 4 years in a row, and it got them to a point where they were the highest in the region. I think that was like 2017, 2018. And since then, they have fallen to almost the lowest in the region. Law enforcement has always been a very difficult job, but it's become increasingly difficult over the last decade, and they are having trouble, just like all law enforcement agencies, recruiting and retaining employees, and a lot of that has to do with salary. So we worked with the Sheriff's Department on coming up with a phase one implementation that would work for them and fit within the budget. So what we looked at is doing a $3 and we looked at it a couple different ways. We looked at bringing everyone up to the minimum. The problem with that is it would create a lot of compression. You'd have deputies that had been working 7 years that would be making the same as somebody that just started today, so we didn't think that was fair. We looked at a flat rate adjustment, and there were some issues with that. So we worked with the Sheriff's Department, and they felt this was the best way to try to implement this phase one. So it would be a $3.50 increase per hour per sworn law enforcement officer. There are some civilian employees that would receive a $3 per hour increase. All of these would be retroactive to January 1. We anticipate these going into effect in March, so they would get that back pay for those 2 months because we did budget for a full half year. This would take the starting salary for a detention officer or a deputy sheriff from $44,092 to $51,736. That gets them to about halfway of what the salary study it said it needs to be for a starting deputy.
Patrick.
Yes, sir.
Let me stop you right there. When you said in 2018, I believe it was, we were the highest in the region. What are we defining as the region? What are we comparing this to?
So Union County Sheriff's Office is somewhat unique in that they operate, they obviously operate the jail, serve warrants, but they also operate to a certain extent like a municipal department. So we compare ourselves to, Charlotte Meck is always going to be higher, we know that, but Stallings, Waxhaw, Monroe, other sheriffs, Cabarrus County Sheriff's Department, Mooresville PD, Concord PD, that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
You can see the cost for the implementation. That is a fully loaded cost, so that does include benefits, and that's $1.55 million. Starting next year, there is some revenue offsets because all of the contract deputies that are paid for by the municipalities pay 90% of the cost of those contracts. So those salaries, those increases in salaries would be paid 90% by those towns and 10% by the county.
So that arrangement is existing.
It's existing. It would not go into effect this year because we are required to give them notice of what the rate's going to be for the following year. So this would start in fiscal year 25. For other county employees, we looked at it a little bit differently. We took the new proposed salary ranges and said, if you are below 70% of what the new proposed salary range is going to be, we're going to do an 8%, 70 and 80, 6%, 80 and 100, 4%, and over 100, 2%. We came up with this method because what we are trying to do here is the positions that are farthest away from market, we are addressing that concern. We are trying to get them closer to market. Some of the other positions are already closer to market. They're still below, but they would get a lower percentage. The dollar amounts, depends on salary, obviously, but we felt this was the most fair way to address the positions that were truly farthest away from what the current market should be. Again, all these would be retroactive to January 1. And cost for half-year implementation is $1.3 million. There are some revenue offsets with this as well. All DSS employees receive 75% funding from the federal government. It's a reimbursement. So as we raise their salaries, 75% of that increase comes back to us in federal revenue. And that would take effect immediately as these raises go into effect. You can see enterprise funds, $830,000. That's public works, solid waste, and building code enforcement. Building code is not a traditional enterprise, but it operates like an enterprise. Phase 2 implementation. This is a bigger number. This is going to be a challenge, and this is what we're going to come up with strategies to try to present to the board as part of the budget process to implement July 1. The goal is to get people back to 100% where they were relative market rate before the salary study was done. One of the strategies we're looking at is using the merit pool that we have budgeted for next year to try to implement this market rate adjustment. The point of a market rate adjustment is to get people where the market dictates they should be. So using that merit pool, we feel, is a way to try to address some of those increases. Total cost for phase 2, so you'd add phase 2 to phase 1, is $10.8 million for the general fund and $2.2 million for the enterprise fund. Again, there is some revenue that comes back through those contract deputies and federal funding. OPEB benefits. You can see on the screen who qualifies for it with Union County. We don't offer those benefits today. After the financial crisis of 2008, we had to start accounting for those liabilities differently. They basically said any liability you have for OPEB, you have to book as a liability. And that was a big number for a lot of organizations. Again, we don't currently offer this, but we still have employees that are either retired that are getting it or have worked here long enough that they will get it when they retire. Our total OPEB liability is $99 million, and we are funded at $61 million. And just a few statistics. Of the top 10 counties in North Carolina, we are the highest funded OPEB fund. There are only 2 that are over 5%, us in Forsyth County, and there are 6 jurisdictions that are 0% funded. They don't put anything into the trust, they just pay the benefits as they come due annually. We do that and we contribute to the trust. So we're in a pretty healthy position with our OPEB compared to some of our peers. We are also one of the lowest total liabilities of those top 10, and that's because historically Union County has been fairly lean when it comes to our employee pool compared to surrounding counties. It's not all about salary. Salary is a very important part, but it's not all about salary. So some of the other things we've looked at is we have a gift card program. It's $25 every employee gets for Christmas. It has not changed in, I think, 15 years. So we are looking at revamping that program into something of a longevity pay appreciation. Some of the surrounding jurisdictions, Monroe gives 1/52nd of their salary as a Christmas bonus. That's a pretty attractive perk. We can't do that. That's a lot of money, but we are looking at some of the things we can do. And one of the proposals is to reward everybody for years of service with Union County. If we did that at a cost of $150 a year with a $50 floor, it'd be a $1.8 million implementation. Again, this is going to come back to you in the budget. We have to come up with strategies on how we fund this and what we can do as part of that budget process. Separation allowance. We used to offer this to all employees, and we no longer do. We still offer it to law enforcement. That is a requirement by state law. And what separation allowance does is if you retire before 62, they try to make up what your salary was while you're working and what it is in retirement. So there's a delta there. It doesn't get them back to 100% of what they were making, but it gets them pretty close. And then some of the surrounding jurisdictions offer more holidays than we do. So one of the federal holidays we don't offer is President's Day. Everyone thinks we're off, but we're not off. So it's a possibility to try to help recruit and retain employees.
So one of the things that I want to point out here is what we're making you aware of challenges that we're facing with recruitment and retention for employees. And it's not always all about salary. Salary is obviously a big deal. But there are other things that we compete with other jurisdictions that they offer that we do not, which can affect our recruitment and retention. And part of that is if we do decide the board wants to consider offering post-employment retirement benefits again, that is certainly a recruitment tool. If we offer longevity pay, if we offer separation allowance for all employees, those are all strategies that the board can consider when we're trying to decide if that is something that we want to offer for recruitment and retention. Again, these are budgetary items that we'll have to talk about. And in the end, the board may say we like it or we don't like it. These are just, we're just showing you these are things we're having to face. These are the challenges that I know some of our staff, the sheriff's office will tell you that they are competing with organizations that offer many of these things now. And they are having trouble with recruitment because they can't offer these same benefits. So just making you aware of those.
So one of the biggest concerns I've heard with surrounding law enforcement are these huge hiring bonuses. So, I mean, they're getting like $10,000 or $15,000 signing bonuses. Was that discussed, or why is that not a strategy to start recruiting, you know, the A and B candidates out of the academies? Where I'm hearing now we're getting like the C candidates
Sure.
out of hiring. So I'm a little surprised at hiring bonuses. I mean, I know it's a lot,
Sure.
but I mean, certainly that's a strategy, but it's not listed.
That's correct, and that can be a strategy, honestly. We have the same issue with a number of other types of positions. And environmental health has the same challenge, where they're being offered these signing bonuses with other jurisdictions, and we're not competing with that. So that is obviously a strategy that we can certainly bring back as well when we're talking about this. And that's what we're looking for, is feedback from the board on those things.
Because I'm hearing that Stallings and Matthews and Mint Hill are offering, I mean, that's right on the line with us. And, I mean, they're getting the top candidates right out of the academy. And if I were 24, 25 years old, you know, I would say, absolutely, cut me the check. I'm coming to work for you.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. It's coupled with their salaries are higher. They're offering more in their salaries, and they're offering bonuses. And so we can't compete. We're not able to attract the high level staff. And understand that you know, this is something that happened, I would say, quickly, but within the last few years, this is really what it bottomed out for us. We were one of the top agencies for the longest time in law enforcement, and then the market just changed quickly. And so it's now, what is our strategy moving forward? So I appreciate that. We will obviously put that in as an option and bring you some cost implications when that comes as well.
And just going back to cost of living raises, part of the reason we are in this position is because we didn't adjust ranges every year. We adjust salaries for merit, but the wages stay the same. So we are looking to try to mitigate that issue moving forward, to where every year we adjust the ranges of those positions. So every year it's a 1.5%, 2%. You would start those employees at a new minimum while moving your current employees up. So you don't create compression and you don't get so far behind from a market standpoint.
Yeah. Yes,
So
sir.
I just want to chime in here. Obviously, this is not something that's unique to our county either. And I want to point that out because, you look throughout the country and you're going to see examples where there's deficit like this. That's typically what happens when economic conditions take that downturn. I've seen it in my professional career. I've seen it in other industries. I've seen it, all across the gambit. But I do think it's good that we're looking at these options because obviously, our employees are, we got to take care of those folks. So, and I appreciate Brian's commitment to doing that. But I just want to point out to everyone here that, again, this is not unique to our county. And it looks like this is going to have to be a multi-year phased approach. So.
Yes, and I'm glad you said that, because that is actually how we're structuring, what we do in the future and what the board is willing to approve, because obviously you have to approve what we do, but we are looking at a multi-year, multi-phased approach to this. We can't bite all this off in 1 year. It's just not possible. But we can certainly eat that elephant one bite at a time.
And I think it's important to note that we didn't get here in 1 year either.
No, that's correct.
So it took us a little bit of time to get to this position. It might take us a little bit of time to get us out of it.
Certainly. And I think whatever we do, the employees will see that there's an effort for us to at least try to adjust the imbalance that we have. And that's really what it is. It's about making sure our staff understands that the board recognizes it, but there are financial constraints that we have to deal with that. And so whatever efforts we can make, I think it helps the employees to see that they are important. We just can't necessarily bite it all off at one time, and we make those changes as we can.
Just to respond to Brian Helms's comments just now. I know this is a national conversation, but when we're talking about Stallings, Mint Hill, Matthews, I mean, these candidates can go 5 minutes, 10 minutes across the line and make more. So for me, this is not as much a national conversation as it is our next door neighbor conversation. And Union County has always been kind of the shining star where everyone wants to work and live. But when it comes to law enforcement right now, yeah, they can live here, but they can go make money somewhere else. And we're losing the cream of the crop in these law enforcement academies because of the signing bonuses and the salaries. So, you know, for me, this is we need to address this, because I don't want, you know, frankly, I don't know where everybody lives, but I don't want the cream of the crop next door and not in Union County. I prefer to have all those candidates in Union County.
Certainly.
Absolutely.
And the good news is we are attempting to address this in a phase 1 approach. And kudos to Dottie and the sheriff's office. You know, they helped us work up what we think is at least a solution for this last half of the fiscal year. And then it's that phase 2. How do we work with phase 2? So we do have a plan. It's not perfect, but it's within the amount of funds that we have available in this fiscal year to be able to accommodate that.
And I agree with what Commissioner Merrill said. You know, you want to get the cream out of the crop out of the academy, but you also, once you get somebody that's been there 8 years, 10 years, 12 years, you don't want those people leaving, because it's sure hard to replace them. And, you know, in law enforcement, and it just takes so much training and so long before they're really out there working. And that's why we really need to take a look, I think, at this providing insurance after they retire. Even if you tweak it, I seen where it used to be 10 years or 8 years, and it was 20 years, and I'm okay with 30 years. I think Monroe has 30 years. And you don't think about that when you come out of the academy, when you're 23, but I'm telling you, when you get 53, you'll start thinking about it, probably before then. And I just think that is very, very important, as well as the supplement pay for the non-law enforcement employees. Those people are very valuable, and we don't need to lose them to Mecklenburg County. Now, sure, they can go over there and make money, but I think after you get a little time in, you think, well, I can go over here and make more money, but you know, if I stay here, I'll have my health insurance paid when I retire. I don't have to drive to Charlotte every day. Maybe I don't make quite as much money, but as you get older, the benefits really become almost more important than the salary, I think. And I think we all want to do something. Unfortunately, it comes at a cost, but I just think we have to do something, and we have to support the county employees, law enforcement, and non-law enforcement.
Good. Yeah, and if I can just say this, so, you know, we look at a lot of things. We look at a lot of, and we're probably going to be looking at some of those today. We look at a lot of capital projects. We look at, you know, strategies for implementation on capital things, such as like infrastructure needs and, you know, other things that the county requires. I don't want my comments to be misconstrued. All right, I'm in support of doing everything that we possibly can for our folks. But I think it's also important to understand too that, you know, this is in some way a capital project too. Okay, and this is an investment in human capital here in our county, and so that may be more important than anything else that we do. So kudos to the board for looking at that. I look forward to seeing, you know, what we can do to help our folks.
This is a never-ending capital project, but that's a good thing, because without our employees, nothing's going to get done.
Yeah, with some of the OPEB calculations, it's somewhat theoretical where you get into mortality rates, inflation, cost of health insurance. So we would have to engage our actuary to do some of that. Back in 2013, after they discontinued it, they did look at some options if they wanted to go back. So I think we're going to dust that off, see what they looked like at that time, and come back to the board with some of those options if you didn't want to go fully back to where we were, if you wanted to land somewhere in the middle.
Okay. Any more questions about class and comp? All right, well, good. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Caleb Sinclair. I'm the Department Director for Solid Waste. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning and to share sort of what programs Solid Waste has to offer the citizens of Union County, sort of how we do what we do, and describe for you some challenges that we're facing on the theme of inflation and that kind of thing, and maybe provide some recommendations as well.
Sorry.
All right. It works. All right, so the Department of Solid Waste, we couch ourselves in sort of three different areas. We have a primary solid waste facility off Austin Cheney Road, where we have our municipal solid waste transfer station. That's where the garbage goes. Commercial haulers collect that waste throughout the county, and we tip on a tipping floor and transfer that material out to currently the Anson County landfill. Primarily, our revenues are generated from those commercial haulers and the tipping fees we charge. We charge by ton. We're enterprise driven. Our funding is primarily enterprise fund. So our mission is to keep our enterprise fund healthy and to cash flow our capital projects, et cetera. We also have a C&D landfill, a commercial construction and demolition landfill. Waste is deposited on site. This is also at our Austin Cheney facility. Tip fee driven enterprise fund as well. And we operate residential waste and recycling centers throughout the county. Many of you probably have visited those centers. We have 5 satellite sites that accept bagged household garbage only. And our primary facility, I refer to it as a public drop-off area for our primary Austin Cheney facility, because we do a lot more there than we do at these convenience centers. And I'd like to point out that,
Excuse me.
yes.
What are the bag limits for
The trash pass bag limit. We'll discuss that further in a future slide, but it's 10 up to, you get 10 up to 15 gallon household size bags for free, or up to 5 of the larger bags, the contractor size bags. It's a nuanced thing, but that's our break. It's above 15 gallon bags are 5 and 10 for the per visit. Yeah, so it's also pretty loose. What we do with Trash Pass is we identify that the person is from Union County, and then just have them throw it.
That was basically adopted in the last year.
That's correct. Yes, last FY. Here's some of our sort of ancillary programs that we take on as well. Solid waste education and outreach. We get calls a lot from Union County Public Schools. They want presentations on recycling. How do we handle solid waste in the county? And we enjoy doing that when we can. We try to engage as much as possible with the community, and that's a good way to do it. We also engage with civic groups and other volunteer organizations as much as we can. So, I like to think that our, especially when you include our convenience center folks, the fact that we're open 6 days a week in the county, we have more face time with the public than probably any department in the county. So, I'm always sort of preaching to our staff that we are the face of Union County, and we need to be ambassadors, right? So that's kind of how I feel about it. We also perform some litter mitigation. Roadside litter is it's an epidemic across the country, not just Union County. And so I view litter as an all hands on deck problem. And so the question is, what does Union County do about it? So even though we are feeling the pains of being short-staffed, and we're struggling to sort of, train heavy equipment operators and retain heavy equipment operators. We still try to find the time weekly to designate boots on the ground on the side of the road. So we're doing about 2 hours a week, every week. And it's paid off from my perspective. Last calendar year, imagine 2 staff, 2 hours a week. We pulled 5 tons off the side of the road, more than 5 tons, about 5.5 tons of litter. So also we engage with municipalities who want to do illegal dump site cleanups, and we provide disposal for them and help coordinate that. So in fact, just last week, we had 3 small dump cleanups that we assisted Monroe with, and we had county property off of Gold Mine Road that our good friends over at Facilities helped Solid Waste clean up. I don't know if you're even aware about this, Brian, but the economic development folks pointed out that there was some illegal dumping going on off Gold Mine Road. So we took care of that, and I think we're going to have Facilities put up a gate to try to deter that. But again, just sort of letting you know that we take that seriously, and as a solid waste folks for the county, I know it's not our quote purview, but we want to put in our 2 cents, so to speak. And we also offer household hazardous waste disposal. What is household hazardous waste? It's that stuff you would take pause putting in your household garbage, right? Your pool chemicals, your paints, paint thinners, automotive fluids, etc. It's a very expensive endeavor. So right now we're offering an event a year, and we would offer 2 if our budget holds. But for example, last November, we held an event. We serviced 500 or 600 cars, our vehicles, and we collected, I believe it was 47,000 pounds of waste at a tune of $25,000 bill, right? So it's a very expensive endeavor. So we're offering an event a year. We'd like to expand that, but we need to really strategize how to make that affordable. So just so you can see what we do, that's our transfer station there on the right. Commercial vehicles are tipping waste. They roll out and we scoop in, and what you don't see behind that, at the back of that center, is a subgrade where a tractor trailer is staged, and we're loading those tractor trailers. We can load a tractor trailer in about 15 minutes. So we're moving a lot of waste through that facility. That's our C&D landfill. It's a traditional landfill with waste deposited on site. We're working on that ridge right now. You can see from Olive Branch Road, we're about 2 months from moving off that ridge, covering and seeding that, and getting down into our new phase. We have an expansion project going on, a landfill expansion project, which I'll discuss further. This is our public drop-off area as it has traditionally been. It's a gravel lot with on-grade cans, and it does require our citizens to unload and up and over into those on-grade cans. We're working on this. We have a capital project right now that's out of the ground that's going to improve this experience for our citizens tremendously and provide some operational efficiency for our program. Real quick, that's sort of all of our facilities as they're scattered out throughout the county. So 5 satellite convenience centers, and then our primary solid waste facility at Austin Cheney Road. So I'm going to have to read this. Recent accomplishments. What have we done lately? Well, we received a permit modification for our new landfill expansion, what we call a minor mod. So we're working a 5-acre area as we await our fully modified permit to get into the new phase. We have initiated long-range planning for our CIP development. What we're going to talk about today is how do we fund that. We've initiated construction of that Austin Cheney public drop-off area. I've got a slide to show you sort of where we're at in that project. We've talked about the litter mitigation that we're doing. We have secured a new contract for yard waste processing and hauling, and a number of contracts. It seems all of our contracts hit within the last 2 years. So inflation has come to roost for us based on the cost of those contracts. And also we lucked out. We received some ABC stone material off a Duke Energy job that's going to save us about $200,000. either operationally or on our current project. So, they needed a place to put the material, and we said, bring it on down so we can repurpose that material. So we're going to get some mileage out of that. So that's not good management, just lucky, right? Solid waste management challenges. We need to address inflation like everybody else, inflation and employee retention. What we could buy a compactor for our landfill operation for 5 years ago, $600,000-$700,000 is now bumping $1 million. So that's a huge jump in the cost of doing business, just for reference. We need to address program reliance on our C&D landfill. If you think about those three sort of different elements of our program, the convenience centers are a cost of doing business that you can't, even if you didn't have trash pass and you charged for every bag, you couldn't charge enough to pay for those facilities. So that's a cost of us doing business. We think it's value for the community. The community appreciates those sites, so we need to figure out a way to keep those funded, but they do cost. Our transfer station, we operate in the black, but it's close, it's tight. And we have a contract right now in contract routing for a new contract. Costs have escalated. We were expecting a 40 to 60% increase per ton on that cost based on the rest of the world. But we got very fortunate, so we've got a pretty favorable contract coming in, but costs are rising. We need to identify cost-effective strategies for new waste streams. It seems like we get a new type of waste or a regulation changes, and we have to manage a particular waste type in a new way. So, we're always sort of, garbage is, you wouldn't know it, but it's exciting, and it's flexible, and it changes.
Garbage is exciting.
I get it. So you may have to gong me. I like to talk about it.
Thank you, Caleb.
So where are our goals? What are our initiatives? Right now, we want to get that permit solidified. I spoke with our permit engineer just yesterday. She assures me that the draft is about to be complete, and we're going to go out for our public comment period, and then we'll have that permit in hand. So that's going to secure the future of our C&D deposit for about 20 years. That's our capacity. We want to complete construction of our current public drop-off area on Austin Cheney. Again, secure a favorable T&D contract, which I think we almost have.
Yep.
Continue to improve permit strategies to maintain permit compliance with regulated compounds. So you've heard this in the water world. The PFAS gets all the news. There are other things, 1,4-dioxane, et cetera, that also impacts solid waste. We're also a highly regulated industry. We maintain various North Carolina permits, DEQ permits, and we have to follow the EPA guidelines as well. So PFAS is something that we're now having to add to what we test for in our groundwater, et cetera. And there's a cost to that. So cost of business is going up. This is a new thing, initiative number 6 here. We need to identify cover material for our daily operations. We've been mining on site since the beginning of our landfill, and we're running out of space. As we move into the new area, we're going to have to begin to import soils to do our daily cover. We've identified some off-site spots that the county owns that we could mine from, and we have some other strategies. So only bring this up to say it's a new cost, an added cost of our doing business.
I want to stop you right there. Just a quick question regarding PFAS.
Yes.
So has the EPA or the regulatory agencies there, have they developed, a set benchmark as far as the metrics that would be allowable versus not allowable? So how does that pertain to solid waste?
It's the same. It's the 4 parts per trillion threshold,
okay, which is
a thimble in an Olympic-sized swimming pool. I mean, it's really sort of the least, with measuring devices we have today, that's where they can get to, right? That's the threshold, which is a little bit arbitrary. From my understanding, and I don't know how this works in the water world, but right now the state and the EPA is collecting data. They want to know where this stuff is and how much is there, right? And the answer is it's everywhere. and it's ubiquitous in nature now, right? Because of manufacturing processes. The factories keep cranking it out. People throw the stuff away and it comes to us. So we're passive receivers of all this stuff. So it is our duty to protect public health and preserve the environment. So we sample stormwater, all the time. We sample groundwater. We submit those reports to the NCDQ. But there's no guidance yet on remediation, right? Remedial activity. But right now, it's an added set of constituents that we have to pay our analytics for, right?
So we don't, so there's not like a regulatory limit set just yet. They're collecting information basically.
Yes.
And I think you hit on a good point. I mean, understand that like something like PFAS is in everything.
Right.
I mean, it's literally in everything. I mean, we talk about it a lot on the water side, but at the same time, this is in all kinds of common household products that we use every single day.
Correct.
So, okay, thank you.
It's something to be, I'm sorry.
EPA still hasn't come back with a threshold. I mean, here we are well past the window, enrolling in the class action, and the EPA still has not given us a threshold.
Yeah, to my knowledge, they've not given us any. And again, water and sewer is one thing. This is obviously solid waste, different. But to my knowledge, no, they've not submitted those standards that we have to meet at this time.
Okay.
I've been told that PFAS is the new asbestos, right? If you think about it in those terms. So let's quickly talk about our CIP. These are a list of projects and various phases. We're under construction again of our Austin Cheney public drop-off area. Of course, we'd like to couple our scale house. We're going to add an additional scale house to feed the new C&D area for a couple of reasons. One is because our volumes of MSW have skyrocketed and maintained. So we have a lot of traffic on our scales. So we really need to pull the C&D business off of those scales. So for safety and operational efficiency, we really need to do that. We also would like to build an operations center for our staff, consolidate our offices. That'll help out with our space needs, of course, over downtown. But I'll show you the real reason why, which some of you have seen. Here's a topographical of our current landfill. So if you look at the green area, that's filled, complete, done. The pink area is the area we're working out now. And the newly permitted area is the yellow. It's about a 30-acre area. Again, it's going to give us about, I'm going to say approximately 20 years. It was 25 years until yesterday when I had a conversation with the permit engineer, so 20 years now.
So, question.
Yes.
The green area on the map there, how long did it take us to fill that area?
Ooh, so when did the landfill open? In the early 80s?
Early 80s, I
Yeah.
believe. So just, about 40 years.
Wow.
So this landfill was actually pre-regulatory, pre-Subtitle D in 1989, I think was when the state of North Carolina set rules for new line municipal sanitary landfills. So this predates that, so early 80s.
And how much acreage? It's hard for me to see on the, is it 26?
So there's 30 in the new phase, there's about 5 in the pink. So I'm going to guess just based on the size, there's about 20 there in the green. Does that look right?
And keep in mind, that is the C&D side of it.
That's just C&D, yeah.
And that's not, because we used to have a municipal solid waste landfill. That is now closed. We only operate construction and demolition debris as a landfill. That's good and bad in that we're beholden to having to send it somewhere else. So that is not true like household garbage that we're disposing of there.
But we're still anticipating filling up 30 some odd
30 acres in
right
20
at 30
years.
acres. Okay.
Yep.
At a much faster pace than what we did the previous 20 some odd acres
Yeah,
in the green.
you can probably say, and this just goes back to growth in the county, in the mid 90s through the early 2000s, we were booming. And that's when construction and debris was really, a lot of that material was coming to us. It's continued, obviously, and a lot of that has to do with just growth in the region and in the area.
I have a question. Are we allowing construction and debris material from outside of Union County?
Yes, ma'am. It comes from wherever it comes. It is predominantly from the county, but it comes from wherever it comes.
If they're from outside the county, do they have to pay?
They do, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There's a tonnage fee that all contractors or anyone that comes in to dispose has to pay. And that's part of good and bad. Our tonnages are competitive, but they cover our costs. And I think what you'll see is, you know, we're recommending we raise those rates because obviously our costs are going up. We want to be competitive because we want tonnage and make sure we're covering ourselves because there's cost for us to operate the landfill. That actually helps us operate the landfill is the basically the profit we make from that. But yes, they do have to pay if they come in.
Do we feel, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Do we feel like we have pricing power in this environment to raise these rates?
Yes, we're pretty low, and we get a lot of waste, I think, because we're pretty low and ultra competitive. For example, the C&D business, our competitors are in the mid-50s per ton, and I've got some slides here soon to kind of show you where we're at and where we want to be. So we've got some room there. We've really looked hard at how any rate change will impact our particular haulers and what that means. You know, in some instances, it might be good that we lose some tonnage, you know, that's interesting. But I think we're going to remain competitive with our proposed new rate model. And also what we're going to do is clean it up. We've got a lot of tier breaks for tonnage. You know, if you bring in X tonnage, you get this rate. If you bring this much more, you get a lesser rate. We want to condense that, simplify it, make things streamline our operation there.
Is it one price fits all, or you know, or do we have the ability to charge more for someone who's coming from out of area?
So there's a tiered rate, and that's based on tonnage. It is extremely difficult to determine where that waste is coming from. The truck may be from out of county, but that doesn't mean that the waste is from out of county. So there's really no mechanism for us to track that, unfortunately.
And a lot of waste you know, they'll pick up half their load over here and come in Union County, finish out the load, and bring it on in. Also, where the privates have the advantage of making deals with each hauler, right, and dictating their pricing, where you're beholden to make it fair and even as a public entity. So we can give breaks on volume only, volume discounts. So that's kind of where we have our flexibility.
We're basically not allowed to price discriminate.
That's right.
That's correct.
Which is a good thing. Right. So, here is our new convenience center. To the right, that's a rendering of where we're going. So we're going to put lots of pavement and concrete down, get a herringbone wall poured so folks can come in with a comprehensive traffic flow. They can come in and back up, dump their load, and get on their way. So it's going to be a game changer for how we serve our public. There's another rendering that kind of gives you an idea where we're going.
And I don't know if the board recalls, and this is not any fault of our facility, but there was a fatality in our facility several years ago. And part of it really is how we can manage traffic in that area. Again, it is no fault of ours. This will make it much more safe for our customers that come in.
I'll give you a little snapshot of, this was this week. So we've got our wall poured. They're backfilling that wall now. The pavement and concrete are coming soon, and the structures will be next. We're probably 65% through this project, not without some pain wrestling contractors, but we're moving forward, and I think we're going to get through this, and it's going to be a successful project by the time we're done. That's our existing scale house, just for reference. That's our contract hauler. We loaded that truck from waste from the transfer station. They're weighing out now to go to Anson County. So again, we want to add a second scale house on the C&D side of things. All right, this is our current ops center. This is why we want to prioritize operations center for our staff. We've got about 20 folks out there that work out in the field, in the world, and we need them adequate locker space, shower space, break room space, and bathroom facilities. That's what we're working with right now. Obviously not ADA compliant. That's your bathroom closet there on the left. That's why this, you could view this as a want or a need, but this has slid firmly into the need category from my perspective. Really want to take care of our people. So we were talking tonnage before, so this is a little snapshot of average daily tons taken in 2019 relative to 2023, FY23. So our daily average tons on MSW were about 340 tons a day. Look where we are now at well over 500 tons a day. So collective tons were about 80% up in a matter of 4 short years. And we're maintaining. So if there's any silver lining to the doom and gloom of the economy slowing down, there's a garbage indicator, and tonnage is still up. And so when that tonnage dips, I'll let you know. That means people aren't consuming anymore. They may be consuming on credit cards, which arguably will be different. So that means we're going to stop all at once at the landfill. But it does seem that waste tons track in real time along economy lines. So fun fact. Vendor contracts we talked about, i.e. the cost of business is going up. T&D, that's the big driver. Our transportation disposal at our MSW transfer station. It looks like we're going to get a very favorable contract at only $3.61 on the ton, which still equates to more than $500,000 in our cost of doing business. But we were looking at 40 to 60% increase in it, and we came in way under. So we're very happy. We will be happy when that contract gets inked. Yard waste, yes.
Caleb, can you tell me how long that contract would be for?
So I think it's an initial 5 and option to 10.
Okay.
Yeah, it's either 5 and 5 or 5, 3 and 2.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yard waste we bid out earlier this year. It came in at almost double. So now we're at 22 and 75 over what we were paying. So that's going to mean a $130,000 hit to our bottom line. Many of the other contracts were pretty neutral. Scrap tire, we don't know yet. Scrap tire is an interesting animal. We have realized that we can't put tires in our landfill, nor can we transfer them out to a lined MSW landfill. We have to send those tires to a proper permitted scrap tire processor. There's a monopoly in the game pretty much, which is company Liberty Tire. They own everybody. So we're really beholden to whatever they come back with. And that's yet to be determined. That said, we do get monies from the state for the state tire tax. When you buy new tires, you'll see that 1% tax on your new tire purchase. That gets kicked back to the counties per capita. If you're lucky, the revenues from the grant offset your costs. That is no longer really a thing. Cost of processing tires is going crazy. So we're going to end up having to help fund that scrap tire machine. So all we really want to do is match our per ton cost and apply the fee to that of the tires of which we can charge for. We can't charge for all tires, so that's a whole other thing. But again, cost of business is going up. Trash Pass, you asked about Trash Pass. In a nutshell, Trash Pass has been remarkably well received. Our public love it. It has, it means we handle way less cash at our convenience centers, so it's safer for our staff. Those are the two really primary things. We have had some minimal impact to commercial haulers. We sort of anticipated that if you lived around the convenience center and you didn't make a lot of garbage, you might not want your curbside service anymore and bring that garbage to us. So there is that to consider, but overall, we've seen very little impact to our commercial haulers. Let's talk about the satellite convenience centers just for a moment. Again, they've always been a huge cost of our operation. We project that our operating costs are over $1 million for the 5 satellite centers alone. Trash Pass has kicked up our overall volumes about 10%. So there's cost associated with that. Our anticipated revenue loss, since we're not charging for that waste anymore, is about $541,000. General fund, as you well know, contributes 550, so we've nailed that pretty well for this FY. Our revenues that we did generate at our satellite sites, and that would be for television charges and for those overages above the 10 free bags, is only about 25,000. So our projected operating deficit is around 600,000. So just to quantify for you what it costs us to maintain these satellite centers. I would make a humble recommendation that the decision makers at least consider separating the satellite centers from the enterprise fund completely and consider the satellite centers a non-enterprise function. We could do that by simply limiting the total volume allowable per visit, to the 10 bags, right? And if you had more than that, if you were someone who saved your garbage up all week or 2 weeks and brought it at once and was willing otherwise to pay the $1 a bag, we would just route them to the primary landfill facility. That's kind of what you would have, the operational adjustment you would have to make if one would consider these satellite centers as non-enterprise.
Yeah, to keep in mind that, right now, so the general fund is paying a portion of these costs. And then what's covering the rest of the deficit is the revenue that we generate at the MSW web site, MSW landfill, as well as the C&D. So technically, those customers are subsidizing customers who don't actually have a solid waste provider, and that's what's happening there.
And how am I on time? I'll try to speed up.
You're good. You're good.
So let's talk turkey. We're not talking trash anymore. We're talking turkey, right? So, Elam, how you doing? At our transfer station, I'll give you the quick history. October of 22, there was a rendering facility. If you don't know what that is, it's a factory that takes dead animals and turns them into products. Enough said. So there was, in Wadesboro, North Carolina, Valley Proteins operated a rendering facility. Many of our local poultry farmers relied on that service for their regular poultry mortality. This is just birds that die, normal course of farming, right? This company offered boxes to the farms, on-farm boxes, where these birds would go, and they would service those boxes daily. It's my understanding that it was free of charge, like there was no charge. At our transfer station, we, as a courtesy to the farmers, also allowed Valley Proteins to stage a tractor trailer. So if folks just had, a smaller number of birds and they didn't need the container or have room for the container, they could come to us, throw those birds on the trailer, no cost. It was just sort of, again, a courtesy place, but they could bring those birds to us between 7 a.m. and noon, and that trailer would roll out every day to get those birds off of our site. So October 22, Valley Proteins discontinued accepting poultry mortality. They didn't do a great job communicating that to the farmers nor to us. Our trailer was just gone and we were sort of left in a lurch. So farmers, the word got around that Union County would take those birds. So we continued to take those birds and not charge, but now we're tipping them on our tipping floor, right? So once we sort of quantified that and realized the hit we were taking on the tonnage, we had to make a move last year to begin charging them, which is a discounted rate below our MSW rate, to cover the cost of us handling those birds. It's a lot of tonnage, more than you might think. I don't have that figure on the top of my head. But we've been doing that, and rather successfully, I might add. We have had some impacts, though, with our stormwater sampling, right? Because we've sampling for stormwater. Now our fecal's super high, and there are some other ammonia constituents that are high. This is not a deal breaker for the landfill per se, but unfortunately, we've been getting some calls lately from our WWTP, from wastewater treatment. The ammonia constituents now are creating problems in the processing of that stormwater before they can discharge. So they're having to run their aerators longer. They're having to do whatever, magic they do to clean that water up, kick it back out clean. It's becoming more and more of a challenge. So, on that, I would suggest that we consider again, maybe discontinuing accepting those birds beginning next fiscal year. The question becomes, where do the farmers go and how does that work? Let me just say this, though, that most of our large companies, especially the non-turkeys, they're handling their birds on site. They have mechanisms in place. It's really the turkey farmer integrators that are having the challenges. And I think it's because turkeys are bigger birds, they're harder to compost, they take up more real estate. So there are challenges on the agricultural side, but from a permit compliance side, whether it be ours or wastewater treatment, I think the recommendation should be that we might need not to be in this business.
Question.
Yes.
So I remember, I think it was last year when we discussed this, and it became a very interesting conversation about turkey and birds, one that maybe we don't need to revisit today completely. But my question is as far as other facilities in the area that do programs like this, what's the next closest one?
So that would logically be Anson County landfill, right? Because the guidance from the North Carolina Department of Agriculture says that is a recommended management strategy to take those birds to a lined MSW landfill. It doesn't say by way of transfer station, right? So there's some gray area there. The solid waste regulators, they don't want to weigh in, really. It's not a banned material, but they don't mind beating us up for our stormwater. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's the rub.
Thank you.
And that was just guidance. Again, challenges to farmers, we know the challenge is that it's a new cost of their doing business, the ones that haven't factored that in.
So as Caleb said, we're not asking for a decision today, but obviously it's going to be our recommendation that starting July 1, that we discontinue this. It was never our program to start with. This is a cost of doing business that those producers should build into their business model. And if that means they're taking it to a landfill and covering those costs, that's fine. I'm just letting you know that will be our recommendation moving forward with the upcoming fiscal year.
Just to follow up on the ag side, a lot of the local integrators are putting measures in place on the farm to address this. It's taken a little bit of time to do it, but they're composting, they're incinerating, and they're grinding. So there are things that are happening on the farm to address some of this. It's taken a little bit of time, but it's not like we're pulling the rug out from under them. They are preparing for this transition.
Patrick, thank you for that, because that was going to be one of my main concerns is, we need to make sure that we're taking care of our producers in the county to make sure that they are adequately prepared for any kind of changes that we may take in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if they had their way, they'd like us to continue this forever. I think they understand we can't do that, so we're trying to work with them as much as we can to make sure there is a smooth transition.
I shouldn't say this at all, but if a solution would be to build a Union County lined MSW landfill, which is capital is huge on that. So, but in the future, do we want to continue transferring material out of county or keeping it in county?
So I appreciate that Caleb actually said that. So, when anyone mentions the word build a landfill, it causes concerns. Same thing with you want to build a wastewater treatment plant, causes concerns. Whether we ever consider that or not, there isn't a garbage ferry that you wave you on and garbage just disappears. There's always a cost to it. There's something that we have to do. So there is a future strategy that we're going to need to think about. And that means either our costs are continuing to go up because we have to shift that waste somewhere else out of the county, or we have to think of some internal solution. We're not at the point to talk about that, but I just want you to know those are always things that we have to consider when running a landfill or running solid waste services. So I appreciate that Caleb brought that up.
It's never a sexy topic. Let's talk about our rates real fast to sort of how do we meet our inflationary pressures? Like how do we pay our bills moving forward? Our goals are this, to cash flow our capital projects, to develop a policy for 180 days minimum of cash reserves to operate. We don't have the rainy day fund, so if we have an all stop in the economy, we're gonna have some real pains, right? It means probably, making some hard decisions. So what is our strategy? We're going to consolidate our rate model. This is our current rate model. Like I said, we've got 5 different breaks for haulers on the MSW side, 4 on the C&D. And then yard waste, scrap tires, and poultry mortality is straightforward 1 for 1. Here's what we want to do. We want to collapse some of these rate tiers into 3, condense them down to 3. A couple of these rate tiers on the MSW side don't get occupied anyway. What happens is a hauler will bring in a tonnage that puts them in one rate 1 month, and then maybe they dip down into that next tier. It's convoluted mess. So we just want to sort of make things cleaner at a $44, $48, and $50 price point for MSW. For C&D, we want to do the same thing, condense those 4, ranging from 35 to 41 to a 40, 45, and 50. Let me know if I need to go back on that. Oh, you've got it, okay. Scrap tires, $10 jump on the yard waste. Really, our citizens won't feel that so much. They don't bring in a lot at once, right? So it's a reasonable fee even at $45. But what we need to do is cover our costs of our new processing and hauling. Scrap tires, again, the 103 is that's the rate we're paying now to get those tires to the processor. We're only charging $82 a ton. Whatever the new rate comes in at, that's what we want it to be. We want to match. We're not making money on tires. We just want to break even. And poultry waste, we either keep that at the $45 a ton, which is, again, less than our MSW rate, or discontinue that, preferably, practice.
Caleb, how does our rates compare to other counties?
We're super low. Like we're competitive. Let's just say we're competitive. And here's the thing. A lot of our other counties have privately run operations, right? Let's say it's a Republic landfill. Again, they can make deals with you, hauler X, and you, hauler Y, based on, do I want these tons? Are they moving to grab this market share? We have to be uniform, right? We can give tonnage breaks, but that's all. But to answer your question, super competitive. And it's my opinion that C&D options are drying up. In the next decade, we might be the only game in town for a while. So our tonnage is going to skyrocket. Our life's going to be shorter, but we can charge, whatever we want at that point because there will be no competition. So.
And Caleb said this for C&D, that you're going to also see the same thing for MSW. The ability to have locations to take MSW waste to is dwindling. Those spaces are starting to fill up. Their timing for how long they're going to last is not going to be forever. And so someone will have to look at either expanding those facilities or new facilities because they're going to dry up in the next 20 years. You're going to see those facilities not have space. So,
and I think one of the drivers is, these privates, let's take WM, for example. They're the largest hauler on the planet. They have deep pockets. They can build regional landfills. So the question is, why aren't they doing that? It's because the permitting process is so arduous. And, this may not be true, but I'm of the opinion that the state of North Carolina is more, let's say they would consider our application more favorable than a private. That's, our intention is to provide solid waste capacity for our community, for our state, right? Theirs is to appease stockholders, right? So they want as much tons as fast as they can get it, where we just want to preserve the service, right? It's a different motivation.
So Caleb,
Yes.
if I can jump in, kind of piggybacking off what JR asked, I'm looking at, first of all, let me say this. I appreciate you pointing out about the yard waste rates. With that, you're not really talking about somebody that's, hauling off a pickup truck load of, yard waste.
Right.
You're talking about larger quantities, obviously.
Right.
But, my interpretation of JR's question is that he was questioning, our current rate model and how that compared. The increases that we're seeing here, I'm assuming that remains competitive.
Correct. We thought long and hard about the specific impact to those tonnage bringers. What does this mean for this hauler, right? And we feel like we're going to maintain that business. We may have some heartburn at first, but it's coming back. Let me also say this, and this is just bragging on our staff. So Christmas time is busy. People consume and throw away. Tonnage goes up. We have to work overtime. Queen City Transfer Station, GBUSA here in county, private transfer stations doing the same thing we're doing. They, many weeks in a row, they get overwhelmed with waste on the floor. They shut their gate. So we are the default guys that are open. We had a record month in the month of January of like 15,060 tons for the month. You know, we did over 1,000 tons, a number of consecutive days, right? Busting our permit limits, right? So it also depends on how you do your business. Are you going to be, you know, you can charge more if you're the best, right? We're not charging more and we're the best. That's all I'm saying.
Time out. Okay.
ma'am.
So before this question, I heard a lot of comments about landfills quickly running out of space.
Sure.
So thinking back to the topography map a few pages back, just in a short amount of time, we went from 25 years
Right.
life cycle to 20 years. So I don't know if we lost 5 years in a week or a month or whatever. So I'm going back to my question again, if we are competitive or the lowest, then for MSW or construction and debris material, why don't we just go with the highest rate? Or review this every 6 months instead of annually, because, you know, and preserving the yard waste rates, because that is our community.
I would say the MSW waste is our community as
Okay.
well. It would be.
Okay, then I would suggest, so we don't continue losing 5 years on our new
So let me
zone.
clarify. The 5 years that you're probably looking at was the projection as of 2 days ago.
Uh-huh.
And I had a conversation with our permit engineer yesterday who was finalizing our permit draft language. And because we have added some berms and some different design elements in our current plan, that shaved that 5 years off. So that has nothing to do with tonnage intake.
But to Commissioner Merrill's point, and I know what her point is that if we're getting waste from C&D from outside the county, which some of it is, and we certainly can't count how much it is. I think your point is well, let's not be necessarily in the middle. Let's be more at the top range. MSW, which I do, is community waste. That is our community waste. We are trying to be competitive because obviously that affects our residents. It affects how much they pay. It affects our taxpayers. So, you know, that we are trying to be competitive as best we can, but we do need to raise our costs because our costs are going up. So I think that's your philosophy.
Right.
And we don't disagree. The thing to keep in mind is what actually makes our system affordable is we are actually generating profit from the C&D. If we actually push our rates too high, and I'm not saying when that will happen or if it'll happen, we may actually lose tonnage, which may make our profit margin go down, which may make our ability to be more competitive with MSW more difficult. We can always think about those things. Just be aware, the higher we go, it may affect our bottom line when we collect our revenues. Just be aware of that.
But, you know, I think the point is ultimately, the question really is ultimately, what will the market bear?
Correct.
And even with these new rates, might the market bear an even higher rate structure? And if it will, well, let's embrace it.
Yep.
You know, because, you know, I forget how many pages back it was, but we had a number of, capital projects for, solid waste here. And a couple of them I think were design stage, other for future projects. I don't imagine we've secured funding streams, for those.
No.
So by all means, if the market will bear, an even higher rate than this structure proposed here, by all means, let's embrace it. It's, what I think.
Into it. If we could come back at a future meeting, show you some of the surrounding comparables, show you where we want to be. And he's not showing it up here, but there is a 3-year rate model that shows about a 10% increase each year. So we can look at each one of those tiers to say, do we want to go right to tier 2? Do we want to go right to tier 3? And we can give you some options to look at.
Yeah, I think that would be very helpful because, we're looking at these rates and we don't have comparison
You don't.
data for them. So to County Manager Matthews' point, I think that the general feeling on the board is we don't want to be the lowest, and we need to start looking at being at least in the middle to the high end here.
Sure.
especially on something like C&D. So, I think that's a great idea. Bring us back something that, we can comparatively look at the rates and see kind of where we size up.
This is exactly the feedback we're looking for. We appreciate that.
I would like to remind you and offer that, remember that the private transfer stations, they don't have a flat gate rate, right? It's kind of a crystal balling, to find out what they're charging, because they're charging, one hauler this, and a lot of them are doing they're existing for their own collection, so there is no rate to compare. So, but we can get you some data for sure.
So I'm just going to end on this for this presentation. First off, enjoy the presentation. Thank you very much. And I do look forward to maybe taking a deeper dive on this. But I'm just going to say land in Union County is a commodity. I mean, and I don't want to lose the investment we already have, for our next 20 years. I want to make sure it lasts 20 years. I don't want it to fill
Certainly.
up because Mecklenburg is shipping their construction debris over here to us.
Certainly.
So I would say let's monitor, or bring us more feedback maybe every 6 months to make sure we're not losing that at a faster rate.
Sure. Certainly.
You like trash talk.
Trash talk, yeah.
I hate trash talk.
I'm just thankful that you didn't go into details about turtles.
Except when you're presenting, I like trash talk.
Thank you.
I like talking trash. So that's pretty much it. I've skipped a few slides. I just wanted to, this is the highlight right here really, is the gold bar represents just our costs to dispose of at today's rates. Realize that those rates are jumping in 2025, and the blue bar represents our revenues. And if you look to the far right, that gold bar has been catching up to that blue bar for quite some time. And once we get our new T&D rate, we'll no longer be able to pay our bills. So again, the punchline is we need to do something with the rate model. So I think we have a good plan in place. Thank you.
Any more questions from board members? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I just want to say, don't make it too reasonable
Okay.
for outside trash.
That warms my heart. Thank you.
Absolutely. So this was actually the last presentation in this section. We are just prior to the break. Let's go ahead and take a break now, and then we'll come back at 10:45 if that's okay with everyone.
All right, good morning. My name is Jeff Morgan. I'm the Director of Security and Risk Management for Union County, and I wanted to give you guys a real brief update on our security program. I'll do my best to make sure that I stay on time here. I know that we're kind of running a little late tonight, this morning, so we'll get things moving. So this is what I call our, let's see here. Another technique. Oh, there we go. Okay. So our security roadmap. So when I go over, sure. Whenever I go into any new organization, I want to take a look at a security program. This is kind of the methodology that I utilize. I go into a location and I start doing some exploring. I start learning a little bit about our program, the different types of technology that we're utilizing, looking at through our plans and programs and our policies, and also the type of methodology that has been used in the past. Union County in the past has hired a consultant that came in and conducted a security audit and assessment and highlighted a lot of areas that we wanted to focus on, and I utilized that as one of the areas to help take a look at where we stand today and where we need to go for tomorrow. After we do some exploring, I'll talk a little bit about these in a little bit more detail here in the next few slides as well. I like to try and prioritize our efforts, look at the design, and then of course plans and policy, implementation and training. This being a brand new position, I've been here for about 5 months now. I've been focusing mostly on exploring, prioritizing, and designing at this point, and we're going to talk a little bit about that today. All right, so our security posture. So this is something I wanted to come in here and take a look at and see kind of how, kind of where we stand in today's environment compared to some of our neighbors and other organizations as best practices. One of the things that we try and do is I'm gonna start doing a lot more of these detailed threat and vulnerability assessments of each one of our facilities. I haven't had a chance yet to take a look at all of our facilities. We've got quite a few facilities throughout the county, but those are things that are definitely high on my priority list as I kind of move forward. Some of the things that with modern technology and modern threats that are out there today, the other things that we'll be taking a deep dive look into is going to be our network security systems as well. And of course, some of the low cost, easy fixes are normally inside of our plans, policies, and procedures. And we do, as a county, have critical infrastructure that we're responsible for, and those are things that I want to make sure we take a look at. One of the findings that I've had early on looking through this exploring phase is, we have a lot of older buildings. We have some older technology and equipment when it comes to security equipment. And I'm trying to get a better understanding, if the security systems that we have is appropriate for today's threat environment. So one of the things that we want to take a look at is some of our buildings were designed a long time ago, and same thing with the security programs, the security hardware and software that's associated with that. And a lot of those buildings have changed just in time and nature of operations, public service, and the things we wanted to do. So where are we focusing? So when we come to talking about priorities, one of the things that our third-party assessment had focused on primarily was our government center and human health services, and that's a fair assessment on where we need to start and prioritize. Those are two of our biggest facilities. Those are two of the facilities that we have a lot of our public folks coming in and out of every day, and that house most of our employees. So it's natural to go ahead and focus in those areas. The other thing that I want to take a look at is integration. Does what we have work, and will it be what's the best fit for the future? And that's I'll talk a little bit about that when we start discussing design. Looking at our plans and programs and the different procedures that are in place, as a lot of our buildings have changed operations and the community around us continues to grow, I want to make sure that those plans and policies that are in place are a good fit for what we're trying to do as well, and addressing a lot of the newer threats that are out there, as we all understand that the world that we live in is changing, especially when it comes down to security and how we want to do things like that. So let's talk a little bit about design. Integration. So we have a lot of, like I mentioned, some older technology, some older software, and we've done a great job as a county putting together some security initiatives in place when it comes to access control and camera systems and different policies and procedures. But one of the things I'm finding is that there's a lot of opportunity here for integration. Today's technology and security, there's a lot of opportunity here to be able to find some cost savings and money. So there's a lot of things that are currently being done manually that we could also automate. And some of the software that we have allows that, and some of it does not allow that. So those are things that we're taking a look at as we kind of move forward on that. So as you heard, a lot of our programs throughout the county is growing and changing. I want to make sure that whatever security systems and initiatives that we have are also future-proof and are able to adjust to the growth of those organizations. I had a brief conversation this morning with Caleb about the solid waste management sites, and looking at how we do security in those areas as well. And there's areas that we want to, take a deeper dive into once we get an opportunity to do that. I have a more detailed assessment when it comes down to presentation on actual details and findings and some of those things, but I'll be more happy to share those with you in a closed session, just due to the security, the nature of the security of those discussions. The other area that I'm focusing on for our county is going to be crisis management. Of course, we have a good program in place, but I want to kind of take some time to be able to do a little bit more of a deeper dive in here too, with a lot of the transitions that we've had, and also making sure that a lot of the plans and policies that we have are current and up to date, and that people are trained and exercising those type of programs.
Mr. Morgan, do y'all have an EAP program, employee assistance program? Do they deal with just other county employees or an outside agency?
We do have an EAP program that runs through human resources. Now, that EAP is not necessarily crisis management, if that was your question. It's really more about employees needing, resources related to, they may have some family issues they're dealing with, they may have some job issues that they might have questions about, but it is through a private company that provides that service to us.
Yes, sir. So when it comes to how that would be really closely related to a crisis management plan is if we have an incident here within our organization, we want to make sure we have things like that highlighted, people that are identified and understand how we can utilize it to provide our staff the resources they need to help them through those type of situations as well. So one of the focus areas too that I'd like to take a look at is our response and our recovery efforts too. This gives us ability to minimize downtime as an organization, also to help make sure that our staff are currently trained and prepared. We have a great onboarding program where we talk and address a lot of these areas as well. But it seems like this would be a good opportunity for us to have some renewal, some new conversations about this, especially as the landscape continues to change with us. So overall, my goal is to ensure that our employees have a safe work environment so they can do their best job serving our residents here in Union County. And I'm happy to be here. I have an opportunity here to answer any questions that you may have on our security program. Anything there?
Question for you. So just going back to, I think it's the previous slide there under crisis management, training, you've got that listed here as one of the bullets. So training and exercise with, 1,600 employees for the county, 1,400 full-time, I guess. That's a big initiative. If the training model would be to train every single person that's employed by the county, then that's going to be a big undertaking. Are you looking at I'm assuming that you're in the planning stages for all this. So are you are you actively putting together the framework with that? Are you working with HR to accomplish some of that? How is that looking?
Sure. So great question. So the way I would look at the crisis management perspective from my level is I like to take a look at even how senior management is managing crisis events. Make sure that we have very clear roles and responsibilities when it comes down to this and procedures, how we communicate with our employees. And then there is that level of employee communication and training. We do have online videos for folks to look at, to do, but we are in the beginning stages of evaluating what we currently have and how we can make adjustments on that too. So from the higher level at the management level to decisions that we all need to make during a crisis event, all the way down to what our employees need to do, that's going to be the scope of that review.
Yeah.
You hit the nail on the head, Brian. This is new for us. We really haven't had a true unified safety and security program for the county. So we are in the stages of developing how does this framework work? How are we going to accomplish this? We've done some things, obviously, with training, but not to the level we need to for the entire organization. So it's really one step at a time. We have someone in here now who can guide us, and that's what we appreciate. But it's going to be a process. It's not going to be overnight.
Yeah, and I would imagine too that the training for, let's say, like our solid waste folks is going to be very, very different compared to maybe our IT folks or other departments. So
Yes.
You're going to have specialized needs, I think, for training depending on your role with the county. I know that a lot of companies, will do things for, it'll be like an automated type training model that we could subscribe to.
Yep.
That would go over email security threats and things of that nature.
Certainly.
And so I'm sure that's things that you guys are entertaining.
We are.
But yeah, I was just sort of curious about how that was looking. Thank you.
And I wanted to piggyback. I know that our focus is on training our employees, but I don't want to forget training for our board members, because I've heard things through the grapevine, what we need to do in the event of, but I've been on the board over a year now, and I haven't been told anything, but I'm hearing it from other people.
Okay.
So, and I know we discussed that a few months ago when you first got hired, but we do need to have some board training. because things can get pretty interesting with certain topics, and we've never been told what to do.
What to do and what to, yeah.
So, at any rate, I want to put that back out there in front of you again to include the board. Secondly, when I hear technology and everything, it does make me a little nervous, and I know that this is your expertise, but I'm almost thinking that today's hackers might not know how to break into an older system. So, sometimes I'm thinking, is it best to go all out on technology or have something they don't know how to break into? So I had that thought that I wanted to toss out to you. And then I was curious what you meant by third-party assessments. Is that something you contracted, or, because I know you have a very extensive background in this area, so I was just curious,
So if I could just.
if we needed a third-party assessment, if we have you.
So one of the things I'll kind of address those three questions. Jeff has done a deep dive into the board's procedures. That's actually a top priority for us. He mentioned the government center was a top priority. So we've actually gone over some detailed information about what we would do and what we would start with the board. We do want to bring that back into kind of a closed session environment and walk through that with you. And so we're happy to do that very soon. We've already got some things in the works there. So that is one of our first priorities. In terms of technology, we are using, Jeff is really looking at what we have currently and integrating. That was his focus, right? Integration was the functionality that we currently have. So that is actually something that we want to try to work with. We're not going to propose bringing in something that's just going to change everything, and that's top dollar, because we do think we've made some investments that are good for the county and we can continue to utilize. And so the integration is really the key. When we get to a point where we feel like some of the systems just won't work together, then we'll come back and talk about that at that point. When Jeff talked about third-party assessment, that was the original consultant that we brought in to look at the assessment. However, what Jeff is talking about is some help from various outside entities that can come in and give him a second opinion, essentially. He obviously has a lot of expertise, but I think more eyes on a situation in a facility is good. I don't think those will be costly. I think, in this space, other agencies, federal and state, are willing to come in and do this at a very nominal cost, if any.
The only reason I bring that up is, because Union County has access and citizens that are, that have a lot of secret security background and SBI and FBI, and I think we have Secret Service residents over in the western part of the county. So we have a lot of people that I think we can lean on for second opinions with great expertise that I think you could partner with right here in Union County. Instead of, spending stuff on consultant fees, we could spend it on the equipment you need.
If you have any of that information to share, we'll certainly take that and factor that in if there's any contact information you want to share.
Yes, ma'am. And as far as the technology goes, a lot of the equipment that we have in place, kind of how I explained this to our county managers was basically it's kind of like having a V8 car and only using two cylinders of the 8 cylinders that you have. So we've done a great job implementing security throughout a lot of our facilities, but we need to have some expertise to be able to kind of utilize the rest of the capabilities of that technology to help us get where we need to be. And older technology has more vulnerabilities. So those are things that I've taken a look at too that we definitely need to address internally. As far as our third parties and our partnerships, I've done this for 25 years, and every single time I've done this, I've always invited folks from the Secret Service, from the Department of Homeland Security, or Protective Security Advisors, or cyber folks. Every organization, they come in And like Clayton had mentioned, it's free service. They come in and they'll take a look at our water waste plants, treatment plants, and say, this is what the industry standard is on number of cameras, access control. This is the best practice for security. And then they'll do a free assessment and give us a report, and that's something that we can take a look at and see whether that's the right thing for us to do and how we want to move forward with that as well. So definitely want to lean on those experts out there in the field because they see it from all different levels throughout the country and can provide those best practices. So I appreciate that, ma'am. Any other questions? Okay, thank you for your time.
So we're going to move into the major capital side of it since we already had our break.
So we're going to tag team this presentation today. I'm going to do part of it, and the facilities expert, Chris Boyd, the director, will do actually the part on the project specifics for the infrastructure piece. So today we're going to focus mainly on the general county capital facility long-term needs. We're going to briefly touch on what a bond referendum process looks like, briefly talk about education capital and what that process looks like. We will not get into details on the education capital projects today. And then what are the final steps that we would be looking at and needing direction from the board on for major capital. Is this working or not?
Seems like it's not.
Okay.
Yes.
Just quickly to go over what key drivers and assumptions we look at when we're actually building our 5-year long-term capital plan. For this plan today, we looked at continued growth of the county populations and the services that may be needed based on the 2050 comprehensive plan. The need for additional courtrooms that you've heard about before in conjunction with the judicial center, the limited space availability that we are looking at the governmental center and judicial center, also our current jail capacity, the existing jail that's in need of significant repairs and renovations, and then we want to focus on the most cost responsible solution to space needs. You could go to the next slide, please. How do we work with Chris and his team for him to identify project needs? Him and his staff do an internal assessment. They plan meetings with division directors and they look at the work order history of the facilities and the repairs that have been needed over the years. In 2020, there was actually a facilities condition assessment data completed. We use that also to help build out our 5-year plan. We also had space needs assessment done or master plans throughout the past several years for the sheriff's office and jail. Jesse Helms Park had a separate master plan that was done in 2022. And then the most recent Union County facility space needs assessment was done in 2022 as well. And we also looked at the Union County water space for administration staff during that time also. Next slide, please. And so you may recall last year when we talked about capital planning and how we look at this, we actually use buckets for our capital planning to determine what bucket does a project really fall in. We have 4 buckets. We have major capital, we have critical infrastructure needs, facilities repair and renovations, and operating capital. Today we're really going to only focus on the major capital projects. All of those other smaller projects we will bring to you when we do the recommended budget and present those at a later time. Next slide, please. So we wanted to provide this summary for you. This is the overall 5-year capital plan as it is today, and understand that we will continue to redefine this as we bring to you the recommended budget. We don't anticipate major changes for the major capital projects, but we're still working with departments now to gather any new needs they may need for their operating capital projects, such as Chris is still meeting with departments to determine, are there other critical infrastructure needs? Are there other repair and renovations that we're not aware of, or operating capital needs? And that will be built into the final recommended budget. Annually, I just wanted to point out for PAYGO capital, Whether we use that PAYGO capital for repair renovations or major capital project, we have estimated long-term that we're gonna need around $7.5 million per year for that. The next slide, please. So again, we really want to focus on the major capital projects today. So we've listed out each major capital project in the 5-year plan. I wanted you to have this for future reference. But today we're really going to focus on fiscal year 25 and 26 because that's the most upcoming needs that we're going to need some direction from you on to determine how do we build our budget for 25 and what do we look at for long-term capital financing needs. And this is where I'm going to turn it over to Chris. He's going to go over the major capital projects that we're looking at for the next couple of years.
So how do you like the tag team?
Tall.
Okay, thank you.
That might come in small packages.
You're exactly right about that.
Yeah.
Good morning, almost afternoon. I'm going to talk a little bit more detail about a handful of the major capital projects. We're really, as Beverly mentioned, a focus on those that potentially have a financial impact in fiscal year 25 and 26. So the first, all right, I swear I'm gonna get this right. Okay, so the first project I want to talk about is Union County Jail. It currently has a set budget at $136,600,000. First is talk a little bit about the existing jail, because that drives the need for this project, of course. The existing facility was built in '93, a 280 bed capacity, and basically almost 83,000 gross square feet. By all standards, it's in poor condition. I'll talk a little in another bullet about some of those conditions in just a minute. But they are facing overcapacity issues currently, and those overcapacity issues are becoming more and more frequent. Some of the facilities deficiencies, if this project doesn't move forward, we're going to have to address some significant facility deficiencies. Those include roof HVAC replacements. They've got significant sewer and domestic water line issues there. Right now, they're addressing those on an as-needed basis. They've got some sewer discharge infrastructure issues. Of course, the lighting in around the whole facility needs to be upgraded and potentially replaced. We've got foundation settlement repairs we're going to have to deal with. And then over time, just public area finishes have to be addressed. Now, I want to be clear that even if the jail project moves forward, that we're still going to have to address some of these in the time period between finishing construction. So fortunately, if it went forward, we'd be able to address those on a priority basis, limit the investment by the county into the old jail as best we can. So how do we develop the facility scope and what is the scope? The new facility is scoped at 600 bed capacity, which equates to about 183,000 square feet. It includes both housing for inmates and core facility functions. Those core facility functions include kitchen, inmate health, medical, magistrate's office, general office support, laundry, all those things that are, of course, necessary for any jail facility. So we did in 2020, as we were working through the new sheriff's admin building, in order to site it most efficiently, we went through a master planning exercise. In that master planning exercise, we actually used data from a 2007 study and had the sheriff's office validate that information from a space needs assessment perspective. And that's what allowed us, or I guess guided us to land on the 600 bed capacity. for this jail. At the same time, we also looked at the budget. That budget at that time had 5 years escalation. We've modified the budget now. And I think that was 2025 midpoint of construction, and now we've gone to a midpoint of construction of 2026, about December 2026. So we feel pretty confident about what that cost is for that 600-bed facility. Talk a little bit about schedule.
But before we move on, I've got a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
So if you can go back to the previous slide, if it'll work. There we go. Nope.
Okay.
No, I think that's a judicial center.
Okay, go back to the first slide.
Oh, too far.
Okay.
Okay, so there's been a lot of conversation, obviously, about the capacity needed for a proposed new jail facility. And a couple of obvious things that we're looking at here. You know, we're going from a current 280 bed capacity, and we are more than doubling the bed capacity for a new proposed project. On top of that, you're more than doubling the square footage. So we're talking about something that is twice the size all the way around. Okay, and obviously we've sat through the presentations, you know, regarding the current conditions of the jail. And I think that, you know, you'd be hard pressed to find somebody that would disagree with the statement that we need to start looking at that condition and seeing what we can do to improve, you know, what we have at a minimum. Where I'm struggling with this is that, you know, we've discussed so many things regarding the jail. We've discussed phase rollouts. We've discussed, you know, what it would take to, you know, do the 600 bed capacity. We've talked at length about different options that we have available. What I'm concerned with and what I would like to see is this 2007 space needs assessment. And I'd like to get some context on that because, you know, the current jail facility was built in what, 93, 94? Okay. So, you know, we're talking about, we did a space needs assessment in 2007. What prompted that space needs assessment?
Yeah, I wasn't here at the time, but I understand that.
I don't know.
They were facing, I think, issues with the facility as early as 2007. The history of the jail and the old sheriff's admin was that it was I'm going to say,
Court ordered. Yeah.
We're familiar with all that.
Yeah.
I think we're just trying to get to the 600 bed.
Sure.
data.
We're happy to share that study with you. The context with it, honestly, none of us were here when that actually occurred, so we can certainly
Then
get
we
that
need
for
to
you.
know that.
Certainly.
You need to know that.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand that this is a huge jump that we're discussing here, and I mean, 600 beds, that's a large increase from what we currently have. What I need to see is how we got from point A to point B, okay? I need to see how it is that, you know, we have come up with this recommendation for 600 beds, and I need to see that there's a real need for it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that there isn't.
Sure.
Okay, but what I need to see is the data, and that's what I would like to see before we start planning, you know, 600 beds or 1,000 beds or 300 beds. No matter what the recommendation is, the proof's in the pudding, and I need to see that.
Absolutely. We can provide that for
I
you.
think some of that is regulations, like you cannot house certain people with other people. You have to separate them because of crimes, jail regulations, things like that. So there's a lot of different reasons, I think, for that changed. And you have to be careful. You know, if you have, let's say, 7 arrests out of one incident, one murder, well, you can't put those 7 people in the same cell if you want to do that. So it's things like that that pop up that you may not think about that causes the need for even more rooms.
I had my mic on. So there's been a lot of talk about this, and just a few months ago, There was a presentation made at a regular meeting, and the daily average incarceration was 240. That's male, female, special needs, everything, 240. But what has come out since that presentation, the reason that we're hearing a 600-bed facility with an average daily incarceration of 240 is because they want to have enough brick and mortar to house federal inmates to bring in cash flow and revenue.
Okay.
So I am a little kind of concerned that that has not been offered transparently, why they're asking for a 600-bed facility in order to make money on federal inmates. And so I'm just kind of curious why Union County taxpayers would want to subsidize, on their tax burden, our tax burden, so that we can make money on federal inmates. So back to Commissioner Helms's point, in order for us to buy into this, my vote, we have to see this data. I would suggest that a 2007 report is not valid. I would say it expired a long time ago. And I would like to be able to explain to our taxpayers why they might be incurring a potential tax increase because we want to bring in federal inmates when our average daily incarceration is 240. So that's why I was more open to a phased approach.
Certainly.
Because, if we're gonna, it's clear that the existing jail is a problem. That's clear, okay? Hands down, we need a new jail. Do we need a 600-bed jail to bring in federal inmates? I can't say that we do. But especially if we're going to have to do a tax increase, to bring in outside criminals into Sweet Union. I'm not sure that federal inmates is a business model for cash flow. So I want us to all be very transparent with each other.
Certainly.
Because I feel like that would not have been mentioned if I didn't just say it. Because the sheriff, everyone's out there excited about, how much money we can make if we bring in federal inmates, how much money we can make, but it shouldn't be on the burden of Union County taxpayers. So, if we currently have a 280-bed capacity, I really need to understand, how many of these beds are going to be for federal inmates, and what is our liability going to be when something goes wrong with one of those inmates? Is it going to be on the state that sent them here, or is it going to be on Sweet Union because we took them to make money?
Certainly. We will be happy to get you all of that information. Absolutely.
And I would encourage you, if you can, to take a tour of the jail. I recently took a tour in the last couple of weeks, and it can be somewhat eye-opening if you've never been there.
I think that,
We've seen the videos and stuff, but unless there's federal inmates in there, I'm not sure what I'm going to learn to decide if that's a business model I want to be in. Because right now it's 240 inmates, but we're talking about going to 500 to 600 with federal inmates. So I'm not going to learn anything by that.
Also, it's not going to get cheaper to build, I don't think. And I'm not saying you need to build a 600 inmate facility, but if you wait 10 years to build one, it's certainly not going to get cheaper.
No one has suggested 10 years.
Or anytime.
I think what we have said is we recognize we need a new jail. We don't necessarily need other people's criminals.
That, I think what I've gathered from this, and I believe the board has been clear about this, is that you need to have more information before you decide on the size of a jail. I think that's really what we're talking about. You know, and whether that is 600 beds or 300 or 400 or whatever the number is, you want more information, you want more justification for that so that you can make an informed decision and so the taxpayers understand what they're getting for it. And absolutely, we will bring you more information so you can dig down into that and give us your recommendations. This right now is just, if you did a 600 bed, that's what we estimate the cost is. We're certainly not anticipating the board's going to just blindly say that's what we're doing. We just want to provide you right now, this is what we know of, if you did do a 600 bed facility. We will certainly bring you that additional information.
So I just wanted to offer that feedback to give you something to consider, because as it stands right now, I personally cannot support this without more data. And from what I'm hearing on the street, why we want a 600 bed. So that would be greatly appreciated. And I just want to give a point of reference. When Union County Public Schools comes to this board and this staff and says they need a new school, if we know that the average daily attendance is 600, but they're asking us to pay for a 1,200 student capacity building, I'm sure we would shoot that down. You know, why would we pay for a facility if enough Union County students would never be in that building? I mean, we wouldn't even be able to pay for heating and cooling or the light bill. So I want to hold ourselves to the same standard that we hold Union County Public Schools, in that they have the data and the average daily attendance to explain to us why they need an 800 pupil high school or elementary school or whatever, so that we know that we can house those students properly and safely and not be a burden on our community or our tax base. So that would be greatly, greatly appreciated.
Yeah, the only thing that I really am probably prepared to address, one of your questions was about, or comments was about, using the 07 data. Actually, the designer used that as a base to start and validated that with the sheriff's office staff as we were working through the master plan. It was just a starting point, so they didn't have to do a full-scale programming exercise again. So they used that data to and validated with the sheriff's office.
I think at this point in time, we will bring all information available so the board has that information. And if it turns out that you decide that you need additional, well, then we may have to do another study. I'm not saying we will or won't. Just depends on the amount of information you have, how comfortable you are with the data, and then whether or not we do anything else as far as additional information.
And I would just add to Commissioner Merrill's point, along with that data, we need to have some sort of idea about what type of inmates we would be housing in this facility.
Certainly. I absolutely.
Agreed. Along those lines, I did want to talk a little bit about the schedule, or tell you what the proposed schedule is, because it is important to some of your comments. So, as you know, we're currently selecting a designer and a construction manager at risk for a project. The idea is that we'd be finished with that sometime in March, have those selected, and they would start what we're going to call advanced planning, which will inform the questions you just asked about. And so we'll go through, number one, we got to do some site evaluation on where to place the jail, but also program verification. And I think at that point, in that process, we're going to probably answer a lot of the questions that you just asked. And so we'd be able to start that in August 2024, this year. Now, that is only a few months prior to a potential bond referendum vote. So, the time is not, I'm gonna say optimal, and we can try to, fast track some of that information from the design team, especially to answer some of the questions you got, or addressed to it. If all goes well in a perfect scenario, then, we look to, do some early bidding and early packages, sometime in August 2025. Finish complete design in January 2026, and then construction be complete in May 2027. So that's really a best case scenario if we continue, a straight line with where we're starting right now with selecting designs all the way through. So,
And be aware.
We'll be able to get you some information soon that you just asked about.
And be aware that, obviously, some of the direction we had from the board was that, this be considered for a general obligation bond referendum. Those only happen in even years. So 24 or 26. So we either have to get you enough information that you to make a decision on what we put on the 24 ballot, which is in November, or it would have to wait until the November 2026 ballot if we're going to put it on a general obligation bond. So just be aware, we're going to try and get you as much as we can so you can give us a decision on whether you want to put this on a bond and when and how you want to do those things so that we can meet those timelines.
To that point, Brian, in order to put it on the 24 ballot, would that timeline be plus or minus June, May or June?
So I'm gonna go over that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of additional information
Okay,
for that, but
perfect.
yeah, there is a timing schedule we would need to meet for that.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, and that time and schedule, we may have to align some of this information gathering and early design work are centered around that schedule.
Question for our county manager or general counsel. If there were a bond referendum and it failed, would that limit our flexibility in terms of capital funding for a new jail through other means like a 2/3 issuance?
So for, this is what the LGC, Local Government Commission, has indicated to us about how general obligation bonds for any project would work. If that were to fail, their philosophy is that you would have to significantly change the project in order to be reconsidered for additional for some other funding source, or you'd have to wait some period of time. They won't tell us what that period of time is, 1 year, 5 years, we have no idea. But we'd have to wait some period of time before we could fund that in some other mechanism, whether that be a limited obligation bond or 2/3 bonds. So the Local Government Commission, which is the one that authorizes us to use debt instruments, that is their stance on general obligation bonds.
So in other words, the necessity of financing might drive design issues that would otherwise be determined by good practices.
I mean, that obviously we're going to look to the board to give us direction on the type of debt model or debt financing you're going to want.
Are there any instances of this increase or last in North Carolina, to our knowledge, where a local government entity, a local county population,
It's actually funny you mentioned that. We asked the LGC to look into that, and within the last, within 2000, so 2003 and I think 2010, there were two projects that were general obligation bonds. One was a jail included with other public safety components that passed. The other, it was a combination, that's right. The other one was singularly a jail. I believe it was in a mountain county, and that also did pass. But there's, I believe that was Transylvania County.
I don't remember, I'd have to go back and look at our notes, but that was in, those two GO bond referendums were in 2008 and 2003. And the research that I did with LGC to get this data is, they indicated to me since then, there has been no county that has put a jail in a GO bond. Every other county utilizes the limited obligation bonds to finance, to long-term finance for jails. the industry standard across North Carolina. It does not mean you cannot do it. It is legal under state statutes to put anything that you can pay for in the county on a bond referendum.
Was that something that we had the luxury of taking our time with in designing and building, or was it built in a rush under projected?
It was built quickly.
It was built quickly.
Well, very quickly. I think it's important to reiterate some of the problems that we have in the jail. Is it fair to say some of those were a result of the fact that it had to be built in a rush?
Yeah, I would think some of it too.
Is because the floodplain changed, right?
That I'm aware of,
Yeah,
I want to go back to Commissioner Williams' question. The conversation drifted a little bit after that, but I wanted to weigh in that the LGC stance on this about having a substantially different project or waiting some period of time, that's not codified in the statute. When you look through the statute, actually, you have something on geothermal referendum, it's just a method of financing. It doesn't speak at all to the project underneath it. If that fails, here's a job back. But the LGC is a necessary step to get their approval in the process. In addition to the fact that you can often have, as other counties have experienced, and cities for that matter, when you put a geo bond out there and it doesn't pass, you have a community conversation that needs to take place about why you're bringing it back up, even though it's technically a method of financing. Oftentimes the community can have the perception that they directed this or that to happen, when really it was just a financing question, it wasn't a substantive project question.
I want to expand on Chris's comment. You know, while the jail itself may not be in the floodplain, that does not mean that the soils were not in poor condition. That is always possible. Soils adjacent to floodplains can have challenges. So while it's not in the floodplain, there are things that we still have to deal with when you're near a floodplain.
A couple of things. So, first of all, to me, it's very concerning, obviously, and you know, the history of the current jail is well documented. But if the jail was built in 1993, 94, and we're looking at doing studies in 2007, I mean, that's indicative of some major issues. The other thing I'll say is on the topic of the GO bond. It's also my understanding with GO bond, you get a lower interest rate, generally speaking. Is that also correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And so I think that when you're entertaining a project like this for 136 million, and you know, who knows, by the time it's done, it could reach upwards of 150. You know, I think that we all need to understand that $136 million is a moving target. It could go down, it could go up. Okay, so this is our best guess right now, and I understand that it's an educated guess, but it's an inaccurate science. And so when you're talking about a huge number like that, interest rates matter. Okay, and it does matter because you're talking about money that the taxpayers have to fund. On top of that, you know, a GO bond gives the voters an opportunity to weigh in and solicit their input. Personally, you know, I'm still in favor of the GO bond. I think that, you know, we need to proceed under that understanding. And hey, I realize that we may be a little different here compared to our neighbors around the state. That hasn't stopped us in the past. Sure. So, thank you.
I just want to comment. Our sheriff is one of the most popular, beloved people in this county or state. Has anything that we have ever asked for the Union County Sheriff Office failed?
To my knowledge, not in the past.
Not to my knowledge either. And so that's why I want to be real careful with spreading fear that this may not pass.
Sure.
or, that we need to go with a higher interest rate just to get this done. If we can get a better interest rate with a GO bond, I have no doubt that Union County people wouldn't listen to Sheriff Eddie Cathy, or even Tony Underwood, or James Bailey, or, anyone else. But if they find out that we're doing this to bring in federal inmates from outside of Union County, then we've got a different conversation. So we need to figure out what we really want to do, and if we really want buy-in to get this new jail.
Heard you loud and clear.
Yeah, heard loud and clear. Okay. Any more comments about the jail and before I move to the next project? Okay. All right, so the next project is the Judicial Government Center renovations. Currently has a budget set at $14.8 million. Some of the drivers for this project are the need for additional courtrooms and modification to existing courtrooms and other support spaces. There's current courtroom backlogs. We've also been informed, and I'll talk about the 2022 master plan in a second, but informed through that process, the need for additional judges. Along with new judges comes the need for additional courtrooms. There's also a trend in the judicial system towards specialized courtrooms, which impacts the need to have courtrooms that support, I guess, a plethora of different uses. So we're looking at the need right now of about 3 courtrooms. We also are facing some new space requirements related to guardian ad litem and the public defender's office that we're in short term dealing with, but this project can help address some of those issues. We also heard from the judicial group that they're also experiencing the need for additional staff, not just judges, but additional support staff over the next several years. That all leads to a project scope that was developed in the master plan 2022 that was to renovate a total of about 39,000 square feet in both buildings, around 23,000 in Government Center and about 16,000 in the Judicial Center. So the renovations would include 2 additional courtrooms, one on 2nd, one on 4th, and then a modification to one courtroom on the 4th, actually to make it bigger. And so we did have a space needs assessment and master plan that we developed over 2022. Full scale, met with all the staff with the judicial system to determine their needs, and that's what drove the scope of this project. One of the most important parts of this discussion is the next piece in a prerequisite project. In order to accomplish this project, we have to have floors 4, 5, and 6 vacated out of the Government Center. Right now, UC Water occupies 4, 5, and 6. So that's why I have the UC Water Op Center expansion as a project that needs to happen in order for the Judicial Government Center project to happen.
Chris, can you talk a little bit about why expanding the existing judicial center doesn't work, building onto it, expanding into the courtyard or farther on that block, and why we're looking at the Government Center?
Yeah, sure. So, there's no space in either the Judicial or the Government Center for any expansions. So we're going to have to relocate some operations from Judicial over to the Government Center to make this work. The plan right now is to empty out 4, 5, and 6, renovate it, move tax up to that space, and it's almost exactly the size space they need. And then we will move DA's office over to where tax was at on the 2nd floor. It's just a domino effect of moving people around. But there's no space in either facility, for any of these expansions, so that's why it's important.
And I will say the space needs that was done in 2022, we will go through that process again to verify that that program is correct. There are some options we have through the design process. The reality is the judicial offices need to be downtown where our government does not. We can move off-site and still function where they need to be downtown. So really the only option is to move those judicial offices into the government center over time. And on a long enough term, the entire government center will probably be another judicial center.
Yeah. Another topic that's not on here is the inability to expand the existing judicial center. There's just not space to do that. One of the considerations is certainly when you start sharing function between two facilities that are separate, that need security and different types of security, we'll look at potentially connecting the two buildings somehow to provide a secure corridor, or whatever we've got to do. But to Patrick's point, one of the first steps is certainly going to be program verification. It's going to take, I'm going to say, a little longer to make that happen, just because it's pretty complex and pretty involved in trying to do renovations in existing facilities while it's still occupied. So there's going to be a lot of logistics involved in the planning of the project.
And the other major issue we're going to have to tackle is parking. Anyone that's been downtown while court's going on, parking is just not available. We've looked at solutions, possible garages. They are not cheap. So if we were able to add on to judicial, which we're not, we wouldn't have the parking to put the folks. So there's a lot going into this. And again, we will verify that program that was done and come back and say, this is what we're moving forward. But to Chris's point, we need the space in the government center to do some of that.
Okay, so talk a little bit about the schedule. So one of the key parts, if you look over to March 2027, is this is aligned with completion of the UC water expansion project. I mean, I guess we could say it's really about aligned with emptying out 4, 5, and 6. So you can almost work backwards a little bit, from that date. But designer selection, CMR selection in December 2024, advanced planning, back to the point of making sure we do the right programming and verify that program in May 2025, finishing that up. Then we could start full renovation design at that date.
Hey, Chris, I just want to mention that you have a different handout. I laid one. The one in your book actually does not reflect this, so there's another handout for that. I just want to make you all aware of that.
Okay. Yeah, so and he's right, so the date actually is a typo on this slide. It's actually October 2028. So you should have that, I think, in your handout. So sorry about that. Again, it's important we can't start construction. We can do all design work and advanced planning up until the March 2027, but we can't start construction until we get 4, 5, and 6 kind of emptied out. Any questions about this project? Okay. All right, so since I mentioned it, I want to talk a little bit about the water expansion out of the Ops Center. It is not part of our facility CIP because of the enterprise fund and all that, but you're going to have to consider that as you're working through the total budget for the county. So I think it's important to talk a little bit about it. So the project budget is set at $14 million for that project. They currently have I'm going to say a minor space deficit within the government center 4, 5, and 6. There's actually some space deficit out at the Ops Center too. They've been requesting some increased space over there too. So, Patrick talked a little bit about it's not really easy at the government center to get if you got to conduct business at the government center. This would allow them actually to kind of solve that problem. And again, we got to have 4, 5, and 6 empty. So the project scope is a building expansion of 30,838 gross square feet to support their administration, customer service, engineering, and operations groups. There is a small renovation in the existing op center, and that's really to support, some of the shortfalls that they're facing right now. It will allow for a drive-through to be built out at that op center. And again, we did the 2022 was when we did the space needs assessment and master plan that informed the scope of this project. So taking a look at the schedule is going to be important if we move forward with this project. In order to keep it on, we're going to have to keep it on schedule so that we can fully execute our other project, Government Center and Judicial Center project. So I've got this one, us really turning around the designer and CMR selection really quickly. That would require us to start the process to do those selections actually before, post those before the actual budget is approved and comes out. So I think we'll need some guidance on whether or not that's something that you want us to do. Design will be complete in 2025, December, and then construction complete in March 2027.
So I just want to, make sure the board understands it's kind of like a domino effect. In order to do one, it's just going to knock the other one down. It's going to make it more complicated. We're obviously looking for ways to accommodate the judicial needs, but there's only so many ways to do it. And so this was our best opportunity to figure out how to make a function work that doesn't necessarily have to be in the government center, moving all of the public works employees into one campus, so to speak. So just making you aware that they are kind of prerequisites for each other. They don't work if we can't do both of them at the same time. Yes, global headquarters. Yes, correct.
Okay, next project is the Union County Public Schools Administration Facility. So project justification here. Right now, public schools and county and I'm going to say county supplied spaces are in two facilities, the Central Administration Building and the historic post office. Their existing square footage is around 26 or almost 27,000 square feet. Of course, a new facility is going to allow, for adjacency advantages if you've, for an organization that may be very important or it is very important. Probably even equally important is that relocating public schools out of those two facilities allows us some breathing room and some options and flexibility, because we're not going to fix all the space needs issues with the Government Center Judicial Center project. So it allows us some flexibility as we're planning some future projects. The project scope's approximately a 35,500 gross square foot facility. That was determined again through a master planning exercise in 2022. Although we did not engage public schools in a full process, we basically are just using data from square footage used. So one of the important parts of this, if it moves forward, is again that advanced planning, making sure that we haven't missed anything. There is some growth figured into that 35. That's based on our overall growth model that we use for all the spaces in the master plan. But there may be some spaces out there. I know they have some spaces in schools and other areas that they're probably going to want to relocate some of those to the Central Avenue facilities.
And I had a conversation with Dr. Houlihan about this, so he's aware that obviously we've discussed this. This is something we're going to present to the board for y'all to think about. They're supportive of having a central administration, more of a campus type for them. Obviously, how do we make it work? Is the board interested in that? And he did bring up that we would need to make sure we update those numbers to make sure that we account for some of their admin staff. They're in other locations that are not just in the two facilities we provide. And so as part of what Chris was talking, if we move forward with this project, we would review that, look at that, see if those space needs are suitable. They may need to adjust some. We don't have that data at this point in time. This is really a concept for how we would be able to adjust that.
Yeah, and if it's a project that the board is interested in pursuing, then we can probably, you know, and I want to say a short amount of time, a couple of months, work with the schools just to get, I want to say, a conceptual, you know, refine this number much better than we've got right now. So, if there's any change, we do have a lot of some growth and some contingency, design contingency built into the overall estimate.
Questions about this facility?
Okay, so a little bit on the schedule for this one. Again, designer CMAR selected sometime December this year. Finish up advanced planning and start full design September 2025. Finish up full design, get the project bid, get contracts done December 26, and then finish up April 2028. So it's a little bit out there. Any questions about that project? Tons, okay, let's have them.
I'm gonna have to let that sink in.
Sure. And again, these are all, understand that the schools are facing space needs. We're facing space needs. We try to look at creative ways that we can accommodate both. If the board is interested in this as an option, it gains us back space. So again, that's how we're looking at this. There's just ways that we have to accommodate space needs, and there's only so many ways. You build new, or you figure out a way to renovate space you already have.
I absolutely understand the position that Union County government is in with space, but I served as chairman and on facilities for 8 years, and this was never discussed. So this is new to me.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, so this is our first opportunity to get in front of you, and I thought it would be better to, or we thought it would be better to get into this retreat setting, to get in front of you so you can provide feedback and let us know whether we're on the right track or not. And
Yeah, and I think to Commissioner Merrill's point, we don't know because, you know, we're going to need more information to kind of see if we're interested in pursuing something like this or committing to something like this or not. But, you know, right now, I don't know that we've got enough information to make that decision.
And I want to point out that, you know, I won't say the schools were driving this. I don't want anyone to misunderstand and think the schools are driving this ask. We approached Drew and his staff and saying, listen, we have space needs that we have to deal with. There's only so many ways we can deal with that. We build brand new, we figure out how to use space we already have. We felt that it may actually be a better accommodation if we're building brand new to accommodate their needs and renovate space that we get back. One way or the other, at some point in time, we're going to have to address space needs. And so that was our philosophy. They did not drive this. I want to make sure that.
Oh, I know, because I was on facilities for 8 years and chairman of that annually a 5-year plan. And this certainly was never our ask of the county to build us a new administration building. So what would the county, why is the county looking at their offices? What would you
So the
use
spaces,
it for?
the spaces that we have, which would be gaining back the historic post office, gaining back that space that they're already in. We would look at the space needs for how we address the future judicial needs, because obviously that's going to still grow. How would we accommodate our own needs as far as the government center? Because our own space needs study indicates that we are deficient on space for our government center for the current as well as the foreseeable future. And those would give us the flexibility of being able to sort of move those floors out of the government center and accommodate that growth. So that was the strategy. How do we accommodate the fact that we know we needs additional space? We know the courts are going to continue to need additional space. And what's our long-term solution for that? One long-term solution, I'm not saying you want to do it, is we build a brand new government center. I'm not suggesting that's what you do, but that's one solution. You build a brand new government center. This is sort of an in-between. It's a hybrid. You know, what do we do to adjust in the meantime?
You know, I would just say, I would predict that Union County Public Schools would rather have $27 million for a new elementary school, maybe over near Kensington or something like that, to address capacity than to have a new central office. I mean, that's just my 2 cents, but you know, if we're talking about $27 million, I think I would predict that they would want it for students, not for admin.
We're not absolutely understand. It's just when we're faced with our own space needs, we have to give you solutions. And so they may very well say we'd rather spend that money, but that doesn't help our space needs. If we spend that money on new schools, we gain nothing back in space for that. I would agree. If you gave them the option, they'd spend it all day long on new schools. But that still does not address our own space concerns. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any other questions about these particular projects? All right, if not, I'll turn it back over to Beverly. Tag team, right?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we want to fast forward and actually talk about how could we actually pay for some of these projects if you decided as a board to move forward with those, and what our options are for funding long-term capital. And we really look at 5 current options. 6 we'll talk about. That's an additional option that we really haven't exercised as a county. One is fund balance. How much of our unassigned fund balance do we actually have that we could utilize to pay for one-time capital needs? This comes from our general fund operating budget. At the end of the year, when we present our audit, we let you know, here's your amount of unassigned fund balance that you have that we can work with. And you have a fund balance policy that says you'll use that for one-time needs or to pay off debt service early. We look at PAYGO capital, which we talked about earlier, that we have built into our annual base budget every year. That's ongoing capital needs such as our R&R, facilities repair, and critical infrastructure needs. And third, we look at our long-term debt financing options and what are those for the projects that we're looking at. And we're going to talk about those in more detail, the pros and cons. And then also we do receive some grants. As you are aware, over the past several years, we've received an influx of grants from the state and federal government that we've actually utilized for capital projects. Those are not always available and normally on a one-time basis depending on federal and state government funding. And we've also received donations to help pay for some capital projects. The most recent you're probably aware of is the donation for the library that we're building from the Library Foundation. And then 6 is really an option. This county has not utilized it, is that you have the option to put on the ballot the request for additional quarter-cent sales tax. If there was ever, the desire of the board to entertain that, we would need your feedback. That has to go to the Board of Elections, just like if you're doing a bond referendum request, to get the input from the citizens to actually say, yes, we want to utilize this as a funding source. If it passes, it comes back to you as a board to adopt a resolution to say what you would actually use that money for. They use Article 39 sales tax to estimate what that would be for what you would generate off the quarter-cent. Just some high-level estimates if you chose to go that route. It's in the $8 million range right now. That could go up as the years go on if we continue to collect additional sales tax revenue. Are there any questions before we move on? So when we talk about long-term debt financings, there's pros and cons to each of these, right? So we talked about some of those before already, the pros to a GO bond versus a limited obligation bond. There's also leases that are considered long-term financing options. We utilize that within our operating budget. Just recently, you're aware, we had to lease space for some judicial center staff. We utilize that as well. We really do not utilize special obligation bonds in our area. You really have to have a special district created for that. You see that more along the coast for authorities to maintain beach erosions and things like that. So the two that we really focus on when we're talking about long-term financing options is general obligation bonds, and there are pros and cons to that. The pros are, of course, you get citizen input. It's a lower interest rate. It's the highest rated bond that you can issue and be rated on. The security for that is your taxing authority. You don't have to put an asset up for that. Where if you do an installment purchasing finance or a limited obligation bond, you have to have an asset associated with that, just like you do if you're, issuing a mortgage to build a house. Your house is your collateral.
Quick question on the general obligation bonds. It's been mentioned that GO bonds obtain the best, most preferable interest rates in the market, correct?
That is correct. They are the lower interest rates because your credit on your GO bonds is rated higher than your limited obligation bond. And the mere fact is you have to have an asset tied to the limited obligation bond.
Right.
You're not using your full taxing authority to guarantee you're going to pay that money back.
Now, the second item under general obligation is the 2/3 issuance I mentioned earlier.
Yes.
Those are general obligations, right? They're approved.
That is correct. So state law allows you to issue a 2/3, which is a calculated amount from your prior year's principal debt payment that you've paid down.
So in other words, a typical general obligation bond that's approved by voters, for all intents and purposes, is the same bond as a 2/3 bond. They're both general obligation bonds. Capital markets view them the same. There's no disadvantage in terms of interest rates between one and the other. The capital markets see both as GO bonds, correct?
That's correct. You're just limited in the amount
Right.
you can actually issue. So right now, our 2/3 bond capacity going into FY25 is around 18.6 million.
Right.
So if you said, I want to build a jail with 2/3 bonds, you cannot afford to do that with the
Right.
2/3 bond capacity.
But it's
You
a
would-
good start.
It could get you a start, yes.
And both are seen the same way by capital markets.
That's
All right, thank you.
Yes. Are there any questions about the pros and cons to each of these items before we move forward? I will say, we historically have utilized GO bonds in comparison to limited obligation bonds. We have 2 limited obligation bonds that are still outstanding, and those were actually used to fund the Ag Center, the current Judicial Center, Union West Library, a portion of South Piedmont, and some school projects in the early 2000s when we issued the full capacity of GO bonds that were approved at the time, but we needed more money for construction for schools. Most recently, the advantage to a limited obligation bond is if an opportunity comes up and you need financing. We utilized an installment purchasing agreement with a bank when we purchased the Progress Building. That opportunity came available. It was less than $10 million. We didn't have time to do a GO bond for that, so we utilized that as a long-term financing mechanism when we purchased the Progress Building.
Beverly, I'm sorry, can you run down the list of projects that we finance with limited obligation again? You said the Ag Center.
Yes, and I'm doing this off memory, so
Sure.
I could provide the list if you want an exact list, but it's Ag Center, Union West Library, South Piedmont Community College facilities, some school facilities, which is actually the Marvin Ridge campus. That's actually the asset that is being utilized for the 2006 bonds that are outstanding. I think that's it. Now, the prior jail was funded with a limited obligation bond as well, and that's because we had to act quickly and build that facility. And the asset that backs the 2003 limited obligation bonds that are outstanding is the current jail site today.
Okay, thank you.
So we talked about projects earlier that Chris presented, and knowing that this is going to be a work in progress, but we wanted to present to you what are your funding options going into FY25 and 26, and what is our affordability? You may recall back in November, our financial advisor came and did a presentation, and within that presentation, he presented what we could afford currently today as we pay down our debt with no tax rate impact. So, you know, this is still a work in progress. This would come to you as we further develop the budget and future presentations, but we feel like some funding strategies are to utilize general county funds for a school administration building to fund a land purchase and the design of that building. Also to utilize funding for Jesse Helms Park lighting and fields, the jail HVAC rooftop replacement, and parks ADA improvements. We talked about, again, that 2/3 obligation that we can utilize as a funding source. And when our financial advisor did the presentation in November, I don't know if you recall, we had about a $15 million capacity in our county debt fund that we said we can issue that much in debt over the next few years that would not have a tax rate impact to our debt service fund. So that's why we're recommending to issue 2/3 general obligation bonds to fund the judicial center renovation for 14.8. There is no tax rate impact if you utilize that option. But it's important to understand if you issue a 2/3 general obligation bond, timing is important because you are put in a holding tank. If you issue new debt the following year, you're not actually reducing that debt, so you have to wait until there's a year previously that all you did was pay down your debt. So we didn't have that opportunity in FY24 because we issued the school debt in 23. So timing's important for that. As you're aware, the community college still has bonds that were, you know, voter approved from 2022 that they're working on design on now. We fully anticipate they will be completed with design in the spring of next year. So if this is the direction the board gives us, we would have to issue the 2/3 bonds first, prior to the community college issuing their new bonds. And you can do that simultaneously as long as it's a week before or even a day before that you issue the new bonds. So if that's the direction we go in 25, we're going to have the board give us that direction within this budget process. The other two, which of course are going to have a long-term tax rate impact if you move forward with any type of jail construction, there's going to be a long-term tax rate impact of that. We don't have funding available today to pay for that. We would have to finance it, whether that's a GO bond or a limited obligation bond. We also don't have current funds available to pay for a school administration building. We would need to finance that as well. So that could be a limited obligation bond, GO bond, whatever the direction the board gives us. So I know you want to know what that impact is. And again, this is all estimated based on what we know today. I know this is kind of probably hard to see, so you might want to look at your handouts there. So this is our county debt model only. This does not include all debt. So how this works is on the right-hand side is this is your existing debt, and then we drop in what does the proposed debt service look like if you did judicial center for the 2/3, jail, and the school admin building all together. Now keep in mind, you've given us direction to come back and refine these numbers, so this is based on the data we have today, and it could all change next week based on the direction that you give. So the model works to say, here's your existing debt, here's your proposed new debt, here's your total requirements from an expenditure standpoint that you need in the debt service fund. Then it takes, what is your current dedicated tax rate for county debt, which is 1.75 cents. And then we build this model and we factor in growth to your ad valorem tax base to say, we feel like in future years that's going to grow, so based on your tax rate, you're going to generate additional income. In the meantime, you're also paying down your debt, which is why you can afford to issue 2/3 bonds and it not have a tax rate impact on your current debt for this particular fund. So if everything were issued and timing lined up, ideally you would issue a bond maybe in the 2026 timeframe, depending on design work and what mechanism we use to fund that. If you do a limited obligation bond, the LGC does require you to have construction dollars in hand with a contract so they know you can afford to pay for the entire cost of the project. So the tax rate impact based on these estimates is 2.55 cents. This model indicates that would be implemented in fiscal year 2026 during the reeval year. Of course, this is based on the data we have today. This could change based on any direction the board gives us. Also understand, I feel like this is a very conservative tax rate impact. There are opportunities if we know that it's going to take us 2 years to build a jail, that the LGC would give you the opportunity to only pay interest only on that until you actually are utilizing that facility. And if that's the case, you could expect that tax rate impact to go down a little bit over the life of the debt. So if there's any questions about this, I'm going to stop.
Yeah, I want to point out that we're not bringing you a tax rate increase. We're showing you what the potential impact would be if the board chose to move forward with some of with these projects as shown. We understand that through the budget process, you're going to give us direction on what you want to do, what you don't want to do, and that will obviously change the tax impact, if any. So just again, this is just order of magnitude. Don't want anyone to think we are trying to put you into a corner saying you have to build a jail or you have to build a school admin building. This is just showing you what an impact would be if the board decided to move forward with those projects.
For clarity, this is for all three.
That's correct.
Yes.
It is, all three.
Yeah, and if there's any other models that you would want to see as a board, if you wanted to let us know that, we can provide those separately. Like if you said, I want to know what it would cost just to build the school admin building, you know, we can run those numbers and we can have that ready. Or if you said, I want to build a scaled down version of the jail, let us know that and we can go back and run those models and provide that to you at a later time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
So we can slice and dice this stuff up.
Absolutely.
Kind of see, you know, what the tax impact would be under, say, different scenarios.
Absolutely. And we intended that you would do that anyway. So as part of the budgeting process, we'll bring you options. This was just one example at this point in time.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any questions about the model before we move forward?
What interest rate is being assumed here?
So we do build in a 5% interest rate, and that's higher than the market is today, but I don't know where the market's going to be when we go to market, so we build a buffer in. Current market rates today are around 3.25%, so that's why I say I think this is worst case scenario, but it's an election year. I don't know where interest rates are going to be when we get ready to go issue the debt. It could be higher than 3.25%, it could be lower. But we do build that factor into the unknowns of 5% rate. And that's built in both for, it doesn't matter if you do a GO bond or a limited obligation bond, it's a flat 5%. And the interest rate is higher on limited obligation bonds because our credit rating is lower. The difference is about 0.10%, not even 1%. It is higher, but it's not magnificently higher. But it is higher, there's a cost to it. Any other questions before we move forward? So I wanted to talk about a bond referendum process and what that looks like and why timing is important. Because if you as a board want to give direction for any of these projects to go on a GO bond referendum in 2024, timing is of the essence because we start working on that in the spring. We do have to have a lot of work done in between now and the June timeframe where you actually have to take formal action to start the process, to adopt the resolutions and have a public hearing. We have to work in conjunction with our financial advisor as well as our bond counsel and legal counsel here to get all that process ready to go. It doesn't happen overnight, so we do need some input. So formal bond requests normally come to you in the spring. This is true for schools and South Piedmont. If they want a bond referendum request, they normally make that in the March or April timeframe to you as a board. Then you have to give direction to staff to say, yes, this is the direction we want to go, for us to come to you by June the 6th, I believe, to actually take the first formal action as a board to adopt resolutions. Then in the July timeframe, we have to introduce the bond orders that you've given us direction on, and set a public hearing. And then there's a waiting period. There's a 10-day notice and all that. So we have to build that into our calendar. And then by August the 6th, we have to have everything filed to the Board of Elections for it to be on the November 5th ballot. And then following the election, of course, if it's approved or not approved, you still have to come back and certify those results. And then the process moves forward from there depending on what the voters say. Is there any question about the process before we move forward?
I wanted to sync up for the board some of the discussion that Chris gave you earlier regarding some of the proposed schedule, for example, related to a sheriff's facility, and should that have been a jail facility, rather, if that was on some sort of GO bond process, I think the schedule as it showed has advanced planning, complete full building design start in August of 2024. Designer and CMAR obviously selected February, March of 2024. If this process were synced up with that 2024, you can see that you would have to start sort of a conveyor belt of a bond referendum process before some of that information would come back regarding the advanced planning design. And that may be just fine. I just wanted to note that those two schedules don't sync very well.
And on that note, you currently as a board in FY24, you appropriated $2 million to start that process for the jail. So there is county dollars currently available for preliminary work, not full design work, just so you know that. Any further questions about the process? So there's been some legislative changes also that I wanted you to be aware of for the bond referendum process. This was introduced in the budget session law this past year, and it was approved in Session Law 2023, 134, House Bill 259, Section 36.3. So what this did is it changed the form of the question that actually goes on the ballot. And it was effective and put into place for any bond referendums after December 31st, 2023. So the first bond referendum for us that this would apply to is this upcoming November 2024 election. And so it really, the point of this, that it was introduced from the three people that did it, was they wanted it for citizens to be aware and for there to be more bond transparency in what they're actually approving. So there's more information required for the language on the ballot. Is we actually have to tell them what is the estimated debt service cost and what is that estimated tax rate impact for every $100,000 of tax value that they have. I don't know how this is going to change the citizens' voter impact, but I wanted you to be aware this is a change that is new, and it could potentially have a voter impact on people saying yes or no. If they actually read what they're saying yes or no.
Beverly, and also to observe, if you haven't been through a bond referendum process before, it's these exact words that have to go on the ballot. Sometimes folks will ask, can you add some more information? Could you put that in, this, that, or the other? It's those words. There's a little bit in the middle where it says briefly stating the purpose. But other than that, this is just statutorily, you might as well have a stamp that this is what you put on the ballot.
So Mr. Kay, what you're saying is this is what you get, period.
It is.
So you can't add more to it, you can't take anything away.
Yeah, with the exception of just briefly stating the purpose, that's it.
Okay. And from time to time in other jurisdictions, they've wanted to add language to, depending on the political winds of the day, to try to put a project in a more positive light or sometimes in a more negative light. Courts have tended to look at this and just say, just describe the project and put it in the statutory formula language here. Let whatever information campaigns go on about the bond referendum itself, those are completely separate and apart from the language that you put in front of the voters.
So moving on, I'm gonna quickly go through this. You're probably aware of the actual CIP process for the schools in South Piedmont, because I think I'm standing between us and lunch. So I'm gonna go through this quickly. Schools determine their facility needs through their facilities committee. The facilities committee then presents that need to the Board of Education for approval. The Board of Education then requests their capital needs to this board. Their major capital needs are requested normally through a long-term financing option, which is in our history been a bond referendum request. And then their ongoing operating capital needs are built into our base budget, and they kind of submit that separately to us outside of their long-term major capital needs. The school board, I know this is hard to see, it's in your handout. The school board took action in November to adopt their long-term capital plan. They will talk to you about this in their joint meeting that we have scheduled for March 20th. So I'm not going into any of these projects in detail, but I wanted you to have this so you can prepare your questions ahead of time for the joint meeting. I did not prepare any debt rate impacts to this because it needs to be their formal request, and then we would show you possibly at the joint meeting or a separate workshop what that would look like.
Right, and there may be some changes that we're just not aware of. This is what we received previously, so there could be some things that they submit to us when we meet as a staff here later on this month, and then of course when they meet with you on the 20th. So this is the information we have at this time.
Brian, can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
When we go over these things again, can we get like, even if it means having some separate
Print
pieces
it
of
out
paper?
bigger.
Yeah, bigger
And I
font
can
would be
email
great.
it to you also so you can have it to blow up on your screen.
We will provide you with bigger paper.
Appreciate it.
Real quickly, South Piedmont needs are established by their facilities and administration. Their administration then requests funding through approval through the board. And again, same process. Major capital needs are normally requested through a bond referendum request. Their ongoing capital needs are addressed in the annual operating budget. We have not received their updated long-term capital plan yet. They're still massaging that, and they will more than likely come to you through a workshop. It won't be a joint meeting at a board meeting to actually present their capital needs to you. And then just for next steps, for the capital plan, what are we looking at for the next year is, you're going to have your joint meeting with the schools. You're going to be presenting capital requests from South Piedmont. You will receive from them their formal request for a bond referendum process, if any. And we're really looking for you all to give county staff direction on financing some of these major capital projects after we bring back to you updated information that you've requested. Through the manager's recommended budget, we do the capital planning during that time as well. And then you would actually adopt capital project ordinance during the FY 2025 funding process for any direction that you give. You have any further questions for me? And that's all I have for you guys.
All right, so we're running a little bit behind, but not too far. So we're at our lunch break period. If you want to catch up, we can set our lunch break for 30 minutes rather than a full hour. You let me know how you want to move so that we certainly don't get behind. But right now, is lunch available yet? Is it here? Everybody said lunch is here. It is ready. So we'll break, and if the board is okay, about 1 o'clock, if you're even still eating, we'll still start with the presentations. That way we catch up. All right. Thank you very much. All right, it's 1 o'clock, and so we'll get back started. We got Van Harrell here. Tax administrator is going to go over the upcoming reval. Please keep eating. Please keep enjoying your lunch. Van's going to talk. If you got any questions, please don't hesitate to stop him and ask if you had questions. Go ahead, Van.
Afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate y'all giving us time to be here today. I just got back. I was telling Clayton, just drove in from Asheville. We were there planning our state collectors conference that's going to go on in May. And one of the things we struggle with in the afternoons is, okay, what do we put right after lunch? I can't imagine a reval discussion is what you want to do right after you eat. But here we are. is the brief agenda we'll go over today. I promise it will be brief. It may not look like it, but we will keep this as short as possible. We've got my management team here. We're going to introduce them in just a moment. We'll go over the principles, rules, and policies related to a reappraisal, countywide reappraisal process. We're going to define that for you. I think for the majority of you that are in the room, you've not been through this process from a Board of County Commissioner standpoint. Timing and timeline, schedule of values. We're going to take a brief look at the market in Union County since the 2021 reappraisal. Talk about our public information campaigns and technology, customer service, and tax relief. So we'll cover this as quickly as possible. I'm going to have my management team stand up, just introduce them for a moment. First, we have Robin Mary. She is the Deputy Tax Administrator over Appraisal and Assessment. She's been with the county. Her and I started 2 weeks apart back in 2004, so we've worked together a long time. Then we have Kristen Foxworth, who I brought down to Union from Buncombe County 6 years ago, and she replaced me when I moved up into tax administrator role, and then restructuring, she became the Deputy Tax Administrator over personal property appraisal in our collections department. Phil Every, he is our reappraisal and valuation manager. He's been here 25 years, close.
Very close.
I think in 1999, 2000 time frame. This is his 5th reval with the county that he has overseen. So he understands Union County well and the dynamics of the market here. So just to touch on these at a high level, there are certain guidelines, principles, policies, rules that we have to go by for a reappraisal process. First and foremost is to be fair and equitable to the property owners and the taxpayers of the county. They are the critical piece to this. They have the vested interest in the work that we do. Secondly, North Carolina general statutes govern everything in our office. We don't stray from those statutes, and we do everything in line with those statutes. Then we have the BOCC adopted reappraisal cycle. That determines when we're going to do a reappraisal outside of statutes. By statute, you have to do a reappraisal. This is more detail on the next slide. You have to do a reappraisal at least every 8 years, and we'll touch on the points that dictate when you stray from that maximum window. And then the industry standards and best practices that are promulgated by the North Carolina Department of Revenue and the International Association of Assessing Officers. There are certain statistical measures that dictate the quality of an appraisal when you have to do an appraisal and what the market looks like from those particular standpoints. Timing of the reappraisal. There are three possible timelines that you follow. One, I've already touched on, the maximum 8-year cycle that every county in North Carolina is held to its standard. Second option is a mandatory advancement of reappraisal based on population size and the county sales assessment ratio. This used to be known lovingly around the state as a Union County statute. And because we were the first county to ever trigger a reappraisal on this statute, we did it twice. We did it because we were too high, we did it because we were too low. In 2022, 1 year after a reappraisal cycle for a large portion of the counties, there were 26 counties that triggered this statute because of how quick the market moved in a year. And we were one of those counties, but we had already approached the board in August of 21 to adopt a 4-year cycle. And that's option 3, which is where we are. So just a high-level view of our reappraisal timeline. January 2023, we submitted our reappraisal plan to the Department of Revenue. They approved that and sent that back to us and said this looks good to us. We're good with what you plan to do, and then we move forward from there. Between the submission of that reappraisal in October, there's not a lot of things that happen from a board perspective. There's a lot of work in the office, developing the schedules of values and rates and stuff that go into the reappraisal process. October 2024 is when we'll come back to you and present that schedule of values. It's a book that probably ranges anywhere from 400 to 600 pages in length, with a lot of tables and data structures and things that dictate how property is valued in the county and the specific rules that we follow within industry guidelines. There's a public hearing that will be held after that initial meeting on the schedule of values, and we anticipate adoption of the schedule in November 2024. That will allow us time to then input all that data into the system, begin running calculations, and determine the property values effective January 1st, 2025. February 2025, we'll come back with another presentation to the board to kind of give you an overview of what the final results are globally for, and generally as small as at the jurisdiction levels, municipalities in the county, so that you can kind of see where it ended up at throughout the county. February and March 2025, late February, early March, we will mail the assessment notices to all property owners. And then the Board of Equalization and Review will convene the first week of April, and the window will close for new appeals to be filed in May of 2025. So you've heard me mention the schedule of values. What is the schedule of values? A new schedule is required to be adopted for every reappraisal cycle. I think there was one, Phil can correct me if I'm wrong, in 2015, we'll go back to 2008, we had January 1, 2008, we had a reappraisal. That was at the peak of the market at that point in time. 2012 came, we were supposed to do it, the board opted not to, we were way over assessed shortly after that, and then triggered a 2015 reappraisal. The market had essentially fully recovered from 8 to 15, so we really didn't have to tweak that schedule of values. There was some decrease. I think overall the county lost about 9% from 8 to 15. But if you look at where we were and to where it ended up at in the 15 cycle, it wasn't that big of a change. The schedule of values establishes rates and procedures in effect for the next reappraisal cycle. It uses data only from qualified sales. So there are a lot of transactions that occur that would not meet the definition of an arm's length transaction. And so from that standpoint, it may be a family member selling to another family member at a discounted price. We can't consider that an arm's length transaction from a valuation standpoint. We also use data from qualified sales and regional construction cost indexes. It captures the value of the current real estate market. It is retrospective in nature. We are not making a prediction of where the market's going. We are capturing what has occurred since the last reappraisal. And I want to make that clear to the public in general. We stress that heavily in 2021. That we are not in the business of giving you estimates of what we think your house is going to be worth. What we're doing is applying the sales data that has occurred in the previous 4 years to bring their values up to market value per statute. Of course, it details the various rates and variables that are used in the valuation of specific properties. Here's a current look at the market as of post-2021, as of December 31st, 2023. And we ran these numbers. This is your sales ratio. And what that is the Department of Revenue does a sample study where they send us maybe, let's say they request 1,000 deeds. They give us a range. We go pull the deeds, give them the sales prices for those properties. And they look at the current assessed value compared to what the property was selling for. They do it on a small sample. When we run these studies in-house, we look at everything, excluding non-qualified sales. So if you look at where we are now, Union County's overall sales ratio is 65.94%. It should be at close to 100% if you're at market. So that shows you where the market has gone since 2021. So effectively, based on sales that are coming in right now, they're about 35% higher than what we have assessed at on average. Below you'll see the same ratio number for the various municipalities. And you can see where you've had a lot of activity. Most of the municipalities are right around the same number as the county is, with the exception of Marshville and Wingate. There's been a lot of activity in that area. more so than normal. And so you can see their ratios are quite a bit lower than what the county is, especially Wingate. I mean, you've got Wingate sitting at a current sales ratio below 50%, which is pretty strong. We'll look into that further to see if there's some anomalies there. We think reasonably certain of what's driving that specific number from the study is there's a number of properties that the assessed value prior to the study being run was just maybe for a vacant lot, and now the house is on it, so that could skew the final selling price with the house built and constructed. That could skew the actual ratio number. So we'll take that stuff into consideration, those type of issues into consideration as we build the schedule of values. Our sales ratio, just show you the comparison. Our sales ratio after the reval in January 2021, we were at 99.86%. That's about as good as you can get. You'll never be at 100%. If you're at 100%, you're not doing your job right, because the market's going to keep moving. Again, currently our sales ratio is 65.94%. The median selling price right now between January 2023 and 24, this is strictly for Union County, that median selling price is $453,000. Our median assessed value in 2021 was $293,000. So that tells you, again, another piece of data that shows where the market has gone in that prevailing time frame. Sales volume, 21 to 23. Total property transactions, we've had over 30,000 since January 1st of 2021. Of those, 23,000 have been labeled as valid sales, right, for consideration in the readout process. Wanted to provide you, and these are actual numbers year end. In January of every year, we have to file a TR1 report with the state, and that details the entire levy, tax base, breaks it down by category, and our true numbers for everything that was billed as a tax bill for the year 2023. So you can see our total market value of real property, including exclusions, exemptions, and deferments. We had $33.3 billion in real estate value in the county. Below that chart, you can see how that's grown. FY21, that was the year before the reappraisal. You can see where it changed in FY22 to counting the reappraisal and where it's grown since then. Your breakdown below that is the percent tax base by classification, residential, commercial, industrial. We're continually hanging around that 90% mark on the residential breakdown.
Hey, sorry, Ben, if I can jump in. Can you go back one slide kind of quickly? There we go. All right. Just for clarification now, what we're looking at with these figures, so the median selling price of $453,520 says value. This is countywide. I just want to make this clear for everyone.
Yes.
We're not talking about just unincorporated areas.
No,
this is taking into consideration the entire county.
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
So what are factors contributing to the growth? Some of the same ones that we saw in prior to 2021. I think there you had a bump because of COVID, and that's what a lot of it is attributed to, but the market's the market. And we really have not seen a decline in the number of sales, or I'll take that back. The volume is slowing down, but the rate of increase in the selling prices is staying about the same as it was at that point in time. It's consistently moving in that direction, up as opposed to tailing off and coming down. Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to, at a later date, tell us for the residential sales, new construction versus existing home sales?
I believe so. We can get a breakdown of that out of our Canvas system, yes.
Thank you.
So the contributing factors, obviously we're in a high growth metropolitan area. I actually heard a news story this week, or last week maybe, that Charlotte is now for 2024 is tapped to be the third highest growing region in the country. From a just people moving here, because you still got a big city atmosphere, so to speak, but you also have that rural ability to get in that rural aspect around it. So it's just they're still pulling people into the region because of the financial sectors and various industries that are here. Housing supply and demand, there's still a major issue with housing supply. And within the county, There's a natural issue with that due to some infrastructure issues that we have that everybody's aware of. So that supply and demand will keep prices elevated if people want to pay the price to move into the county for whatever is available. Continued supply chain issues. I've heard builders talk about they're still having issues getting some of their materials, so that keeps the prices on different types of materials still higher. Not as bad as it was. I'll give you an example. I think in 2021, if I went back to that old presentation, we've got a slide that at that point, $1,000 of board feet was $900. I mean, I'm sorry, 1,000 linear feet of board for construction was $900. It peaked at $1,500. Right now, you're sitting between 4 and 5, is what I saw earlier this week. Again, that plays into cost of construction materials and volatile interest rates. I mean, that's one thing to see that people are starting to jump back in because they are coming down a little bit, but it kept people out of the market for a while. I think if they continue to decline, you'll see that activity pick up even more. So public information campaigns, that was critical in 2021. It was very hard in 2021 because during the time leading up to that, everything's closed. We could not have public meetings. We did, I think, Liz, we did what, 36 meetings? And I think probably 25 of them we attempted virtually. But a large portion that we had every municipality at least twice, did a lot of the civic clubs. So our goal is to at least match that number. That was the most the county had ever done. To get the word out, we will continue to try to match that and improve that campaign, working with Liz's staff and our staff in the tax office. We have a dedicated webpage related to the reappraisal. There's social media campaigns, video messaging. The county manager will be a co-star in that video as we go through that process, and then community Q&A sessions. We also did radio and newspaper interviews. I think we did a couple interviews with Inquirer Journal at the time. We were on Wixie at least twice during the reappraisal process. And again, various civic groups. So we try to hit all the channels, and no matter how hard you hit it, people still don't know. And so we'll do everything we can do to get the word out. I think there was some fodder on some of the community Facebook pages a couple of weeks ago that was unrelated to our office, but talked about the revow. They posted a year-old article, kind of created some buzz, so that's kind of filtered through the county a little bit, I think. How do we go about doing our work and the tools that we have? So as part of the budget process for this year, you invested some money in our office. It's going to allow us to purchase some additional public-facing tools and internal tools that will allow us to do a more thorough job and provide better access to taxpayers to communicate with our office. Spatial analysis tool, that's an internal tool that will allow us to review neighborhoods globally, and allow us to kind of cleanse our data if there's an anomaly. Let's say if a neighborhood most of the houses are graded at 1 grade level, and you see a couple of pop up that are higher grade level, maybe that shouldn't be there. We need to look at that, kind of clean that data up. We're going to be launching an online appeals management portal here, hopefully within the next 30 to 60 days. We're going to be doing a mailing to every real property owner in the county. We're going to be designing a postcard that gives them a link to where they can go and review their property. From that portal, they can actually submit a request to correct any errors they find, and that will be emailed directly to our appraisal staff, and they'll get on top of that and make those corrections as we can get to them. That's a little bit of a shift. I think during the budget process last year, we talked about sending a letter, a property verification letter out. After looking at that closer and talking to some peers around the state, you get less than a 1% response on those letters. And so you're asking people to send something back. They may just trash it. They may not respond to anything. So we felt like a better investment. Okay, let's tell them this is available. We can mail the postcard cheaper than we can do the letters. And we spoke with our print vendor this week and have significant savings costs and postage. And so we'll be able to shift some of that. Some of that money is going to be left over. We've already talked to the manager's office. That'll be shifted into the reappraisal fund, whatever's there. So it will still be dedicated for that process and expenses related to that. That's the property data portal. And then we did launch in 2021. We have the comparable sales database. So you can go on, pull up your property, look for sales in your neighborhood and see what those values are showing. That saved us a tremendous amount of work in 2021 and helped taxpayers see, okay, the numbers are pretty accurate from that standpoint. Now, it's always subject to people going wider than they should. Instead of looking at maybe a 1 square mile area around your house, they may pull the whole county and say, well, here's the average house value in the county. It should be that's not how it works.
Question.
Yeah.
So in past appraisal or reassessments, I should say, how many, I guess maybe what I'm asking is how many requests for appeals? Thank you.
Okay.
How many appeal requests do we typically see?
In a reappraisal, we anticipate our benchmark is, okay, we would expect 10%. In 2021, we had less than 5%. Of that 5%, less than 10% of that actually moved to the Board of Equalization and Review. So I think we heard a total of 453 appeals at the BER out of just under 5,000 appeals. So from that standpoint, if you're under a 5% appeal rate, it's pretty successful. And I think every county in the state would accept that. The reason for the difference in the total appeals and the BER is once they appeal, we review it at an informal level. So we'll sit down with the taxpayer, have conversations, exchange data, and say, here's the comparables that we used. Sometimes they're good with it, sometimes they're not. There's no way my house is worth that. And we do run into some of that because you have people that they bought a house, they've been in it 20 years, never had intent of selling it. So why does my value change? Well, because the market's the market. And we have to, by law, we have to bring it up to market.
Okay, thank you.
So tax relief options. Anytime we have a presentation, we like to touch on these just to help people be aware of what's available. Our primary relief option for taxpayers is the elderly and disabled exclusion. That can exclude up to 50% of their taxable value. It is income based. If you recall last year, we worked on a piece of legislation with the state association to try and change the requirements for that. That was not successful because some bill writers at the General Assembly deemed it not constitutional because of a uniformity clause. Our opinion, and we're going back at it this year, as far as the state associations are concerned, income in Union County is going to be vastly different than income in a small mountain county or income in a small eastern county. So you've got about 10 or 12 counties that kind of fit that category. They've already made exceptions for us on the mandatory reappraisals. So based on our population, if we hit a certain sales ratio number, we have to do a reappraisal. That doesn't apply to every county. There's only about 25, 30 counties in the state that applies to, maybe slightly more. So why can't we do something similar for this piece of tax relief? Because our goal as the association, we drafted legislation, we tied it to the HUD housing assistance tables, which would change that income from $36,700 to $55,000 for a two-person household. Because, and there's kind of a built-in marriage penalty there. It has to be household income. If a man and woman are not married, living together, we can count both of their incomes. But if we can qualify them on one of their incomes. If one qualifies, one doesn't, that person still gets a portion of that exclusion. If they're married, we've got to combine it all. We have no options with that. It's just the way the statute's written. So there's some work to do on that at the state level that we're going to continue to try to chip away at that and get some agreement from somebody that can carry the bill. We have a disabled veterans exclusion. If you're qualified, meaning 100% disabled by the VA, you can get a $45,000 reduction in your taxable value. Yeah.
So you actually answered one of my questions. So are they required to be 100% disabled? What happens if they're only 25, 50, or 75% disabled?
On the veterans, it has to be 100%.
It has to be 100. And is this a state statute or can?
It's state statute.
It's state, so it's not like you, because I've heard this several times. Why doesn't Union County give all if you're a veteran with X number of years, we could give them a tax break. So we're not able to
We're
do
not
that
able to
because
do
of
that,
state
no.
statute.
No. Now, I say you're not able to do that. You can do anything if you've got the money.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things we were told by the General Assembly with the elderly and disabled was set up a local program where you can give a rebate. And obviously you gotta have money to refund taxpayer dollars if you're gonna do that, but it can't be tied to the statute. It has to be a separate, I think Mecklenburg has one, I can't remember what they call it, Clayton, but if you meet certain requirements, I'm not sure what their thresholds are, but they will actually, and I think Durham County has it as well, but they will give you a tax rebate. And it's a combination, it's an effort that runs through the tax office for verification purposes, and it's managed by social services in those counties, so they actually qualify the person, verify everything with the tax office, and issue them whatever portion of a rebate they determine for that budget year.
So a county can do tax rebates, but we can't change the percent disability of a veteran?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You've got to be very careful about how if you're going to go that route, you have to be very careful about how you're going to do that. But that is the message we were given as a state association.
And are you talking about the Aging in Place program?
What?
Aging in Place program?
That may be what's called in Mecklenburg. I think in Durham, one of them is called Save Our Homes.
So how you source the funds and how you distribute it has to be very carefully thought through. The state statutes that Van is referring to, the reason they couldn't adjust, or we're told they couldn't adjust that income threshold to match the locality, is because there's a clause in the state constitution that says tax equal everywhere, every place, all the way across the state. So we would not be able to technically rebate the tax, but there's a way to perhaps change the way the fund goes and create certain programs with that money.
Some further tax relief options, circuit breaker program. This is very underutilized, and in my opinion, rightfully so. That's a typo. That should be 2024 income cannot exceed $55,000. If you don't qualify for elderly and disabled, you can apply for this program, and based on your income, a certain percentage of your tax bill is deferred, but that becomes a lien on the property, and it draws interest until it's paid. And so a lot of people don't want to do that because they don't want to leave their heirs with a situation where if something happens to them, they've got to come to the county and pay a big tax bill. I think we have 3 property, maybe 4 properties in the county that have that applied. Some people, you can go in and out, you don't stay in or stay out. It's your option if you qualify, whichever way you want to go. It is a bit of a headache for the property owner and our office. When it was first launched, we were on a different software system. And they said all software systems have to be able to implement this statute. And it cost us $50,000 to get the software program that we had at the time changed to handle 2 applications. So it was well intended, but not necessarily the greatest piece of legislation. Probably our biggest overall is our present use value program. That's for large landowners, farmers, people that rent out their land to farmers for PUV. I think that was originally in its inception was designed to defer 50% of the property value, but now it's closer to 90 to 95%. Because they've never really indexed the income levels since 2004 to where inflation is now. Tax exemption program, standard, charitable, religious, educational, governmental properties are all exempt from taxes. Government, by right, the rest of them they have to apply and be approved. Ownership and use requirements do apply to all of these programs. So you cannot, if you own it but it's not being used for the purpose, then it's not exempt. Or if you use it for the purpose but you're not a qualified owner, same thing there. With that, I'll take any more questions.
All right, thank you, Van.
All right.
I believe, Mr. Platay, you're up.
Chris, did you have any materials you wanted to hand out to the board? Not
Nothing
this
right
time.
now.
Okay.
Thank you. Perfect, okay. Chairman Rowell, Commissioners, Manager Matthews, thank you for having me today. Kind of want to go over some strategic thinking as we go forward, particularly in developing product. So we've been pretty successful over the last couple of years, 2.5 years, and it's really limited our ability to be competitive going forward without some changes. So just kind of want to go over a few quick things here. Obviously, the economic development in our work plan, we talk about the areas of focus, and those are the 4 legs of the stool, or tenets of the program, which is precision manufacturing, agribusiness, logistics, and commercial. The top 2 are the primary ones that we focus on, and we're the most competitive. As you look at logistics right now, we're not actively recruiting that sector. They consume a lot of people and don't have the highest pay rate. So looking at that, it's not really to our advantage to go after that target as much, unless it is in support of our existing industries. And so if you look at the Bona project that went in place, 300,000 square feet, that was to support their manufacturing process. Rather than having that distribution house sit in Mecklenburg, we put it here in Union County. So that's where we're supportive of that. We've got a current one right now with another medical-based company that we're trying to get their distribution facility here as well. If you look at commercial development, I mean, it's basically dead. If you look in Charlotte, they're converting high rises to apartments, things like that. So the commercial development and the projects since COVID has just gone away. So we look at it in a little bit different area for us. It's in the retail side. So we try to continue to work with Monroe and Indian Trail with a contract with Retail Strategies to further develop their retail offerings. It's a little bit harder in Indian Trail right now just because which parcels may have sewer and which may not. We're also talking to Wingate about expanding it to their location because of the town development initiative that they're putting in place. And again, we're working with them on the town development, as well as an urban redevelopment project in downtown Monroe that we'll talk about here soon, as well as a hotel in downtown Monroe. So those are sort of the areas of commercial that we're focused on right now. So not necessarily traditional economic development. In the precision manufacturing, here's where we focus. We really are aggressive and active in trying to continue the recruitment of those precision manufacturing companies, you know, life sciences, medical device, aerospace, anything high precision metal is just in our DNA. We do metal, basically it's Gaston County and Union County are the places. If you're metalworking, that's where you go. Right now, again, looking in the year, we just, I think, released the contract. So the contractor's out and hopefully going to start installing the sewer line for Piedmont Innovation Park. Huge for us to get this product online, as well as annexing that into Monroe so that it has that capacity in their sewer plant. And the big thing is now identifying land and banking that land. As you saw from what Van was saying, residential still strong. They move much quicker than we do. So we need to get land, get control of it, and do our best to just bank that in place and have patience with it. The other focus in the agribusiness and food systems development, mouthful. Again, focusing on the barn project, looking to start to implement that business plan with particularly hiring the initial staff members. And then again, assembling the land. Dedicated, we've got a project right now that would go perfect right beside the barn. And so that's something that we're going to be looking at land as much as we can in that area and bringing that to you as an option for us to do that. If you go back to the Wingate study in 2017, the numbers haven't gotten any better. You know, at that time, it was 83% of our tax base was residential. That was the revenue that came into the county. But they consume 93%. It's expensive. Houses are, you got to educate the kids. You have to provide public safety. It's a lot of things. Parks, all of that for the residential side. We're not against residential, but we need balance in that. and try to bring that number back down. Basically, you lose 6 cents on every dollar that you generate from housing. And that's pretty much across the board in Union County, or in North Carolina. There's some counties a little bit higher, some maybe a penny or so less than us. We do provide such a good educational offering here that does cost a little bit more. So at that time frame, we lost $14.4 million of our revenue to residential. But that small bit of commercial tax base generated $27.8 million. So virtually every home was subsidized at that time $500 on their tax bill because of the commercial base that was here. Otherwise, it would have been a 30-cent tax increase if you didn't have that industrial base. So that's why we need to continue to grow and protect that balance. Again, we need the labor that comes with the workforce. So the newest number just came out, we're at 2.8% unemployment. I mean, that's low. So we still need the bodies to work at the facilities. So it's not that we're against, again, residential, we just need the focus on balance.
Chris?
Yes.
Question. Ideally, where would we want this ratio to be between, say, residential and commercial?
Yeah, textbook-wise, it's 60-40, 60 residential, 40 commercial. Union County's not normal in that situation because we have such a wealth in our residential value. So because of that, it's a much higher number. So we would probably be 75% residential, 78% residential would be ideal. We're not going to get there. With the revals and everything else, the appreciation, we're continuing to fight that value going up. Even if no houses came in, you're going to see that value kind of climb. So our hope is to just add a couple points here and there over the next 10 to 15 years and just keep working that. Because again, as long as we keep at that balance, we're still fine. It's very easy to go heavy, to really get out of whack. So we want to just keep fighting and bringing that industrial base in. And again, the last 2.5 years, we've put a lot more in than we have traditionally recruited to the county and had that investment. So we're doing our part, but the housing is still, that value just keeps going up. So, again, in a perfect world, I'd love to be about 78% residential and the rest commercial ag.
Thank you. In regards to this study, could board members could this study be passed to the board members for review?
It's on our website, but we'll definitely get it to you.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so we've looked at redoing the study, but so much has moved that we're kind of waiting for it to stabilize after COVID particularly. So we'll come back, work with Wingate again, and try to update the study.
Very good. Thank you.
We also have other assets. There's the University of Georgia, as much as I hate giving Georgia credit for anything. They have a good person down there that's has actually used Union County in a lot of his models. And then Dr. Rancow, I think, is up at NC State. Also does a lot of work with this too. So we have assets beyond Wingate that we can utilize. We have very little product, as we've talked about. I think we, just to give you the numbers, within the city of Monroe that Monroe controls, we have 179 acres remaining. The county-controlled land, which is now becoming available with the sewer line extension, is about 160 at Piedmont. And then private acres is 155. That's it. So we have to add product. Because again, several of these are going to potentially be gone. We have a Deloitte project working on 75 acres of this. We have another project that's looking at Piedmont. It's almost $375 million project that would take a huge chunk of Piedmont. So if we hit any of these projects, we're taking large percentages of our available industrial property away. The local developers are just not participating where we need them to. So they deal with very small companies, flex space. It's just not our clientele. And so we really don't get the help from the local developers at all when it looks to try the private sector supplement this. So we've worked and egged on as much as we can, and they just don't. The last real development that would fit some of our industrial clients would have been Industrial Ventures 1 and 2, and those are filled. So outside developers are finally starting to consider us, particularly those that have been in the office area, because they need to have places that can generate revenue. So Lincoln Harris and some of the others are now starting to show some interest in the outlying counties, including Union. So what other counties are kind of doing, if you look around us, Cabarrus County's got private sector, mostly in distribution. They did have the old, cigarette facility that went to Lilly and Red Bull. So they had some industrial, but they're mostly a distribution community. Lincoln County, they don't have an interstate, but they do have 321. It's pretty robust that runs through there, and they have some land options. So large landowners that they've worked with to option that land. If you look in Gaston County, they have over several million square feet available because of private investors looking to, again, put distribution along the interstate. And then York County as well has a combination of public and private, and some things that are available in Union County is the utilities can participate and get a tax break at the state level for future, York Electric Co-op, for example, has an industrial park in the spec building program. So we don't have that advantage here in North Carolina. So again, that's what the others are doing. We need to be in the game. You know, Piedmont Industrial Innovation Park, was a wonderful first step. We haven't developed it as quickly as we wanted. It's been about 6 years from the time that we acquired the property to now having the sewer line under construction. So we'd like to move quicker the next time. But outside of that, if we didn't have that, we'd be in real trouble. So appreciate what the commissioners have done in supporting us through land development with that first park. But we're going to have to step up and really try to identify some dollars to set aside for this. So looking at it, site criteria, we have to have at least 100 acres for it to make sense for us. Really have close access to utilities, or at least put packaged type facilities on site. Particularly if you look at the agribusiness stuff, we can do some pre-treatment that's shared among the users before it actually hits the waste stream, and it can save them some money. It's got to be near commercial roadways. The development costs are always a challenge to make sure that both when you look at the combination of the cost of land and the expense to put in the road and the sewer and water and other utility things that are going to go into the site, to make sure all that combines and it's still a marketable price that the county gets 100% of their money back. So none of the land development projects I've worked on has Monroe or the county lost money. So the ease of assembly, again, working with cooperative landowners is also important. And again, control of zoning, working with the towns or the county to make sure that zoning is what we want it to generate. Again, the target area, really, if you look at it from available utilities as well as very good access, both to I-95 or to the ports or back up to the interstates in Charlotte, is going to be the western side, basically the easternmost portion of Monroe over to the westernmost portion of Marshville. And we're actually getting ready to meet with Marshville to see where they stand with a lot of things and sort of start developing a plan for Marshville as well. We know where Wingate stands, and that's pretty solid. The big thing is being realistic. I think we've been very patient with Piedmont Innovation Park, and that's good because it's developing to generate the product that we want. We're not flippers. We're not a typical developer. A developer needs to make their money when they sell the land. We're tax people. We have you forever, right? So we make the money in the long run, and so we need to make sure that we're strategically putting companies in that we want, that will sort of weave together to build the fabric of a good and sustainable economy that's 30, 40 years down the line. So that's what I wanted to kind of bring up to you and kind of raise awareness that it's getting to a critical stage with the land. So I know we prefer the private sector to do that. Government has its place, but in this case, for Union County, for the longest time, it's really been the public sector that's had to provide that. Where the private sector really helps is when they come in to buy the land, to build a building, and lease it to the client. So there's still a place where the private sector excels in our projects, but from a land acquisition, it really needs to be the public sector. So, any questions? You missed my whole thing.
My favorite one. Can you just email that to us since we don't have?
Yes, we'll get that.
Thank you.
I was scrambling to get it finished, so I apologize.
No, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you all.
remind everybody to get back.
Oh, she's coming back. All right, so I'm going to take this time. Remember, at some point in time, we had some discussions about our facility use policy, and we gave the board a draft for you to sort of look at and consider. And what we're doing is bringing that back around. So we do need some direction from the board on how to move forward with a facility use policy. And I think Jason has something he'd like to add on this before I get too deep into it.
Yeah, so the manager's going to go over a number of provisions, kind of the key provisions in the policy, but certainly any provision that you took notice of, that you have feedback on, I'm going to operate as kind of the scribe over here for those items on which there's board consensus to either amend or expand upon the draft that you were given. So if you want to bring them up, even if you brought them up before, bring them up again, and I'll make sure I get a good list of whatever those things are that you want to, if there are any. You may decide that there aren't, but if there are, I'm happy to keep a running tally of the consensus items that you have.
Okay, there we go. All right, so as Jason said, I'm going to really focus on a couple of key points here, but there's always, we want your input on the whole thing, but I know there's a lot of discussion about the historic courthouse, also the library, so I'm really going to focus on those areas. When we discussed this the last time, the draft, there's really two different ways to look at use for those facilities. For historic courthouse, what we've got in the current draft is it's really only to be used essentially by Union County, other governmental entities, and entities that the county actually partners with. So understand what that means, and I think I actually explained this before. If an entity, say, such as the Sweet Union Republican Women's would like to use that facility, they don't qualify currently under the way the policy is drafted as us partnering with them on that facility. They would not be able to use that facility under the current draft policy. Now, if the county had, say, an event where we were inviting the courts to come and do some type of an event with the courts, and we were actually participating, that's us participating. They're allowed to use the facility because we are taking an active role. We're participating in that particular function. That would be allowed. So under the current draft, keep in mind it's very tight as to what groups can and cannot use that facility for that purpose. Now, obviously, we're willing to talk about any changes you'd like to see, but as you open that up, it certainly increases our challenges. So just want to make that aware. Yes, ma'am.
So Congressman Bishop has under a lease in the historic courthouse.
That would still continue because that's a leased space that we're allowing to be used, and we consider that for the benefit of the county as well. So that'd still be allowed.
So what I was going to ask is, through his lease, will he still be able to have events there for like military service academies and stuff like that? Because he brings in people from 8 districts,
yes,
from 8 counties. Will he still be able to do that? Because I know in the past they've had to fill out a facilities application in order to hold those events over the weekend.
Yes, and he would. Keep in mind that The challenge we face is if any event is held in the evening on the weekends, it requires staffing on our side. So that's why we generally like to know in advance if someone is planning that. He would be allowed to have those events, but we need to know because we staff. We have to come, shut the facility down. There are things we have to do. So that's why we like to know that they're having that event so we can have staff available for it. If you notice, when I'll get into it, one of the things that we are recommending, and this is, for most groups, is that those events are held during business hours because there is that cost associated with us with having to have staff available. We recognize that anything that we're holding, any governmental entity that we are, we allow to use it, they can use those facilities in the evenings and the weekends. We just have to be able to prepare for staff to be able to handle those things.
But if it's Monday through Friday during business hours, you don't?
Because we have staff that actually just working around, as long as we know about it, it's not that we have to specifically staff for it. But we don't have staff that works 24 hours a day in facilities, so that's why we need to know so those staff can come and be prepared for it.
And so I was just, so it sounds like that's going to be able to continue.
Yes, ma'am.
And still fill out the facilities application.
Yes, ma'am.
And notify you of the event and the date and time so you can plan for it. And I guess under Roman numeral 2, I was just going to say that since that's a federal office, that would be the governmental entity?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you for that clarification because I want to make sure there's no misunderstanding about that.
Absolutely.
Again, there are a few little things that we talked about. A little bit of this applies to when we talk about reservation dates. We like to know in advance when someone's making a reservation. We understand that sometimes there's some challenges that they can't always meet that, especially with the congressman. But we do try to make sure that we have some notice in advance so that we can prepare and have that managed by the staff when we need to. We talk about regular business hours. Again, there's understanding that as long as the event is, we notify it, we know of it, we can certainly allow those to be after business hours. We just have to be prepared for it. And then the item about prepared foods, we allow them, but we don't allow prepared foods in the courtroom. That is a strict rule. We do not allow foods in the courtroom. So just be aware of that. So let's move on to libraries. Currently, the policy is very similar to the way it is with the historic courthouse. It's very limited in how the individuals or your groups can use the library space. Under the draft policy, it is more open. A various number of groups can use that facility. And how we manage that is really based on some standards that I'll go over in just a minute, as well as personal conduct. So we have a whole list of personal conduct items that groups must follow in order to continue and be able to use those facilities. And that's how we're getting around trying to manage those facilities. And if the board is comfortable, certainly those are the ways we would handle that. But I want to talk about, again, this is allowing us as well as governmental entities, but it opens it up so that nonprofit organizations can use this. You have a current resident of the county can use the facilities as long as they have a library card and they're library card holders in good standings. Obviously the county, if we participate in it, we're allowed to use it. Other government entities and business partners. So any business partner that the county may have will be allowed to use those facilities. It's not a charge. We don't charge for that facility in the library. We do have space at the Ag Center that we charge for. That's a whole different policy that governs that. But for the libraries, we don't charge for that space. So any questions about the groups and how that would work? I don't want to make clear, though, that you're not saying this group can use it and this group can't use it. As long as they meet the personal conduct requirements, as long as they meet the other standards, a group can use the facility under the draft policy. Okay. Go on to the
Wait a minute. All right, so this is where we get into the types of, let's pull it up here so I can look at it. Types of requirements that we have here. So one of the main ways that we manage this is that the meeting will have to be open to the public. Now, I know there's been some questions and concerns about that, but there is a reason why that is a requested item for you to consider. When it's open to the public, that doesn't mean that the public has the right to actually disrupt the meeting. It just means that the public has the right to attend, actually see what's going on in the event, and that is the purpose for it. The purpose is that there's not a closed door. We don't know what's happening in that facility. We don't know what is being, what kind of business is being conducted. There's stability for the public to actually see and understand that. They're not allowed to participate. They're certainly not allowed to disrupt that meeting, but they would be allowed to attend and see that. And that's, again, that's a draft. That's, the board can certainly have that discussion. In this policy, you would not be able to charge. So a group could not say, hey, we want you to pay for us to come to our event. Nope, this is a free event. Can't pay for it. And you can certainly have your event, but you can't make your patrons or participants pay for it. Also, there's a reservation period, and that reservation period is no less than 30 days and no greater than 90 days. So again, giving us time to prepare for it, making sure that we have the space available and we can accommodate that. And then also keep in mind that we have it so that you cannot reserve multiple events in a row. So you have to reserve your event, wait till your event has occurred, then you can reserve it after that. So we don't want groups coming in and say, I want it for the next 4 months. No, you can have it for this month, and then you can wait until after you've held your event, and you can apply again to see if that is available that next month. But you don't automatically get these future reservations. You have to apply one at a time. Understand that the rooms are intended for group use. So we have very large rooms. We have the Hunley and the Griffin room. It's not intended for an individual to rent that space and have like 2 people there. It's really intended for there to be groups. We have study rooms that if you have 1, 2, 3 people, those study rooms can be used for that purpose. That's on a first come, first served basis. That's handled a little bit differently on how they're reserved, but we don't want these spaces to be consumed by an individual. This is intended for groups. That's the purpose for it. Yes, sir.
Brian, those, pardon me, those study rooms, I take it that different set of guidelines for that. So, for example, you know, should you need to discuss a private matter or something like that, that would not follow the guideline of
being a public.
The meeting has to be open and public.
That is correct. Yes, sir. Absolutely. All right. Let me go here. All right. Go to the next item here. Reservations are for a maximum of 4 hours. Again, these are drafts, so if you make a reservation for the use of the space, it is for no more than 4 hours. They're during our regular business hours. Another thing, if we are, we have to accommodate it if it's after business hours. So for the groups, we're saying that space must be used during our regular business hours. Now, that doesn't apply to us. If the county wants to have a function on the weekend or evenings, we can hold whatever we want to, but for these groups, they have to do it during our regular business hours. Another thing is this the item of having a duly authorized individual who actually executes the agreement, and they really have to be attending the meeting. So we want to make sure that someone who is responsible is also there. So you can't just have by name someone apply for it, but they're not really, they're not part of the event, they're not going to participate in the event. They actually have to be part of that event. Yes, sir, I think you had a question. You look like you had a question. Okay.
I'm just taking it all.
Taking it all in. Okay. And then next, prepared food. We certainly have some requirements for prepared food. They're allowed, but under certain conditions under there. So, What that gets to is then the prohibited conduct. And this is another way that we manage the facilities. So under this draft policy, one of the items is you can't exceed the occupancy for the rooms. So the county would establish the occupancy, which in most cases they're already there, but we would establish a maximum occupancy, and you cannot exceed that. And that's important. Now understand though, that it's not the intent to allow outside public observers to overwhelm the meeting and therefore by default make the meeting not be able to occur because they've come in and they've actually overwhelmed the occupancy. That's not the intent. It is certainly to allow the public to be there, but we have to be careful that that's not a use to stop an event because the public comes in. So we'll have to manage that, but we would not allow someone to apply for it and their number on their application exceeds the occupancy for that event. They cannot have obstructions in the facility upon the grounds, so they can't obstruct ingress and egress. Don't put anything up in there. They can't cause obstructions to our traffic flow. Those are, and especially during our business hours. And they cannot do anything that involves noxious odors. So we don't want a treatment plant going on in there, I guess is what we don't want examples of that. They cannot produce harmful and distracting light, so no laser and strobe stuff. You don't want a dance party in there, obviously. That could be a problem. And they cannot be unreasonably loud or disturbing. And that can be certainly subjective, but obviously our staff is going to have to evaluate is the noise that's occurring, is it excessive to the point that it is affecting the patrons of the library. But again, that is an item that we go. This is important. Involve uses or activities that pose a danger to those in the library. So that would be a prohibited conduct. And then be reasonably likely to disturb regular county business. They cannot do something that would be reasonably likely to disturb county business. Got a few more items on here on prohibited conduct. Cannot involve illegal activity. No, I think that's pretty clear. We don't want someone coming here engaging in something that's illegal. They cannot involve the display, exhibition, or presentation of content which falls in the category of unprotected speech as established by the state or federal law. Okay, unprotected speech, and I'll let Jason talk about that in more detail if you have questions about that. But that is certainly an item that we would have as prohibited category. Involve programming or materials not suitable for young children and minors and may be or around the meeting space, such as alcohol, tobacco, illicit drugs, nudity, sexualized conduct, or profanity. So those things would not be allowed in that facility. And then last but not least, involve conducting commercial, retail, or profit-making activities. This is not intended for someone to use it to make money off of. Now, that's a lot. It's a whole lot of stuff. And you know, what we're looking for is your guidance on what to bring back to you for you to consider adopting. Not asking you to adopt anything today, but I do need to bring something back to you in the very near future for you to say, we would consider adopting this item. So any feedback on some things you'd like to see changed, removed, added, so that we can bring you back a policy that you can consider for adoption. Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for going through this line by line with us. Going back under B, Roman numeral 1, the event must be open to the public, and so before we got to all the way through L, and it cannot be disruptive. I don't know if we can do this or not, but I heard from several parents that they wanted to go to, they drove all the way to the library on a particular day, but because there was such a huge protest by the entrance, that they did not feel safe or they didn't want to expose their children to it. So their children didn't get to go to the library that day. And so I was just curious, you know, when it said open to the public, and I think you may have mentioned something about not being disruptive.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything that protects those parents from like protests that, you know, may not be age appropriate for little ones?
There are no protests that are allowed inside the library facility
And this
or
was
on
outside.
or on the grounds of the library. You are allowed by constitutional right to protest in a peaceable way, in the rights of way, which includes the sidewalk, and generally the rights of way can extend a little bit beyond the sidewalk, but you are not permitted to block points of ingress and egress into the facility from roads, so they got to keep those clear. But in terms of standing on the sidewalk, signage, or things like that, folks are constitutionally permitted to do that. Once they get on the library property, proper, at that point, there's no longer a right to protest, and they can be asked to leave.
So, unfortunately, as long as they're in the right of way, we have no ability to prohibit that activity.
So I guess, section 6, prohibited conduct, it mentions sidewalks in your city,
Those would be the sidewalks internal to the property.
internal.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, currently the library's got a sidewalk that is on library property,
That's correct.
right?
That's
And
correct.
so it goes right there to the entrance of the library.
So it's going to depend on exactly where the right-of-way is. So there are some that are internal. There are some portions of those that may actually be in the right-of-way, and a portion is within the county's property. So it really depends on exactly where that right-of-way line is.
Yeah, and to be clear, you know, I want to make sure that we're honoring everyone's constitutional rights, okay?
Yes.
But at the same time, I guess I'm looking for some clarification. So, you know, if the sidewalk is there at the entrance to the library, as I understand this, then protesting at that point where it forces folks to walk around or in between protesters to get to the entrance, that would essentially not be allowed, correct?
Yeah, I'm having difficulty bringing to mind the particular layout of I'm thinking of the main library facility down there in Monroe, but there ought to be a way for them to be able to park in the parking lot and then get to the front without having to cross over right of way, because, as I mentioned before, the Supreme Court has established that, I believe the quote is something like streets, parks, and other areas that from time immemorial have been used for expressive activity. You're required to keep those open for free speech that is protected speech. There are certain forms of speech that are not protected. One of them is discussed here: obscenity, fighting words, incitements to riot. Those sorts of things are not protected speech, and you don't have a right to do that anywhere. But for protected speech, they do have a right to be on the sidewalk. However, most jurisdictions, and this would be, depending on where it was located, would either be in the jurisdiction of Monroe or the jurisdiction of DOT. You are supposed to keep those things open for their intended purpose, which is for people to pass on them. They can't crowd out into a public street and stop traffic. Sidewalks are somewhat similar, more or less aggressively enforced in some jurisdictions. People do stand out there with signs, and that's fairly normal, but if it's completely blocking and people can't use the sidewalk for what it's for, you're supposed to be able to find a way to make it passable.
So I think, like Melissa said, those very, it's scary to the children and the parents, even if they are not following the law. But I'm not sure there's a whole lot you can do about it. But as a parent, that would be a concern, especially if you've got small kids, like Commissioner Merrill said.
Yeah, as long as they are technically within the road right of way, then it is difficult for us to prohibit any of that activity. Certainly, we can, manage it in some degree if law enforcement feels that they're impeding things. Internal to the site, there's no there's no different, there's no question, we will prohibit it and do prohibit it internal to the site. However, understand there are some entranceways, say to the Griffin room, that are not, you don't have to go through the main library. And so that entranceway is something that someone could feel that they were challenged to be able to get to there without having to go around a crowd. Unfortunately, the other option is they would use our main entrance into the library and go through the library and go into the Griffin or the meeting room at that point in time.
That was the problem, the internal sidewalk into the Griffin room.
They had to go around the protesters to be able to get in that way. And unfortunately, there's really no way for us to regulate that as long as they're not on that internal sidewalk.
If we could look at G,
Okay.
involved uses of activities that pose a danger to those in or around the facility. Can you give me some examples of danger, and do we need to clarify that word?
The word danger, I suppose we can clarify, but really it's an effort to protect safety. I'm thinking of certain science experiments that I participated in when I was a kid. Some of those things might not be as well governed as others. And you can probably think of some other things as well, throwing balls, things like that might not be fully safe for everybody there. The concept is just whatever you're doing in those rooms, it needs to not pose a danger to other people where they might get injured or something like that.
I didn't know if we would want to consider age appropriate, because, some experiments or activities may or may not be age appropriate for the children or whoever is being brought there.
Yeah. If you flip the page to K, this may address some of your question if you have a more specific one.
Oh, yeah.
But it should be appropriate for people who are there, young children, minors who might be in and around the meeting place, keeping things out like, even though some of these things are lawful and some of them are unlawful in there, but they just may not be age appropriate. Again, the public does have the ability to attend the meetings that are going on there, provided there's space for them to do so, but they do not have the right to disrupt. They do not have the right to participate in that meeting, simply to attend. You can think of it a lot like your county commission meetings. While there is a time for public comment, there would not be one here. Folks can sit, they can watch, they can listen, but they can't disrupt the conduct of business that's going on there. That's for the folks who are reserved that facility.
I absolutely understand your train of thought, but when I read G and heard your explanation of like science experiments, like when you buy toys and stuff for birthdays and Christmas, there's an age appropriate for, those gifts and things. So I was wondering if age appropriate, because if there's an activity going on, with this event or whatever, it may not be appropriate for certain age groups. I don't know.
Yeah, and I raised the point about public attendance because it could be anyone in the public who attends. It doesn't have to be just an adult. It may be a child, or it might be a parent with a group of children. So in things that might pose a danger to those in or around the facility is not even just those who are in the room, but those who are outside. It's a functioning library as well as a meeting space. So it would not, things that would pose a danger to anyone in and around the facility would be included, including young children.
Okay. So the last question I had, batting zero here. Letter K, when it talks about sexualized conduct, I wanted to see if we could have sexualized attire or conduct. Because it's not just actions or conduct, it's also the dress.
Sure, we can add that in there. I think there's probably an argument that could be included under that as written, but I think to make it clearer certainly is not a problem to say attire or conduct.
Thank you. I mean, a lot of places say shirts required or shoes required.
Yeah.
There's certain dress we may not want in a public library.
Address.
Yeah, and to be clear on your previous question regarding G, we absolutely can add some further clarifying language in there. I wasn't intending to indicate that we can't. But it was just to say that the scope of the language there might cover already what you were trying to get at. But if you want to add some more specifically clarifying language in there about age appropriate, that's absolutely possible.
Okay, just a thought.
Sure.
Thank you.
Question.
Yes, sir.
So, we've got these different stipulations here for required or prohibited conduct. My question is there a policy? Maybe I'll just speak loud.
That's all right.
Is there a policy that provides at least some consequences for violating any kind of prohibited conduct? Is there consequences spelled out in the full draft of our facility use policy?
Yes, so we have the ability to, number one, remove them if they are engaging in some behavior that is inappropriate. And we also cannot allow for them to reserve or use the space in the future. So those are items that we can take. And Jason, you can correct me if I've said anything wrong.
Yeah, no, you're correct, but I think Commissioner Helms, you had raised this at a prior meeting, and we certainly can add some clarifying language in there to include that there may be some penalties for those who violate the standards in here or who misrepresent what they're going to be doing in the meeting and show up and do something different, up to and including exclusion from being able to use the facilities for some period of time after that.
Yeah, and obviously the board can collaborate and determine, what we want that to look like, but I believe that if we're going to set forth requirements for facility use and prohibit certain types of conduct, that there has to be some consequences for violation. Whether it's something as simple as, a period of time where that organization or that individual may not be able to reserve the facilities, permanently banned, or whatever, but there has to be something there to enforce what we're trying to do.
Certainly.
I really like that idea that he has offered, and if I recall correctly, they have to have a library card
In good standing.
so maybe they lose their library card and they can't reserve again if anyone has misrepresented or violated this, then they would, if they don't have a library card, they can't do it again.
That's certainly.
Yeah, we can include that. The normal method for spelling out penalties is to say it's going to be kind of in the discretion of, depending on what type of activity, its severity, how bad it was, but it can go out to these outer limits of whatever is specified in the policy. In this case, it would be loss of a library card or temporary, or in some cases permanent prohibition on being able to use the library in the future. And keep in mind, some of these things might be corporate entities that are using the space, not necessarily just individuals. So you regard them as persons as well. So you may have somebody who's a member of multiple different groups, and their bad conduct doesn't necessarily reflect on the whole group. It might just reflect on that person.
Need more feedback. So what we'll do is we'll take some of the recommendations as far as penalties or consequences. We'll put that language in. We'll bring you back bring you back a draft at probably your March meeting, honestly, for you to consider for possible adoption. Because again, I think it's important that we go ahead and move forward with some policy, whatever that may look like. So if the board's okay with that, we'll take your suggestions and go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to run through the list that I've jotted down to make sure that squares with everybody's feedback. Brian did a little bit of that right there. I had a couple other things that I picked up in the discussion. One was adding attire or conduct to the sexualized conduct that would be prohibited. Another is to add some age-appropriate danger language for those in the facility. And then as well as including consequences for violations or misrepresentations regarding facility use. That's the list that I have. Anything else to add or take off of that list? Okay. All right. We'll bring some language to you in the final policy for you to approve.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. We will bring that back to you in one of your March meetings, whether it's the first or second, we'll bring that back. Yes, ma'am.
You know, I just remembered a phone call that I got. And I may have just confused the historic courthouse with the library, but I know the Daughters of the Revolution or some group like that they have always been able to hold their meetings in the Griffin Room, and then during this last change a year or two ago, they haven't been allowed to have their meetings there. They would now be able, under this new recommendation, they would be able to start having their meetings again.
Yes, ma'am. I believe that they would.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, we have 2 more items. We have a break scheduled now, or we can keep rolling if you all want to.
Might get out a little bit early.
Yeah.
All right. The horror.
Okay, well, good afternoon again. I'm going to be talking to you about grants and ARPA. I'm going to just give an overview of grants and ARPA. Some of you may remember the last time I was in front of the board about ARPA was in May, and you all approved some things at the June meeting in 2023. I'm not going to go through I went through a lot of the timeline of that funding. I'm not going to go through all that again, but I'm going to talk about what's happened kind of since then. And then talk about current status and some next steps. So, Commissioner Helms is not in the room, but he's actually, I think, might be interested in some of this information. So he has asked a couple of times about some of this, but I wanted to give you, this is sort of an overview and a summary of our grant expenditures over the last 5 fiscal years. We are actually required to provide this data for our single audit of state and federal expenditures. And there's a couple of things I just want to point out about this, this information. Generally, you can see that our grant expenditures have been increasing over time, which is a good thing. This relieves pressure on our other revenue sources, sales tax being one of them. And so we want to continue this trend. One of maybe the downsides of showing this information is this is past data. These are expenditures, actual expenditures of grants, and that's the only way we can track it right now. If you want to know what we've applied for, I can't really give you that information without digging through tons and tons of paper. If you wanted to know what we've been awarded, can't really give you that information. But I think this is good information to have about, this is how we track our grant expenditures. It's a look back, and it's based on the fiscal year. So I spoke of what the trend has been. We obviously want that trend to continue. One of the sources of funding that Beverly mentioned earlier was grants as a potential source of funding. So I think at the next regular meeting, we're going to be talking about some things we may want more funding from the state for. But this is what we got in the last biennial budget from the state. I'm not going to talk about specific projects. This isn't a project update for all of these projects that are funded with grants. This is really a funding allocation update, but I just wanted you to be aware of this trend. We believe this trend is going to continue, and we want it to continue. And so what we've done to do that is, and what the board has done is allowed us to purchase our new grants management system, which actually we're kicking off in the next week or so, and hopefully able to implement next fiscal year. But it actually, I'm not going to go through this list either because I talked about a lot of the benefits of this system. But a couple of things I wanted to mention was it's going to enhance that tracking. We're going to be able to provide you with data on what we've applied for, what we've been awarded, what we've obligated, what we've expended. And so it will definitely enhance our tracking and reporting of grants.
Clayton, is there any site that y'all go to, like a federal site or a state site, for grants, that you can see what grants are available?
I'm glad you brought that up. Yes, grants.gov is obviously the major one that we would go to for federal grants. HUD actually came out with a similar system recently that you can go onto their site and search for all kinds of grants. The difference with this system is this is actually going to allow us to do that too, but it's going to pull from all of those sites. We're going to be able to get a lot of different information, maybe from stuff that's not necessarily out there, because they have proprietary data that they use to collect all of that information and really make it specific to Union County, number one, but also, departments are going to be able to use this. So specifically what they do, they'll be able to go in and search for it, put parameters in, and it'll provide all that information back to them about how they can apply. I mean, it's more like more direct access than us just going to grants.gov and looking.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's not one clearinghouse that just tells you what all grants are available. You really have to kind of go to different sites and different places. So, this helps us, but it's not going to let you know every possible grant opportunity that's out there. You have to do a little research on your own to do that.
Clayton, question then. So the system, obviously, you mentioned before that is a whole bunch of paperwork and trying to get us information regarding what we've applied for, or what's been awarded, and how it's been appropriated, or what have you. I'm assuming that with this management system, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in addition to being able to see what we've applied for, what we've been awarded, and even used those dollars for, we would be able to also filter that information and say, okay, well, we've received grants for this type of project, or we've received a 90% federal, 10% local or state grant, and be able to filter that information that way as well. It would give us a lot more flexibility in determining, where we were successful and maybe where we weren't successful, and where our efforts have been concentrated in, whether it was utilities or something else like broadband even, or other aspects.
Absolutely, it will be able to do that. We will be able to slice and dice this so many different ways, and we'll be able to show any kind of dashboard you want to see based on what type of projects, by department, by levels of funding. Could be another way to slice it. Source of funding, whether it's federal, state, and also we may get some from other entities as well. So yeah, we'll be able to do all of that.
Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, when you're talking about grants, you're talking about tax dollars that have already been paid in some way, shape, or form, whether it's federal or whether it's state, or what have you. And essentially, the effort is to reclaim that for local use. So it's unfortunate, but that's sort of the way it works. And so obviously, if we can become more efficient and sort of see where we've been successful, where we've not been successful in the past, then yeah, I think this would be a big help to us.
Absolutely. So I'm going to switch gears a little bit. That was just a general overview of our grants. And I'm going to switch into our ARPA funding. Again, I've shown this information before. There were several other programs funded by the federal government through ARPA, but this is one specifically to what the county received. You can see the allocation we received, and one of the things I want to point out is, again, that funds have to be obligated by the end of December 2024 and spent by December 31st, 2026. So that date is coming up quickly. And I also want to point out, the U.S. Treasury recently clarified the definition of what an obligation means, and I'm going to go through that because that gives us a little bit more flexibility. I'm just bringing this up. This isn't really a focus, but there's one terminology I just want you all to recall. They added some new eligible use categories. If you recall, there was things related to COVID, obviously, things related to infrastructure, water and sewer, and broadband. These are 3 that have been added. One is emergency relief from natural disasters, transportation, and Title I projects that are eligible otherwise under CDBG. Again, there are enumerated uses under each category, and what enumerated use is, those are eligible uses specifically called out in the final rule. If you can't point to an enumerated use to determine eligibility, there are just a number of steps that you have to take with Treasury to provide justification, written justification. So, one of the projects you could fund is a jail. However, there is a significant amount of data you would have to provide about your community, that handgun use is on the rise, crime rates, and the Treasury would ultimately have to approve that. We obviously didn't go through that route. We tried to point to the enumerated uses, what we knew we could have asked for, and without any trouble from Treasury. So we chose to go that route when we were choosing projects. And we also, that's the reason why we moved several projects to ARPA-enabled projects, which I'll talk about in a second. So this was a new interim final rule that Treasury issued. It revised the definition of obligation. And when you think of obligation, you think of like a contract with a vendor. Once that contract goes into place, we have to record that obligation in our financial system. That still holds true in terms of the definition, but what they did say is that, and this is a kind of a long explanation, but if there is a requirement under a federal law or award terms such as this, that, and it's a condition as a result of receiving that award, an obligation is also incurred when you use funds to cover the cost of meeting that requirement. So, and that includes reporting and compliance requirements. There's some other things that includes there too. So what that means basically for us is we were planning to fund positions under ARPA, and that those would end December 31st, 2024, because our understanding is we cannot obligate funds for those after 2024. Because we have positions funded that, they are actively working on reporting and compliance related to this, we can actually obligate and fund those positions all the way through 2026 now. And so I think you'll see in a moment that is something we would advocate for, because there is going to be a lot of grant closeout activities that are going to happen as related to this grant, and we want to be able to use this funding to pay for those staff to continue to be able to do that. A lot more reporting once some of these projects really get going, some of the bigger projects, the Crooked Creek Interceptor, we're going to need some staff to really provide data to Treasury and collect that from the state. We're already getting data on broadband from the state, and so they're helping with that, collect that data and report it out. Just a quick timeline of actions that have happened since May. Again, in June, you appropriated ARPA investment earnings for that grants management system. You adopted an amended grant project ordinance for the projects, as well as several CPOs to make these projects happen. So we brought online the Crooked Creek Interceptor project for ARPA. We removed the Yadkin project parallel distribution line. I think we removed the Public Safety Training Center, as well as farmers market upgrades, and we moved the Indian Trail water line to an ARPA-enabled project. And I just want to clarify what ARPA-enabled means. So it's a project that is now being funded by county general funds that were freed up because we used ARPA funds to reimburse ourselves for salaries and benefits through the revenue replacement, as well as restoring public sector capacity, which were all eligible uses and enumerated uses under ARPA. A couple other things related to really ARPA investment dollars. Back in October, the board appropriated investment earnings for the Piedmont Innovation Park sanitary sewer. That wasn't the full amount, but that was what was allocated, the full cost, but that was allocated from ARPA investment earnings for us to be able to do that. Back in January, you also appropriated ARPA investment earnings for the jail land purchase, and you approved a 5-year contract for that grants management system. So that's what's taken us to date, and that's what some of the actions the board has taken. So current status, this is the current status of our ARPA. These are our direct ARPA projects. And you'll see what was basically allocated or approved by the board to be allocated. And then the actual spend is through December 31st, 2023. So that's actual spend. That's what we've spent to date. You look at that total at the bottom. We've spent just over $23 million. What you're not going to see is what's been obligated. I'm not showing that up here, but our broadband project, just FYI, we did get a great grant for that. We put $1 million towards that. So I believe that contract is in place for work to be done. We just haven't spent any funds yet. I did highlight a couple of, in red there, a couple of projects. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about this in just a second, but those 3 positions that are helping us administer the grant, again, we would advocate that be extended through 2026 because we have the capability to do that now. And then we would ask that the well rehabilitation program move to an ARPA-enabled project. The main reason for that is we've basically finished testing at this point. That $9,600 is what we used for testing. A lot of the rehab work that we're looking to do, we're running into the same issues that we ran into with the Indian Trail water line. The procurement is just difficult for that project. We've never done anything like that before where individual homeowners are getting their well rehabbed, and we're having difficulty bidding that out under the compliance requirements for that. So we would actually recommend moving this to an ARPA-enabled project and actually reducing the budgeted amount because we're not seeing the level of interest we thought we were going to. I think we've got between 10 and 15 applicants right now. That could increase later, and of course, the board wanted to, we could put more funding towards it, but this is just to cover the cost of what we think the first round of applicants would be. And these are our ARPA-enabled projects. Again, the only change here from last time was that we added the Indian Trail water line and we removed Public Safety Trading Center and the Farmers Market upgrades.
Wait.
Yes, sir.
If we can go back a couple slides, I've got a question here on something for the direct ARPA projects. Yes. So remind me, right there in the middle of this chart, the COVID-19 response staff and public health 9 positions. So we had approved $2 million for that and the actual 0?
Yes. So the reason for that is we received a lot of ARPA funds through DHHS, through the state, to continue funding those positions. We didn't know we were going to get that. So instead of using our funds, we've used the state funds to fund these dollars, and they have kept going and going and going. So we're nearing the end here, and yes, they have not spent that amount. You'll see one of the things that, again, we would advocate for is reducing this amount, and there's some nuances to that, so I will talk about that in just a second, but yes, they have not spent anything to date because we've gotten all those state ARPA dollars that went to those positions.
Okay, so if am I understanding correctly then, if we have not used any of that money, that is still sitting over there and we've got to use it by 2026?
Correct.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
So we've got a strategy to mitigate that. So. And that's what I'm going to talk about right here. So our next steps really would be to come back to the board at a future meeting, probably in March, to amend that grant project ordinance to shore up some of that funding. So again, I talked about the well rehabilitation program, moving that to an ARPA-enabled project because of procurement requirements that we're facing. Plus, we're just not seeing the demand for that program that we had thought we would see. So we would reduce that allocation to $200,000. So when you see these numbers in parentheses, that's the allocation that it would be. Again, we want to extend those positions
for program administration past December 31st, 2024. We're estimating that would increase the allocation for program administration to about 1.5 million. And then, again, you mentioned the COVID-19 response staff that we have in place. We would reduce the allocations for direct ARPA projects for that to 150,000. That's all they would really, we're projecting them to spend because they received so much state ARPA funds. Detention officers, there's been a lot of turnover with those positions. You know, again, once you get past December 31st, 2024, we can't pay for those positions with ARPA dollars. It's not, we're not allowed to. It's only for those program administration positions. Because of some of that turnover, we just don't think they're going to spend the full amount of the 1.2 million. This is what we're projecting, and that's what we would propose reducing that allocation to. So what that does is, what we are seeing an increase in is those positions that we budgeted for rehiring, and we get those dollars to free up ARPA-enabled dollars. So we would actually, again, advocate for increasing that budget amount because we're already at the max of that budget. We can draw down is not the right word, but we can use those dollars to increase the amount of ARPA-enabled dollars that we would have. So if you were to do all of that, what we would have is a projected unallocated ARPA-enabled funds of about 2.2 million. Again, county general, they act just like county general fund dollars. So we would have 2.2 million. Again, it's up to the board essentially what, and appreciate any feedback on what you might want to do with those funds. So it's really up to the board what you would want to do with them. A couple of things that we had in mind is we know that, again, those positions in public health were funded mostly through state ARPA dollars. We do believe those state ARPA dollars will end at the end of 2024. So they won't have anything left. What we would propose doing is using those ARPA-enabled funds to extend those positions just for 6 months so there's not disruption during the fiscal year, and we can plan accordingly for the budget in the next fiscal year if that's something that the board wanted to approve as part of the budget to continue funding those positions. And then any remaining one-time major capital needs, again, Beverly mentioned earlier, this is actually another source of funding is we have these unallocated ARPA-enabled funds to use for some of those one-time major capital needs as well. So if we were to do that, we would it would probably be about $500,000, maybe a bit more for those additional 6 months for those positions. So you are looking at between what's that, 1.7
1.5 to
million?
1.7.
Yeah.
One of the questions that I have, and maybe you can explain it to me, but the detention officers, aren't those like the entry-level positions at the sheriff department?
So there are, and now, of course, there are detention officers who are not at the entry level, but that they would be entry level positions. Yes, ma'am.
And you're saying that that's high turnover, and that's what I've heard also. But going back to our conversations earlier this morning, you know, our starting pay is so low and not comparable, you know, to the surrounding market. Perhaps the turnover has been high because we didn't use the 1.2 million that was available to us for those 4 positions.
So the funds were available, however, they still had to fit within our pay plan. So we couldn't offer people more money beyond our pay plan. And I think that was part of the issue. You just weren't either attracting anyone to fit within our pay plan, or they were leaving because they were getting paid more somewhere else. It's a matter of increasing that pay plan so that the minimum salary is higher and you can attract more people. With those ARPA dollars, we couldn't do that. We couldn't change our pay plan. The board would have to actually physically.
Talking about changing our
Absolutely, absolutely. And that could be a strategy, certainly could be a strategy. Understanding though that you can't pay the ARPA dollars, but you can pay with ARPA-enabled dollars. And if that's a strategy, we use ARPA-enabled dollars, that may last us for a 2-year period or whatever that time frame is. That's possible. And it could be used maybe for, Chairman, for some of those not bonuses, but the hiring bonuses you were talking about. That might be something we could consider as well.
Yeah.
Also, we made the starting salary that we talked about this morning the same for a detention officer as a deputy sheriff, which I've talked to people who say, no, maybe you don't need to do that. But I think you should do that, because if you don't, you really will get into detention officers, I think. But, so I think what we did this morning is definitely a good thing.
I mean, because you mentioned, you know, the impression one can get, you know, taking a tour currently. And I do have a concern that we're not paying our detention officers market value. We've already addressed that.
Yes, ma'am.
But it does concern me when I see that, you know, we were approved for $1.245 million with ARPA funds, and I guess we're gonna reduce it to 800,000.
Just because we're just having trouble hiring those
But I think it's
positions.
because of our pay plan.
Well, so let me make
Right.
clarification. We're reducing it because we can't fund those positions with direct ARPA dollars past the 2024. So we're not projecting to spend what they budgeted beyond 2024. We can still use ARPA-enabled dollars to do what you're talking about. It's just that based on our projections, they're just not going to spend it in the amount of time that we needed to.
In Clayton, the initial projection was to spend it through fiscal year '26, right?
Yes, that's true.
And then the Treasury came back and said you can't fund it past the end of '24. So that's the difference. Is
That's
we're
also
not allowed to use the money we had planned to use for those detention officers past the end of this calendar year.
But if the hiring picked up based on, you know, we've increased the salary, that may help with recruiting. Could we still use those funds by the end of 2024?
Yes.
Yes.
As long as it's by the end of 2024.
It just concerns me because this presentation, and that would be wonderful, I'm agreeing with everything that you just said.
Sure.
But this recommendation says, that recommends reducing detention officers to 800,000 from the approved 1.245 million.
And you're correct, and it's really a reallocation, not a reduction. We are reducing direct ARPA, but we're moving it to ARPA enabled. So we can reword that when it comes back to the board to say we're shifting it from direct ARPA to ARPA enabled just
Okay.
because of Treasury's rules.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Hold on, I think
because
Beverly has a
I
call.
guess,
Yes, ma'am.
you know, without that being reworded or whatever, I'm thinking, oh my goodness, no wonder we can't keep detention officers. Not only are they not making market value, but now we're cutting them here. And then I had heard some rumblings in the community that, you know, during COVID, they didn't even get hazard pay. You know, the bonuses and stuff that were handed out in other areas of the county. So that's why, you know, the reduction concerned me for that category.
Certainly.
I
Beverly.
just want to say, when we first allocated the money for those deputies, the requirement was those detention officers had to work towards mitigating COVID efforts. So they were assigned to isolated inmates or separating the population to mitigate COVID. Those have become lesser of need also. So in the buckets that we had to put those positions in to meet the requirements to spend the ARPA dollars on, it's difficult now compared to what it was when we first were given these funds.
Right.
And so what I'm hearing from the board is you'd like for us to consider, you know, a strategy for those ARPA-enabled dollars to also continue to offer more to the detention officers, to attract detention officers, and possibly even hiring bonuses, those things like that is what I'm hearing. And what we need to do is make sure that it meets all the requirements, we don't get ourselves in any hot water, but I'm hearing what you're saying. I also want to point out that in good or bad, The way the sheriff's office manages detention officers is that they're actually generally requesting to be deputies. They're required to be a detention officer some period of time, and as soon as they meet that, they go on the road. So you're losing detention officers, not because they always leave, but because some of them go on the road and become sheriff's deputies. That's fine, but that's also a symptom of why we don't have detention officers. So it's really a kind of a multi-pronged. We've got to look at all aspects of it. But I hear what the board is saying. We can certainly provide you with some additional opportunities for you to use those ARPA NAP dollars.
I'm happy to lose them to be a deputy. I just don't want to lose them to another, another county.
Certainly.
And that's why it's tough on the sheriff's department, because by law, of course, they have to run the jail and they have no choice. Like, for instance, the city of Monroe, they don't have to deal with it. They don't have a jail.
Absolutely.
Thank you all.
So we got some good feedback. Thank you. That's very helpful. And of course, as part of the budgeting process, we'll be bringing back a lot of these things for you to consider, but that's very good. And I believe we have one more item, if I'm not mistaken. Patrick, you closing us out?
Closing us out.
All right.
Well, while Patrick is getting set up there, just a quick comment on ARPA. God, it seems like we've been talking about ARPA for 84 years. And I never would have thought that it would have been so difficult to spend $46 million. But I mean, obviously, whether we use these ARPA dollars or ARPA enabled dollars for, hiring bonuses or what have you, I think that, well, first of all, let me commend staff, because obviously you don't want to leave the money on the table. Okay.
Yeah.
And I realize this is a moving target for you guys, but I think we're all on the same page that whether it's for this or whether it's for that, we need to make the best use of these dollars. So, and I feel like there's a concerted effort there to do this.
Absolutely. And I'll only comment in that whenever you're dealing with the federal government, nothing is easy. So that is part of our challenge. They don't make things easy for you to use the money, but we're doing our best.
Thank you. Before the last topic, I just want to say thank you to Maribel Ann. And Maribel was up till about 10 o'clock last night printing out all these materials. She put all the food together. She was here at 6 o'clock in the morning.
You stole my thunder, Patrick. I was going to say something. That's okay. Go
Forget
right
I said anything. I had given the board an update about EMS in January and got some feedback. Commissioner Williams, you had asked for some response data. This is going to be very brief. In your packets, there are the last 4 months of response data, but just to give you an example of what it is, this is December. We've talked about this before, but I'll go through it fairly quick. Code 3 Priority 1 calls. Those are lights and sirens. Those are your most serious to public safety. So those are the ones we measure. Those are the ones in the contract. Shoot times is the amount of time it takes from being dispatched to get on the road. Right now, they are in their trucks 24 hours a day, so that is very quick. They are able to do that. You can see the rest of the dials, with the exception of the core, they are all outside of what the contract says we want out of them. And the reason the core is lower is because of the system they use for dynamic deployment, the Marvelous system. It predicts that most of the calls are going to happen along the 74 corridor, which is true. What it doesn't predict is those one-off calls that happen in New Salem or down in Lanes Creek. So it's never going to say put a truck there, because the data just doesn't support it. But we all know that calls do happen in those areas. This is just a graphical representation of the same information. These are 90th percentile. We measure everything to the 90th percentile. So 90% of the calls are within those times. The county is also set up as a grid for reporting. This is what makes up the core, the inner, and the outer, and the overall county. Each one of these boxes is tracked on a monthly basis. You can see the data. The bottom is the call number, the number of calls in that block, and the top is the time. Any block that has less than 10 calls, that is the highest time for that call. So if there were 4 calls and the highest time was 30 minutes, that's what you're seeing. And that is not an average. That is not a 90th percentile number. That is the highest of those 4 calls. The challenges we continue to deal with. The short-term extensions with this contract has made it difficult to implement any real change. continued staffing, especially with paramedics. Paramedics is what we struggle to hire, and it's what the contract calls for 100%. The pipeline building. Atrium has worked with Union County Public Schools, they've worked with SPCC to build programs to funnel folks into paramedic, into EMT. It just takes time for you to see any real benefit of those programs. Dynamic deployment. It's led to increase in employee burnout, it's increased mileage, it's increased fuel consumption, and it's increased wear and tear on vehicles. The increase in call volume and short staffing have led to increased call time. I think we've all heard about situations where it can take 30, 40 minutes, and we only measure priority 1 call. So if somebody broke an arm or tripped and fell, that's not a priority 1 call. We're not measuring those. So, that could be even longer than some of the ones we're reporting. Increase in on-site time for first responders. So typically when a medical call goes out, fire gets dispatched at the same time. Fire typically stays on scene until EMS clears the scene. So they have to wait for EMS to show up, wait for EMS to load, and then move off site. And the continued reliance on out-of-state or out-of-county assets. We ask for assistance from surrounding jurisdictions fairly often to come in to run some of those calls that are on the peripheral that we just can't get to that quickly. Atrium has proposed a ALS-BLS tiered response system and a hybrid deployment model. The staff's recommendation that if the board wants to continue the relationship with Atrium, that we extend the contract for 5 years, we allow them to implement the ALS-BLS model. By the end of this calendar year, we come back to the board with a static station plan, a fully flushed out with cost options that'll give us a chance to work with Union County Public Schools on co-locating opportunities, also along with our volunteer fire department, to see what is the most effective way, because none of these stations that are being proposed exist today. We don't want to spend a ton of money doing that, so we want to look at every opportunity we can to co-locate with other jurisdictions or agencies. At that point, if the board felt comfortable, allow them to implement the hybrid deployment model. As is with this contract we're currently in, there would be a 12-month exit clause. And basically it says if at any point Atrium doesn't want to provide the service anymore, or say the county wanted to provide it ourselves, we would give a 12-month notice and we could get out of that contract. The reality is if we did want to do something different, it would take a significant amount of time to do that anyway. So a year is probably about the amount of time it would take to make a major switch like that. The contract expires at the end of this fiscal year, so a little over 4 months. So we need to do something. Again, if we want to continue the relationship, this is our recommendation at this point. So if any questions, I can certainly answer them. We don't have to make a decision today, obviously, but if there's any feedback that you want me to bring back to the board, please let me know and I can do that, because we do have to make some decisions quickly.
What is staff's recommendation as far as whether we should or should not stay with this model or Atrium and have them implement ALS or BLS?
So the benefits.
What's the recommendation?
The benefits is it gets more trucks on the road. There's concerns that I think we've spelled out before with under triaging. We think at this point, in order to get more trucks on the road right now, BLS units would help that. It's not a perfect fix. And I think in here we would require the BLS trucks to never go above 5. We don't want a full fleet of BLS trucks. We need ALS responders. But it would, interfacility transports, they could handle most of that. Most of our calls are BLS calls. Not all of them are dispatched that way, but a lot of these calls can be handled by a BLS unit. So we do feel it is a way to get more trucks on the road immediately.
To answer your question, we would recommend at least a 3-year contract with Atrium. Try this model out with ALS, BLS. Also work with them on the base stations that they're looking at as far as the future. That's going to take some time. Obviously, that's not going to happen overnight, but it would be our recommendation that we look at that for at least the next 3-year time frame. It is an undertaking for us to take on EMS ourselves. We obviously can't do that before the contract is over, and I think it's well within reason to give Atrium the opportunity to see if this model would actually work. That would be our recommendation.
So Brian, I'm glad that you brought that up, because my question was gonna be, what is our alternatives, you know, to what's being proposed here? And I think that would be, probably the biggest alternative is that the county would take back EMS. You know, there may be strong feelings about that on the board. I think that before you look at that, you also have to consider a lot of the risk that we would be assuming in doing that. It's more to it than just saying, you know, hey, we're gonna start. We'll take back EMS. We'll fully fund it from the county. There's a lot more to it there's a lot more that goes into that than just like upfront cost of vehicles and things like that. So I just wanted to point that out. I'm not sure if there's other alternatives, but that would be the glaring one.
There are a couple. We've talked about a MEDIC model. MEDIC is not a branch of Mecklenburg County. It's not Atrium. It's kind of like our EDC. It's a new government that was formed between Mecklenburg County and Atrium, because Atrium is a public entity. We could look at a model like that. We could look at franchising with MEDIC to do it. The short-term answer is we don't have any other option but to move forward with this. And to try to get increased coverage, I think BLS makes a lot of sense for right now. We can look at all those options, bring them back to the board throughout this to say, here is what our options are. Here's how much it would cost. Here's what the process would be to go in a different direction. But right now, we need to extend the contract.
And I misspoke. It actually indicates 5 years, not 3 years. So I just want to make sure that clarification that we would consider, and the board can always say we want to do something different, but I did say that we would entertain a 5-year extension with Atrium. My apologies.
But for clarification, this contract would include that period of 12 months should we want to cancel for any reason, correct?
That is correct.
So do you need a formal vote on this today?
We are going to bring this to you in a contractual form at one of the next few meetings. If there is anything that you want changed from what you heard today, if you need more time to think about it, you can certainly do that. But we do want to bring you back a draft contract extension for review and execution at some point fairly soon.
Yeah, what we didn't want is for the board to look at us today and say, absolutely not, we're not interested. And then, of course, us bring you something that is something you didn't want to entertain. So as long as I'm not seeing any adamant opposing to this, we would bring you back this in a contract form for you to review and make a decision on. If there are some concerns, we need to know them so that we can structure whatever that change may be.
Does Novant have EMS, or is it just Atrium in this area?
Novant runs some ambulances. They don't run a transport system, so most of theirs are in a facility. I think they do some private events, but they wouldn't be able to handle something like this.
Very good.
Is there any way that you could, and I know it's hard to do that, doing it the Atrium way as opposed to the county taking it back up? I mean, as far as some numbers we can look at.
I'm sorry, you want to know the cost implications?
Yes, like if Atrium continues on forward, we let the county do it. And I know that some of them have to be projections, because there's no way you could probably know at this point.
Yeah, we've not run that scenario before. We certainly can and bring it back to the board along with some of those other scenarios if you want. If we did want to try to form a separate government to manage this, we can do that. I still think at this point we need to extend with Atrium to get us through that discussion.
Right, and one of the things that this model, this change that Atrium is suggesting. At the staff level, we think that this reasonable change that may actually generate the kind of call volumes, the callings that we'd like to have them be able to meet. We're not going to know it until they do it. So what we don't know is what those costs are right now. It's hard for us to be able to give you, well, if we ran this kind of model, what would that cost be? We could probably run you some, like, if you do it exactly the way it's being done today, what are those costs? But it'd be a little more difficult for us to be able to run that as a comparison. But we can certainly work on that.
I was just going to say, at the next board meeting, you will actually get a copy of the EMS financial statements from the past fiscal year. So that would indicate what their current operating costs are for how they are operating today, to give you some kind of idea of overall operational costs.
And ours would obviously include benefits that Atrium doesn't have, the state retirement system, that sort of thing. It also might include some cost savings from central services that we have that they might not have the ability to have. So we can run that. It's going to take a little bit of time, but we can bring that back to the board.
The way that I see this is what you're presenting here is, I mean, it could turn out to be a long-term solution, but at least for the short term, this would be a short-term solution for us to consider. I think that as far as the modeling goes for like the county to take over these services, again, that would be more of a long-term type thing. But it wouldn't be a bad idea to at least have some figures, you know, so that we can have some options maybe for the longer term. That's just my opinion. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing something like that. I realized it would take staff potentially some time to put together, but I would like to see the numbers.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with the BLS stuff. I mean, I think if it came back to the county, we should even look at that. I just think that's using your personnel more wisely. But, that's kind of a tough decision here. I mean, you want to do the right thing toward, of course, the taxpayers, toward Atrium, toward the patients that they serve. Wow. Y'all help me out.
So, along those lines, so I have a few questions. Would you feel more comfortable with a 3-year contract instead of 5, to kind of tighten it up a little bit to see if Atrium is able to successfully implement ALS, BLS model?
Have we talked to Atrium about this?
I think they would be fine with a 3-year if we felt more comfortable.
Sometimes Freudian slips.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you felt more comfortable with a 3-year, if 3-year is.
The 3-year is what we used to use for extensions.
Okay.
The last couple have been either a year or a little over a year. So
Okay.
3 was a fairly standard prior to that. So I think they'd be fine with that.
So you don't just decide you want a 3 or 5 when you come back to us.
Do you think in 3 years, they're having that their intro director, because you've been in your status for so long, do you think that would be application for 3 even with that situation, or?
I would hope at least 3 gives a little bit long-term stability that they could go ahead and appoint a full-time director, because I do think that is needed to kind of move the organization. I was an interim manager for 16 months in my first job, so I understand what that's like to be in limbo, and your folks don't know if you're going to be there from one day to the next. So I think that would help. Again, we don't know that this is going to work, but this would give them an opportunity to implement this plan. And at some point, the board has decisions to make whether you want to continue it based on what we're seeing as far as results.
And just a point to note, again, I think Commissioner Helms asked this question earlier. This is not to weigh one way or another toward 3 or 5, but whether it's 3 or 5, the county always has a 1-year out.
I've had my mic on a long time. Okay, fellas. Okay.
Commissioner Merrill.
So, I was just curious, like, to give Atrium something to work towards, do we need to, give a numerical number? How many ALS we want, how many BLS we want? Do we want a metric for that, for them to work towards?
I think, yes, I think there needs to be a comfort level from this board to say, at any point, we don't want more than this many BLS trucks on the road. We put 5 in the proposed language. It's up to you all if you feel more or less is appropriate.
5 for each?
5 per shift.
Oh, per shift. Oh.
Per shift.
Okay.
So their goal was 14 and 11, 14 during the day, 11 at night. So at no point should BLS trucks number more than 5 on a response plan.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to go back quickly to the 3 or 5 year term. Is there any advantage to the county? I mean, I know that we've got that 1-year clause. Any advantage to us with going with a 3-year or a 5-year, or for that matter, even a 4-year term?
So with a 3-year, it's got to come back at some point sooner. We will be looking at a contract extension earlier, so we'd be having this discussion again in 2.5 years. With a 5-year agreement, if it was going well, you wouldn't have to talk about it. It would just continue.
But that is really the only, again, to Jason's point, at any point, we can say, Atrium, we're gonna go a different route in a year and give them that notice.
I have a slightly different legal version of the point that Patrick just made. Every time the contract ends for termination, you come up to a cliff for renewal. Right now, we're 4 months out from that renewal contract, and we need 12 months to figure out what to do next. The more of those you create in trying to renew it, the kind of the worse off you are from a legal standpoint. If you create a cliff every year, then you wind up with a time crunch every year.
So I'm hearing that maybe 5 year, maybe more advantageous to us.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, if we were to look at it, first off, it could probably give Atrium a little bit more of a comfort level. Second, it gives us the opportunity to be able to bring back to the board information on a regular basis for you to make a decision on, is this working? And when we can decide, in year 3, do we want to give that 1 year notice because we're going to take it over or not? So I think if I had to go back and say, I would say probably the 5 years, the better route to start with, simply because it gives them some comfort level, gives us to be able to work through some of this information to be able to let the board make an informed decision later.
And we can always do our own assessment, you know, at any point in this term, so.
Yeah. And these reports we get every month, so I would think this is the barometer. If we see marked improvement in these numbers, it's probably working toward a solution.
All right.
So we will prepare that contract to come back for you. We also work on some of those costing scenarios for other options and bring that back to the board at a future time. Thank you all.
All right, well, we are at the end of our presentations, and, well, according to the clock up there, we have 9 minutes left. Just Jason's the one who pointed that out. I can't really take credit for that, but that's okay. I'll use it. Actually, we are about 2 hours, so a little over, not quite 2 hours, giving you some time back. As Patrick said, I do want to say I'm appreciative of all the effort that the staff went into to put this event together, to actually host it, to be able to put all of the equipment in here. And I know sometimes it didn't always work the way we wanted it to, and that's because of the issues of being off-site. You always have to deal with being off-site. But our staff did an amazing job in getting this ready, and I just want to say kudos and thank you to all of that. To the board members, thank you for taking a Friday. I know it's never fun to spend a Friday doing this, but it was very helpful for us. I hope it was helpful for you as well. And we will be back with some budgetary things for you to think about here in the next few months. And with that, I will say good day.
At this point, after 1:23, I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn. Anybody want to make that motion?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
All in favor of the motion to adjourn, indicate by aye. Aye. All right. All opposed? Okay. Thank you so much.